Naruto. Drifting. Prologue. 8 years after Kyuubi attack. It was a nice, warm and sunny day out in Konoha, and there was not a cloud in the sky. It was really the perfect day to be outside, especially for all the children cooped up at home. The younger groups were out on the playgrounds, kicking ball, playing tag, hide-and-seek, and all manner of fun that they would normally do out on a day like this. It was literally a cauldron of excitement brewing in the parks. "Hey, Sakura! Check this out," a blonde-haired girl in an orange shirt with her hair tied up in a high knot exclaimed as she ran up to her friend, who was picking flowers in the park's clearing. The addressed youngster looked up to see Ino stop and pose in front of her. "What do you think?" Spotting the large purple flower slipped into her companion's hair, Sakura smiled and leapt to her feet in excitement. "Wow, Ino! Where'd you get that?" "From the woods over there," Ino exclaimed while pointing. She brushed her hair back in an attempt to look more mature. "Isn't it pretty?" "Yeah, it is." While the two compared collections with one another from the flora they had already managed to pick, they suddenly picked up on a big commotion somewhere nearby and looked up to see all of the kids on the playground suddenly run off. Boys and girls of all ages scrambled over the equipment en masse before disappearing across the plain, running out of the park or to their parents. Things quickly went from excited to deathly quiet after that, something that puzzled both girls out on grass since the sight of the children leaving all at once made it seem like they were running from something scary. Hell, they pretty much left everything that they had with them behind: balls, toys and stuff in the sandbox. "Hey, what's going on?" Sakura asked, looking around worryingly. After a few seconds of scratching heads, the two friends then saw a boy with blonde hair appear on the empty playground. Wearing a slightly grubby white shirt with shorts, he stared after the kids that had run off in confusion before spotting Sakura and Ino. He then ran over to them, the two girls backing away a bit until he stopped in front of them and smiled. "Hey, can I play with you guys?" the newcomer asked with a grin. Sakura and Ino looked unsure at each other at first. But after a few seconds of deliberation, they both glanced back at the stranger and smiled. Looking him over, there didn't appear to be anything scary about this boy. He seemed pretty nice to them, so why did everybody else run off? This question, however, went on unanswered, and the two youngsters approached the smiling boy with open arms and smiles of their own. "Sure," Sakura chirped, stepping towards the stranger and holding out the flowers she was still holding. "We're trying to find as many of these as we can." Ino also walked up to him and showed off the piece in her hair with a big grin. "The one who finds the most interesting ones wins." Naruto laughed a little at their activity and went on to inspect the bunch the pink-haired girl was holding out to him. "Hunting for flowers? That's a silly game." The girl clutching the collection of daisies and poppies puffed her cheeks out indignantly. "No, it's not." Giggling excitedly, the blonde held up a fist and grinned at them. "If it's a competition, then I bet I can find the best." Ino replied immediately while pointing at her chest. "I bet I can find the best before you can. My family owns a flower shop and knows everything about plant life, so I know what the best flowers are." "Alright then," Naruto spoke up confidently while pointing at both of them. "Whoever finds the best flower in the next 5 minutes wins." "Okay," both girls said in unison. On their count, the trio then broke away and began roaming the playground for the eye-catching plants they could find. They had to search high and low if they wanted the best, with Sakura immediately going to a cherry blossom tree and Ino retreating to the base of an oak for some wild bluebells. Even Naruto had his share of fun picking daisies from the side of the sandpit. Unfortunately, before their little challenge could gain any real traction, Sakura, who was busy pulling flowers from her tree, was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching her from behind, which had her look over her shoulder. There she saw her mother, a tall woman with shoulder-length golden blonde hair, green eyes and wearing white robes, smiling down at her. She took the girl gently by the hand and began leading her away from the park. "Come on, sweetie. Your father wants us home now." But wait, Mom, I haven't finished playing with my friends yet," the pink-haired girl exclaimed in protest, looking across the park to see Naruto staring after her with a handful of grass and chrysanthemums. He also looked across to see Ino being led off by her father as well, both girls looking back towards him in confusion. Mabuki smiled sweetly at her daughter. "You can spend time with them tomorrow, okay?" She looked back across at the youngster standing by the playground. "I'm sure he'll be here waiting for you." Okay," Sakura replied, allowing herself to be led away. When she looked back at the confused boy she had just met, she waved at him, which he returned after a moment of pause. He didn't seem to know what was going on or why she was being led away so suddenly, but after a few seconds of watching the girls leave with their parents he looked away, appearing a little hurt. The pink-haired girl looked back with worry. He didn't even tell me his name." To Naruto, it was a familiar sight seeing kids running away from him or being dragged away by their parents, but for whatever reason he had no idea why. Was he sick? Was he scary? Was he hideous? Was he a bad person? To a kid only 8 years old and incredibly impressionable, it certainly seemed that way. What else was he supposed to think? He'd heard people's whispers, seen their stares, and seen how the villagers acted around him. They were always pushing him away, ignoring him or sneering at his face. These were mostly the parents and the adults. The children naturally followed what their parents were doing and ran away from him, most of the time. Those youngsters who were the exception, the ones that didn't know him, were always nice to him the first time around. But then when he went to see them again to play, they either ran away, hid, or ignored him. Perhaps the 2 nice girls he met today would end up like that tomorrow. Perhaps they wouldn't. He wasn't sure, but it was still a very upsetting thought. Upon seeing a couple more potential friends get dragged away from him, Naruto looked down at the ground in disappointment. He dropped the flowers he was carrying and shoved his hands into his pockets dismissively, kicking at the earth before following the footpath out of the park. Since there was nobody here anymore, what point was there in hanging around? Oh. A couple years later. Quit it. Huh? Who the hell are you? A young boy wearing a blue jumper and a cap asked as he looked over his shoulder at the short, blonde-haired boy in a white t-shirt standing behind him. The delinquent's 2 companions, a chubby boy wearing a bandana and a slender one with dark hair and wearing an orange-brown top, were also glaring menacingly at the newcomer. Their scowls intensified when they saw exactly who it was. I don't like that face of yours. Hey, isn't he that? The chubby kid asked. Yeah, the punk that keeps painting on walls and causing trouble for everybody else, the boy in orange stated, the 3 of them all turning at once to confront the interloper. What are you doing here, that? The blonde-haired boy glared back at each of them, moments before his eyes came around to rest on the kid kneeling at their feet. The girl lying on the ground appeared to be both bruised and harassed. It was apparent what had been going on here. These 3 upstarts had been picking on someone that had probably upset them in some way, and judging by the tears on the victim's face, the attacks they had been dealing the person had been quite severe. The fact that they had dragged the person all the way out here to the back of the academy near the tire swing where it was completely isolated meant that they could do whatever they wished here without consequence. It was sick. What's more, Naruto recognized the victim as someone from his class. It was the shy, quiet girl with short blue hair that always sat somewhere behind him in the back rows. Her name was Hinata, if he remembered correctly. The girl was looking up at him in surprise, an expression he was able to catch before he clenched his fists angrily and glared back at her attackers. I don't know who that person you're talking about is, the young Naruto said before smirking proudly. Speak clearly, dumbass. What? One of the sidekicks shouted, stepping towards him and shaking his fist. What was that? You heard me, Naruto grinned, testing the waters a little more. Who are you talking about? I don't know who you're talking about, so everything you're probably going to say about that person is going to go right over my head. You, the other chubby delinquent shouted, pushing his friend back and stepping into the insolent kid's face. Aren't you the good-for-nothing runt making lives difficult for everybody else? It's true, isn't it? The leader asked, pulling his friend back to tower over the shorter kid. You're the one? I have a name, you know. Naruto suddenly cut in, his voice climbing in volume over theirs and getting them to blink in surprise. Pulling his right up from his side, the blonde jerked his thumb across his chest before wiping it under his nose arrogantly. It's Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. You? Hokage? The 3 kids suddenly burst out laughing, holding their sides and pointing at the blonde as if he were crazy. The girl behind them, still looking ruffled with tear stains smeared across her cheeks, gazed admirably up at the stranger standing valiantly against her attackers. Even though he was smaller than them, younger than them and outnumbered 3-1, he was standing up to these brutes and drawing their attention away from her. He wasn't scared of them at all. Sure, she remembered this particular boy. She remembered him from class, from training, and from passing him on the streets with one of her caretakers. She'd heard of his exploits, causing havoc and ruin wherever he went, and making lives incredibly stressful for all of the villagers. Heck, she had even questioned about him and his nature many times with her guardians in the past, but they had always either held their tongues or gave her explicit instruction not to associate with him because he was dangerous, foul, and mischievous. It was a different reason every day. For so long she had wondered what kind of person he really was and why everybody said to stay away from him. But as she knelt on the grass, looking up at him and seeing him stand up to the 3 boys that had been picking on her minutes before, she could only wonder why a person said to be so untrustworthy was rescuing her. It made her eyes shimmer with awe and curiosity. He's so brave, she thought. "A brat like you can't become one," the leader of the trio with the cap exclaimed, cocking a fist back with a malicious grin. "Just shut up and buzz off." He threw a punch. Unexpectedly though, the blonde-haired boy standing directly in front of the attacker suddenly swayed back, bending to an almost impossible angle so that his antagonist's wild swing sent him stumbling forward with a yelp. The second his footing went, Naruto threw a right up at him in a hooking motion. Whether it was a hook or an uppercut no one knew, but the result was the same as any punch carrying any weight. Naruto hit his target right underneath the boy's chin and lifted him a foot off the ground before he dropped like a dead weight. The Jinchuriki then snapped back into a standing position like a pop-up in a book the moment his foe's body hit the floor. The blonde cracked his knuckles while facing the two remaining bullies down, who were now looking at him in shock. "You guys are older than me, right? Do you like picking on kids smaller than you? Kids who are weaker than you?" He saw them grit their teeth and raise their fists in preparation for an attack. "That is so not cool. So in return I'll give you a little present. Say hi to my demon right hand." The chubby boy went for him first, but Naruto dashed right at him in response and sent a killer right cross across his jaw. The blow sent spit flying and his opponent crashing to the grassy floor, seconds before his other companion rushed at the blonde with a wild swing. Just like with his other opponent, Naruto swayed under it and stepped around, waiting for the kid to spin back and chase him with a series of untamed punches. The blonde backed away from them with a playful grin on his face, ducking and weaving around knockout blows before his back suddenly smacked into a tree trunk. He looked behind him momentarily, a split second before seeing the boy in the orange jacket rush at him with a roar. Smirking, Naruto jumped into the air and placed both feet against the tree behind him. Hands in his pockets, he then kicked off and spun around his swinging opponent, who unintentionally punched the tree with a painful crack. "OW, the boy cried out, clenching his bark-covered fist while turning around. He saw Naruto standing directly behind him with that ever-present grin still stretched across his lips, a split second before his entire world blacked out. The reason for this was the blonde-haired boy's foot shooting straight off the ground in a perfect, vertically drawn, skyward kick, slamming him in the jaw and lifting him into the air. A second later, the last bully dropped to his knees and face planted the ground. Naruto smirked at his fallen opponent and stepped away coolly. "And let that be a lesson to ya." Scraping his sandals on the grass, he then turned his attention towards the girl to see her gazing across at him in sheer astonishment. "Yo! Are you okay?" Before Hinata could say anything out of gratitude for his actions, a rustling of bushes behind her caught her attention and the Hyuga looked around to see a guardian from her clan come running up to her. "Hinata-sama." He skidded to a stop in front of the surprised child. "Are you okay?" He then took note of the carnage around him. The beaten or unconscious boys lying across the ground were the first to come to his attention, before his eyes looked up and landed on the blonde-haired boy standing by the last one lying at his feet. The Hyuga blinked. He's frowning. The man took Hinata by the hand and gently, yet hurriedly, pulled her to her feet. "Come, Hinata-sama. This is no place for you." But wait," the girl exclaimed, looking desperately towards the spiky-haired youngster. "He came to my rescue. He is none of our concern. Do not associate yourself with him," the Chunin stated firmly, earning a surprised glance from the young heiress. He then began dragging her along, wanting to vacate the premises and get as far away from the Jinchuriki as possible. "Now come." Hinata was overwhelmed. Why was she being led away so suddenly? Why was she being taken away from the person who saved her? The moment she felt her feet start to move, endless questions began plaguing her thoughts. She didn't know where to start. However, instead of fighting against the current, the Hyuga allowed herself to get led away by her guardian, at the same time looking back toward the brave soul that had stood up to her villains. When she did, she saw Naruto looking back at her in bewilderment, before a saddened expression overcame his face and his gaze turned southwards. He didn't wave her off or anything at first, choosing to keep his hands in his pockets and to kick at a clump of dirt at his feet. A moment later, however, upon realizing that being sad wouldn't do him any good, he looked back up towards the retreating pair and smiled. The small gesture soon transformed into his characteristic grin and he waved back with vigor. It was almost like he was saying he was okay. Hinata, still being dragged through the small wooded area, returned his smile and blushed before looking away to hide her embarrassment. When she looked back to exchange his kind wave of parting with another, she saw much to her surprise that he was no longer there. Only the unconscious bullies remained. Her hero had vanished, like a ghost on the wind? Oh. 6 months later, sitting alone in a hot spring up in the hills of his village overlooking a better part of the suburbs, one which he had found all on his own while out wreaking destruction wherever he could. The Jinchuriki Naruto was busy scrubbing himself down from a long day of troublemaking, training, and getting into a lot of fights. Apparently that scrap of 3 from a few weeks ago hadn't been the only tough kids on the block. The order of the jungle was that wherever you saw one delinquent there were always thousands more hiding somewhere in the same neighborhood. That meant that there was always trouble around every block and, being Naruto, the boy didn't give a squat about territories, family groups, or whatever. Like he always said to himself every morning whenever he got up and out of bed, he was the trouble, he was the danger, and he couldn't care less about any of that divided society crap. Always on the lookout for opportunities and getting himself involved in some way, the blonde had managed to grab the attention of some local hoods by painting his signature on what they claimed to be their wall. Just like how dominoes fell, he was quickly set upon by the entire gang in seconds. The resulting clash to follow was the same as every other day. Naruto beat the shit out of every single one of them while taking some bruises for himself as a reward for his efforts, before walking away with a wide grin on his face. The boys had been like, several years his senior, teenagers. Being a ninja in training and still 9 years old of course, that little scruff was just another workout for him. After rubbing the bruise on his cheek from taking a hard punch from a blind spot, Naruto folded his arms and glared impatiently across the small steaming pond nestled in the forest-covered hillside. As pleasant as this was, he was still a little sore. Those dumbass. They didn't know who they were messing with, the Jinchuriki thought, sticking his tongue out. I'm going to be awesome one day. They'll see. An upset frown replaced his foul look when he said his next words quietly, they'll all see. Looking around at his sanctuary, he couldn't ignore the fact that he was alone. The only other signs of life he could make out in this area were the sounds of frogs and crickets, and he couldn't even see them. Nothing else. The whole atmosphere made him submerge himself further into the water and blow bubbles in a bored manner. He so wished he had somebody to talk to who wouldn't turn their back on him for the rest of their lives. As if answering his plight, a rustling in the bushes drew his attention toward the woods. A moment later, after locking onto the source of the disturbance, a family of Nihonzuru monkeys suddenly came out of the brush, surprising the blonde. Naruto watched intently as they gathered around his spring, taking their time to test the safety of the area and hopping in once assured that there was no danger present. An adolescent monkey crawled circles around the pond a few times before perching itself on a stone next to the startled blonde. At first baffled by the little critters, upon seeing the family hop into bait, the Jinchuriki was able to relax once more and spent the next couple of minutes counting their numbers. Quickly figuring they were here to keep him company, a smile came to his face and he turned to the young monkey sitting close by with great enthusiasm. Hello, Naruto exclaimed, tilting his head at the adolescent on the rock. You're not afraid of me, are you? The monkey responded in its native tongue before splashing at the blonde playfully. The Jinchuriki giggled before flicking water back at it, earning a squeak before it dived into the water. Hey, no fair! Naruto exclaimed, getting splashed by the squirt's dive. The youngster surfaced nearby, earning a laugh from the child. Do you want to play? The monkey looking at him from the water waded around and back into the shallows, splashing water at Naruto who returned fire. Alright, you're on. Seizing the opportunity, the Jinchuriki then began trading shots with the little ball of fur while its family relaxed nearby. The afternoon drew on as Naruto and the family of monkeys bathed. After an hour or so passed, it was eventually time for the lot of them to get out and, not wanting to part from the monkeys he was able to befriend in his time in the spring, Naruto pulled on his clothes and decided to clamber after them back into the woods. He played tag with the young ones high up in the trees and ran around in the field. Having longed for the company of others for so long, it wasn't a surprise for a child his age to respond to even those much different from him. At least these friendly animals of the mountains and woods didn't recoil at his presence. They didn't snarl, glare, or throw rocks at him, they didn't run or hide, they were honestly really nice. It made Naruto genuinely laugh out in joy, for the first time in a long while. Present. A year later. Naruto woke bolt upright from his bed, blinking away his sleep as he stared towards the wall at the foot of his bed. Appearing both baffled and drowsy from the exhausted rings around his eyes, he looked around his room momentarily to reacquaint himself with his surroundings, and to possibly get a handle on reality. Okay, he wasn't at the park, he wasn't in the trees behind his school, he wasn't in his living room, and he certainly wasn't up in the valleys next to the Hokage monument. Soon determining that he was actually in his room and in his bed, he concluded that the events he had been watching through his eyes moments before were merely memories of a bygone time, turbulent, upsetting and filled with brief glimmers of happiness. They were what shaped his life up to today. Groaning, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and picked up his bedside clock. He groaned when he saw the time. 2:30? Still too early, he thought to his dismay before setting it back down and giving a yawn. Damn dreams. With that curse made to his own biological clock and his adventurous mind, he then laid down flat and pulled the covers back over him. Hopefully his next dreams wouldn't be so stirring. XXX. 2 weeks later. Early morning? Another peaceful night and another beautiful sunrise, a predetermined event that told everyone across the country that all was right with the world. The rays of light from the golden ball that drew across the sky filtered down onto the landscape, illuminating every corner and filling in every shadow. Peeking over the rolling hillsides and forests, its magnificent glaze soon reached the hidden village of Konoha, which greeted its warmth with a welcoming breeze and the glow of sweet dew built up from the night before. The blend of nature with human settlement, as well as the man-made marvel known as the Hokage monument sitting comfortably in the background, made the glimmering picture of faultlessness a sight to behold. It was like somebody speed-painted the entire village based on their own thoughts of what the most tranquil place in the world was like every waking hour. If it weren't flying the flag of a shinobi village or was plagued with such a questionable history, it would have been paradise. To the people living inside of its walls, though, it was just home. This was precisely what ran through a particular shopkeeper's mind as he prepared to open the doors of his business to the populace. Immediately upon pushing up the roller door of his general items store, he stretched his back and greeted the sun with a satisfied yawn. He stepped out onto the street with a delightful smile on his face. That was until he turned around and looked up at the front of his shop that had been passed down to him from his father and the father before him. A shriek escaped his lips and he jumped further out into the middle of the road. What? What the hell? It was horrifying. His shop was covered in paintings of various symbols, words that should never be uttered in public, and images that were either too abstract to make out or too shocking to even talk about. Not only that, but the poor salesman's building wasn't the only one that was hit by the maelstrom of paint works. From left to right, up and down the neighborhood, every single roof, wall, door, window, and fence in sight was covered in the atrocious street art. It wasn't even the good kind of street art either. It was the terrible graffiti, single-colored, time-wasting bullshit you could find anywhere on any sign, and there was a shit ton of it. It looked like somebody had just done it on the fly, because it sure as hell wasn't done over the entire night, but that wasn't the main problem right now. Almost everyone who was awake at this time and outside was looking up in mortification at their once glamorous suburb. What is this? How terrible. Disgraceful. It's everywhere, honey. Look. Even the clothes on the line got painted. Who did this? As questions and exclamations began filtering out from every villager and shopkeeper present, boisterous laughter suddenly filled the air and forced everyone in the vicinity to crane their heads towards a nearby overpass. There, standing on top of a cluster of drain pipes straddling the gap, the culprit responsible for the aforementioned crime stood over the crowd far below with his arms proudly folded, a bucket at his feet and a wide grin on his face. Dressed in an orange jacket with short blue sleeves with an orange arrow on each sleeve, orange cargo shorts and a pair of ski goggles slapped over his head, the blonde-haired menace known throughout the village cast his ominous shadow across the street from the sun now hitting his back, lighting him up like a superhero under spotlight. The blonde's grin flashed into view once all eyes landed on him. That's right. It was me, the boy with spiky blonde hair exclaimed. Uzumaki Naruto at your service. Remember that name well, because I'm going to be Hokage someday. With that announcement made, he wasted no time in making his getaway and took off down the street at speed, leaping across from rooftop to rooftop. Come back here. Damn it. It was him again. For a 10-year-old academy student, he was damn quick. The villagers could do nothing except attempt to give chase, point fingers, and throw curses at him as he vacated the premises with fleeter feet than a cat running from a garden hose. Within seconds he was out of sight, leaving behind a trail of atrocities and fuming shopkeepers. The owner of the general store growled and crossed his arms, now standing amongst a whole crowd of villagers who had also been attacked by the little menace. What a nuisance. He's made a big mess. The man next to him nodded in agreement. Even if we want to file a complaint, he's got no parents we can nag to. What'll we do? Another concerned villager asked, a woman who turned out with the rest of the crowd holding up her summer kimono, now covered in colored paint, reading the blasted perpetrator's name. Who's going to pay for all of this? By the time the unpleasantness started to waft off of the targets for that day, Naruto was long gone and running down some random road many blocks away. He was still grinning mischievously from ear to ear and giggling nonstop, thoroughly satisfied at what he had been able to accomplish in a short half-hour. If he were a dog, then he would have pretty much claimed that entire area as his territory. Suckers, Naruto exclaimed, laughing out loud as the paint bucket he had trailing behind him rattled on the wind. Naruto, 500. Village idiots, 0. He stuck his tongue out. Once he was certain that he had pulled far enough away from the danger zone, Naruto allowed his sprint to slow to a jog before dropping into a comfortable stride. He waited in the satisfaction of seeing all of the villagers' reactions to his latest felony and bathed in the afterglow. However, while he was walking down a quiet suburb way out of reach of anyone bound to be seeking revenge on him, he stopped when he heard a familiar call from nearby. "I'm heading off, Mum." Eyes training left as his feet carted to a stop. Naruto saw the door to one of the nearby homes open and a boy around his age come running out, shortly followed by whom he guessed was his younger brother and their mother. The parent stopped the younger of the two from running off prematurely by holding out 2 bento boxes, all neatly wrapped and ready for them. It was a homemade meal only a loving family member could prepare for her children. "Hold on, sweetie. You forgot something," the mother exclaimed with humor in her voice. The older boy skidded clumsily and rushed back, looking slightly abashed. "Oops. Sorry, Mum," the youngster laughed, taking the box from her when it was lowered to him. "What did you make for us today?" "Did you make us omelets?" the younger brother asked eagerly while tackling his older brother in a playful manner. "Is it omelets?" They looked up to see their mother beaming at them. "Of course. I made a lot." "Yay," both cheered excitedly, after which they then ran off with their bento boxes held overhead, like they were trophies won in contest and needed to be elevated. They celebrated their way down the street, looking back to see their mother waving at them. "Be careful you two," she yelled out to them. "We will, Mum," the older brother called. "Love you." Naruto's expression sunk as he watched the two siblings head on their way while their mother saw them off from her home's doorsteps. After a few seconds of looking and seeing the parent walk back inside, upon floundering over the memory of the warm bond he saw that they shared as a family, the Jinchuriki then turned his gaze back to the road ahead of him again and he shuffled on. With his head and spirit set on an extreme low, he began dragging his feet away to wherever he wanted to go next. Where? Well, that was a question he would really like answered. Obviously no one was waiting for him back home. No one was waiting for him anywhere. "This sucks," he muttered, feeling a lot smaller than he had been before, even after all of his big talk to the villagers about becoming Hokage. Speaking of which, after reaching the end of the road and finding himself in some quiet backstreet, the boy was able to get a great spectator's view of the entire monument itself laid out on the horizon. He gritted his teeth and dropped the paint can he was carrying. The yellow splashed over the ground as he pointed up at the vacant expressions of the 4 historic faces watching over the entire community. "What are you looking at, huh?" Naruto shouted, ignoring the startled looks of a couple of nearby villagers. "Do you think this bothers me? Being all alone? Having no parents? Being the #1 loser? The dead last? Ha! Well, screw you." Rubbing his eyes against his arm vigorously to get rid of any tears he was probably holding back, he then brought his fist around and punched it towards the monument. "Just you wait. I will become Hokage someday. And when I do become Hokage and everyone has acknowledged me as the #1 ninja in this village, I will have my face engraved right next to the rest of your ugly mugs." Naruto bellowed, his voice carrying over the neighborhood and scaring a few birds out of their roosts. "And believe me when I say this, my face will look 1,000 times better than all of yours combined." Once his words echoed into silence, he heaved in several deep breaths of air before straightening his posture and changing his expression. From an onlooker's point of view, he looked especially proud at his outburst. "I will become the greatest Hokage there ever will be. Believe it," Naruto declared under his breath with a small smile, before putting his hands in his pockets and marching off. With all of his yelling and vows being spouted at the top of his lungs, he had completely forgotten about the can of paint he'd dragged all the way out here with him. It had served its purpose anyway, so there was no further need for it. "A Hokage like that needs to be strong and cool. And I'm going to be both," the blonde recited quietly with a grin. He nodded affirmatively to himself when he parted from the suburb, heading off to God only knew where his body wanted to take him. "I'm gonna get some training in." It was still early in the morning, he'd had his fun messing with society, and he had a full day of time left to burn. I mean, what else was there for him to do? It wasn't like he had anything important scheduled for the rest of the day. Oh, Ninja Academy. Ami? "Here, sensei," the above girl answered to Irika, who was currently doing roll call for his class as per the usual routine. Nodding and checking off her name, he then went on to the next. "Choji? Here," the Akimichi exclaimed through a bag of chips. "Satoshi? Here. Kiba? Yo," came the reply from said Inuzuka, currently sitting with his legs kicked up on his desk somewhere in the back row. The teacher quickly spotted him and nodded in acknowledgement to his presence, but frowned a split second later. "Feet off," Irika said in a loud and dangerous tone of voice. The member of the dog clan quickly took his finger out of his ear and did as he was told, lest he be punished for the small act of rebellion. Better. With that insubordination quickly dealt with, the man drawled on. Shino? Here, the Aburame droned back in his usual tone of voice. Excellent. Shikamaru? Irika exclaimed, looking up. When he received no reply on the first call, the Chunin raised an eyebrow. Shikamaru Nara? The class's collective attention immediately began panning left and right for the next few seconds of silence, before all eyes eventually fell onto the middle row in the center of the room where every student within peripheral range could see said boy lying with his face on his desk and arms crossed under his forehead for support. It was plain to see exactly what the problem was, which had Irika's eye twitching. Shikamaru Nara, the teacher yelled out, startling the entire room. A low groan came from the boy as he slowly raised his head, looking back down towards the front of the class with bags under his eyes and an incredibly drowsy air about his character. He scratched his head when he saw his teacher glaring back up at him. I'm here, Shikamaru yawned, figuring that it was him that all the fuss was about. Though the entire reason for his existence here was to sit in conformity with the rest of the Cabbage Patch, it didn't mean that he had to follow protocol to a T. It also didn't mean that he couldn't be aware of his surroundings either. Satisfied, Irika furiously ticked the boy's name off before moving along. And don't go falling asleep again. Hoping that the class slacker would at least obey that command, though in all likelihood he probably wouldn't be able to, the man chose to move on with his list. The next name that came up didn't have him holding his breath in the slightest. Naruto. Several seconds passed as the teacher waited for a response. But after a certain amount of time ticked by and nothing was born from his initial inquiry, Irika looked up at the class with a glare. He'd half expected this development, yet proceeded on a steady course. Naruto Uzumaki? Has anybody seen him? No, was the immediate reply from the vast majority. Why would anyone give a rat's ass about that idiot? A random boy in the middle row asked rather unpleasantly. He's a slacker and a nuisance. Let's just forget about him. Another student, this time a girl, spoke out, earning her a round of nods of agreement from the rest of the room. Irika sighed as the mutterings regarding the whereabouts of their most troublesome classmate continued. In his honest opinion, his best guess was probably the most likely one. The brat was either wreaking havoc across the entire village under the ever-watchful yet oblivious eyes of the local guard, or he was off somewhere gallivanting about, wasting time, and making random proclamations about becoming this community's leader someday. Cammy knew what the world would be like if that kid somehow got in command and started signing treaties on his village's behalf in the big seat. Maybe that was the reason why some of the other teachers had repeatedly failed the kid in a lot of his theory work, because every adult who knew him by nature was unconsciously concerned for the future of the world's well-being. This had nothing to do with his baggage problem, mind you. With the issue highlighted and the mystery established, the Chunin lowered the clipboard with the list of names on it, and under the drone that had escalated in volume amongst his students, Irika began scratching his chin in silent contemplation. Damn it, Naruto. What in the world are you doing now? Was he going to need aspirin after this one? Based on previous events which have resulted in his summoning to the Hokage's office multiple times and being grilled out by swamps of angry villagers, yes, he probably was. Oh. About half an hour out from the school, a new type of game was being played out on the busy streets of Konoha, and this time it didn't involve any large number of kids running around with a ball being kicked between them or anything like that. This was purely a test of patience and soon-to-be physical endurance for a single individual. Naruto had set this particular one up after finding quite a bit of value in knowing exactly how to duck and weave through a series of obstacles when you needed to escape from a band of persistent pursuers. Come on. One didn't get as good at pulling practical jokes on people as he did without taking in a boatload of other skills to go along with his ability to make paper bombs from scratch and traps out of a few bits of thread and a log. Out of every student in the academy, Naruto was probably the best at setting up traps, and was the fittest and fastest in terms of long-distance sprinting, obstacle runs, and any kind of activity that required the participants to be able enough to pull through the miles. Even when lessons up at the school encouraging these activities were stopped due to time running out on them, the blonde was never tired at the end of any of those sessions. He simply plowed through the physical tests with ease. It was probably his main saving grace in the academy when it came to a usable set of skills for a shinobi, something which he went out of his way to purposely screw around with to mess with Irika. But enough with the old war stories. The Jinchuriki had even more interesting things to focus on. The program Naruto was currently investing his time in was one of the reasons why he was as good as he was when it came to pulling his own weight. Crouching low in amongst the thick brush of an oak standing high above a cluster of apartment buildings, the blonde had his sharp eyes trained on a couple of birds perched on tall picket fence standing on the other end of a nearby garden. The two fast flyers grooming each other's feathers had no idea that something was watching them from the shadows, and this time, out of the dozens of animals that could possibly be hunting them, it wasn't a cat. They didn't need to fear cats. They could sense them coming from a mile off. This one was in a completely different league and class. Making sure he sat downwind from them as per what he had learned from this routine, Naruto readied himself by grinding his feet into the branch he was on to test the foundations of his placement. It was solid and fixed. The movements of his hands, shoulders and legs were quieter than a leopard's as he crept along at an agonizingly slow pace, making sure to position his form well within striking distance. 10 feet. Beautiful. The blonde grinned and licked his lips, his right hand flexing. "Oh, I've got you this time, Swift-chan." Without a moment's warning, he pounced, exploding from the tree in a shower of leaves. The birds shrieked loudly as they took off, chirping madly with every flap of their wings. The blonde attacker landed perfectly upon the fence the animals had previously been perched on before giving chase to one. A fork-tailed swallow with red feathers on its back shaped like a kunai. The bird dove low for the buildings and weaved around them as well as other obstacles lying in its path, including bushes, power lines, poles, signs and lights at an incredible speed. It was so fast in fact that it immediately held confidence that it would be able to lose its attacker, completely misplacing the fact that when Naruto set out to do something, he would see it through to the end. A shadow darting from the right across a line of rooftops told the swallow that it was being followed, and it quickly made a sharp, 90-degree turn to avoid the blonde boy diving at it from above again, hand outstretched and aiming to catch it. The Uzumaki laughed out when he landed on a length of gutters lining another roof and began sliding along them like he was on a skateboard skidding down poles. "You're not getting away from me this time," Naruto shouted, reaching the end and flying off of the pipe right at the bird, which darted out of his reach again and into the trees. "Come back here." He dove after it. Completely ignoring the results of the commotion he was probably causing, Naruto pursued the bird through the trees relentlessly. He saw its red dot of a back dodge and weave gracefully through the smallest of gaps in the tree's branches it was flying through, and, being the persistent son of a bitch that he was, he spared no effort in going after it. Amazingly enough, for the majority of his pursuit, he was following the exact same path the bird was without even snapping a twig. This showed just how nimble as a human being he actually was. Bursting out of the treetops right on the bird's forked tail, Naruto's hands grabbed at the air ferociously, trying to catch the damn swift as it flew circles around him just within reach, avoiding the lashing claws of his determination. It was like the boy was attacking the air itself, his body twisting, contorting, warping and spinning as he tried to nab the critter, but all in vain. He growled out when he tried slapping it between his hands, only to catch nothing. "Shit! Damn it! Gah! Stop flying around me!" Naruto shouted, completely ignoring the fact that he was now following the path of a full 20-story drop. It was when the bird finally shot off in some random direction when he finally noticed his main problem. OSHIT. Eyes trained towards the ground, the blonde gritted his teeth and took action. He began a corkscrew spin, turning his body horizontal to the floor and slowing his drop. Once satisfied at the rate of his fall, he then threw all his limbs out in a sprawl, his right arm cocking out further to reveal a brace around his wrist. He flicked his hand once and produced a hook wrapped in rubber, which he snagged onto a power line. Spinning around, he kicked off a nearby wall and shot down the cable, continuing pursuit of his quarry. "I'm not done yet." Able to keep tabs on the bird's movements, he made it to the end of the line and flung himself off, retracting the hook from his grip and barrel rolling onto a roof to absorb the impact. He jumped back into the hunt, chasing the bird now zigzagging its way in between the buildings once more. Why this creature just didn't take off into the skies to completely outrun the blonde was beyond comprehension. Perhaps it took too much time to gain altitude to avoid a persistent foe, that it wasted energy, or that its favored method of losing air-capable predators was by sticking as close to the ground as possible and take the risk of ducking in and around the tightest of turns. Its aerial acrobatics and stunts were really impressive, especially as it was able to perform them while being struck at by Naruto's claw-like hands. In any case, their cat and mouse game was undoubtedly intense as hell, and soon enough, Naruto was back on its tail. The pair danced across the air above Konohagakure for the next 15 minutes, dodging traffic, avoiding clotheslines, despite Naruto hilariously crashing into one and draping himself in all sorts of horrendous garments, scaring house pets and startling a lot of civilians. Eventually, all the maneuvers and zipping around corners surprisingly began to wear on the usually more energetic swallow, which slowed down just enough to catch its breath before deciding it had had enough. It began to climb. As predicted, however, even with a swooping start it risked not only an attack from above but the build-up was excruciatingly slow, as opposed to its earlier maneuvers. Despite knowing this, it gunned its engines and went for it, completely missing Naruto leap across the gap between the buildings further down below before springing straight at it in one fluent move. This was the mistake the Jinchuriki was waiting for the bird to make. Sweating up a storm and covered in all kinds of crap from running after the bird across the entire village, Naruto flew right up at the climbing swallow and flipped through the air right over its head in a cartwheeling motion. His swift left hand flew out from behind him along the exact same path the moment he was in reach, intercepting the bird, blindsiding it, and catching it. Ha! A laugh of triumph escaped the teen's lips before he went spiraling back towards the ground a dozen stories below. Timing his descent, Naruto corkscrewed through a netting of power lines crisscrossing the main highway at arrow speed before balling up and spinning towards ground zero. In a frightening display of ferocity, momentum and grace, the blonde opened up just feet above the ground and slammed into it with a crouching stance, right into the road. He slid several feet forward before coming to a cloudy stop, throwing dust in all directions and scaring the shit out of nearby villagers. Families and shopkeepers, as well as several chunin that happened to be in the vicinity, instinctively leapt away at the sight of the boy. Ignoring the whispers beginning to start up again, Naruto looked up with a flash of his goggles and down toward his enclosed left hand, which he had kept close to his chest. Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, the boy then turned his hand to look down at his fingers, where he saw much to his delight the bird that had tried to get away locked in his gentle grip. The swallow chirped and looked around it with a start, its chest heaving and head twitching this way and that. After several moments the eventual realization that it had finally been snagged became obvious, and it soon ceased clawing and attempting to wriggle its way out of the boy's hand. Its eyes fixed up at the blonde who chuckled and grinned back down at it warmly. "Caught ya!" Naruto exclaimed, glancing down at the gauntlet on his wrist that contained his spring-loaded hook. "This thing really does come in handy. That was a great chase, Swifty-chan." The bird chirped again and ruffled its feathers under his palm, earning a nervous laugh from her captor. "Whoa! Was that your boyfriend back there?" He received another chirp and a nip to his finger in response. "Ouch. Okay, geez. Sorry about that. It's just that I was really bored, you see." The bird fell into another tirade of chirps, interrupting him and getting Naruto to pull a double take on the female flyer. "Hey, who are you calling a dumbass? I didn't know you were on a date. Cut me some slack here." The swallow glared up at him, chirping sharply. "Insensitive? Okay, fine, I guess I can give you that one." While the bird bitched at being disturbed so suddenly, a shadow from in front of the crouching blonde fell over them and forced Naruto to look up in surprise. When he did he saw Irika Umino standing over him with his hands on his hips and a look on his face that pretty much said, "Yeah, you're in big trouble." The tapping of his foot only added to the insane amount of tension that he had brought along with him and flooded the entire area with, giving the blonde a moment of pause to comprehend his current situation. Silence prevailed between them, while the villagers scattered across the street stared with heavy anticipation hanging in the air. After a minute or so of prevailing silence, with nothing being said or shouted between the two for that entire period, Naruto then sprouted his trademark grin and pointed up at the man. "I found you, Irika-sensei." The man's hair bristled before he went into full rage mode, complete with big head and bulging veins. "Idiot. I found you. You've got it all backwards." The blonde cackled hysterically before bringing the hand he had caught the bird with up to show his teacher. He rotated his fist so that the creature was facing him and gave it a warm smile. "Hey. Sorry for bothering you, Swift-chan. No hard feelings?" Having been chirping incessantly minutes before the sudden yelling score, which scared the poor thing into silence, the bird tilted its head a few times at its captor before bowing in resignation. It then chirped happily and nodded. Naruto grinned, "I'm glad. Thank you." With that he then opened his hand and extended his finger so that the swallow could hop onto it and regain her bearings. The bird ruffled her feathers, using the precious few moments given to her to catch her breath before finally taking flight. Irika and Naruto followed after her with their respective gazes until she was gone from sight. The Chunin looked quite surprised. Was that a fire-breasted swallow? "Yup," Naruto exclaimed while looking up at his teacher with a grin. "Her name is Swift-chan, my training partner." His instructor looked back at him with an astonished blink. "That species of swallow is one of the fastest birds in the country. How were you able to catch her?" "It wasn't easy," Naruto replied tiredly before thumping himself hard in the chest, "but I caught her with a combination of guts, speed and wit. I've been playing tag with her for over a year now, so I've gotten much better since when I first started." Whoa, Irika smirked, giving the boy a complimentary gesture. Not bad. I guess that explains why you're so good at running away from the authorities? Damn right. Not that it matters now though, because I've caught you. Apparently I'm the only shinobi in this whole damn village, living or dead, who is able to, Irika said, folding his arms and watching the boy rise to his feet and dust down his shorts. Even with this statement the blonde wasn't worrying about his predicament in the slightest. Are you going to come quietly or do I have to drag you away from here kicking and screaming? Well, other people would normally come quietly, but personally I prefer leaving a scene kicking and screaming. It's way more fun than walking, Naruto exclaimed without hesitation, earning a shake of the head from his normally intimidating teacher. The Jinchuriki gazed up at the man without flinching or trembling. This was the truth about the blonde-haired squirt, as he was so bold and foolhardy he had no concept of fear from the familiar. But before anything else happens, I have a quick question for you, sensei. Fire away. If you're here, talking with me, Naruto pointed at his chest before gesturing towards the Hokage tower where the academy was also located. Then who's looking after the rest of the idiots? Mizuki. I finally had a good reason to get that lazy ass of a substitute teacher to do some actual work around my class instead of just dropping in whenever he feels like it, Irika replied sternly, wondering whether his friend would be able to hold down the fort in his stead. Of course, seeing as how they were both disciplined and mature teachers, the scar-faced individual with the ponytail really didn't think he had anything to worry about, and hence dismissed any further concerns on the matter. What he had to focus on now was the more pressing issue standing before him. As for you, young man, you and I need to have a little chat regarding your absence from this morning's lecture. Oh no, Naruto murmured with slumping shoulders. Let me guess, detention? As much as I'd love to doll out some more chores for you to do as penalty for your actions, seeing as that this time you were actually doing something productive outside of class, I'm going to let your little offense slide, Irika said, before reaching out and grabbing the boy by the ear. The blonde let out a yelp of pain when he found his full weight and body being dragged down the road by his precious lobe. He was forced to stumble along at an incredibly fast pace to keep up with his smirking teacher. Right now I'm more interested in putting those impressive and supposedly honed skills of yours to the test. Ow! 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 Hey! Be careful, Irika-sensei. You're going to rip my ear off. Well then, if you don't want to have your entire brain pulled out of your head through the side, then hurry up. We don't have all day. Ow! Slow down. Where are you taking me? Back to the academy, Irika said with a playful grin. He looked down at his student just in time to see tears of anguish welling up in his eyes as he glared back up at him defiantly. It's nearly second period, and you know what that means, don't you? Taking a moment to think as he was dragged across the dirt against his will, Naruto blinked several times before a pained smirk came across his face. Taijutsu practice? Exactly. It's free picks today, so you can choose whoever you want to be your part dash. The village idiot Sasuke. Naruto shouted immediately before his teacher had a chance to finish. The man let out an amused and exhausted sigh. I was going to recommend Choji, but sure. Why not? Irika looked ahead of him again with a doubtful grimace. Just try to take it seriously this time. I'll try, but your lectures are always so boring. Oh, are they now? Irika asked while suddenly twisting the boy's ear, earning a yelp of agony. Would you care to review that assessment? I don't think it was a very accurate or fair survey of my teaching methods. Ow! 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 But it's true, sensei. I'm not going to lie about something like that. Irika grinned sinisterly. We'll see how long you'll be able to keep up that tough guy act of yours once I have you scrubbing toilets with your tongue. Well, Naruto wanted kicking and screaming, so he got kicking and screaming. Oh. A couple hours later, following the brief sideshow of Naruto being dragged through the homeroom door by his ear and recess, the class was quickly rounded up and taken out onto the fields outside of the academy building for some mixed sparring. Being the taijutsu portion of the day, both Irika and Mizuki made it their sworn responsibility to oversee each of their students' bouts, with contenders going up 2 at a time to compete in the ring. It was a circular space painted into the earth, outlining the boundaries between the arena and the barred area for observation. The matches were to take place within the circle, with those who are knocked out of the ring, deemed unable to continue or conceded defeat to their opponents, determining the outcome of each round. The whole thing went off with an explosive start, with students showcasing mixed levels of skills and techniques, ranging from amateur to downright impressive. It was then when Naruto was eventually called up to the ring where he made his colorful declaration of war out to Sasuke, everyone sort of stopped. What led on shortly after the whistle was blown was, pretty much, a battle of wills and grit as one of the two boys doggedly chased his opponent all across the ring with a flurry of ferocious dashes and attacks while the other pulled him along as though they were attached by string. The most surprising aspect about this show though, was that Naruto wasn't the one doing the chasing. It was in fact the other way around. Everybody watched on as the two academy students played cat and mouse with each other, one of whom was getting incredibly frustrated from not being able to land a single hit, whereas the other one was grinning from ear to ear while moving out of the way of every swing. The way Naruto was dodging his opponent though was going against every single taijutsu rule, maneuver and technique in the book. Whilst others would simply weave, leap away, keep their distance or move around their enemies to outpace them, not that he wasn't doing it, Naruto was sticking at extremely close range to his target despite the onslaught of attacks and dodging from inside his opponent's innermost range. He was close enough to exchange hits, but the blonde wasn't dishing out any at all. Instead of returning fire, he was ducking, weaving and swaying at peculiar and impossible angles while at the same time moving with gravity-defying agility. Damn it, if it didn't look spectacular, it was still pissing Sasuke off something fierce and looked really dangerous from Iruka's point of view. How the hell was Naruto able to sway back to a full 90-degree angle and still backpedal like someone standing upright? That wasn't natural. Damn it. He's gotten even faster since last time. Sasuke gritted his teeth while giving chase, swinging at his target with straights and hooks. The Jinchuriki however moved back, swaying and throwing his upper body this way and that, avoiding the sharp blows while also staying directly in front of the teen, almost taunting him. You can dodge well, but how the hell are you going to throw attacks at me from those angles? A sharp roundhouse kick came to nail Naruto across the face, but the Jinchuriki swayed back to dodge it at the last second before springing back up, his face appearing just inches in front of Sasuke's. The piercing blue eyes of the blonde met the Uchiha's charcoal one, the latter's gaze widening in shock when he was confronted by the roguish, blank stare of his opponent. What? Sasuke blinked, a split second before realizing Naruto was just standing directly in front of him and staring at him. He cocked his left over his shoulder. You need to get back. A jab shot out, but the blonde suddenly zipped out of his line of sight and the Uchiha ended up hitting nothing but air. Emitting a frustrated growl, the genius looked left and right searchingly before swiveling about 180 degrees, where he saw his opponent circling him with his hands and guard hanging at his sides. How the, what? Sasuke was baffled. How is he moving like that? Kiba finally spoke up from where he stood at the edge of the class with his hands on his hips. He watched Naruto contort his body in a twisting sway, avoiding Sasuke's spinning backkick when the genius once again gave pursuit, before dashing out of reach. The Jinchuriki managed to put a mile of space between them even before his opponent was dropping his leg back into a stance. What is he, like a cat or something? No human being should be able to bend that way and at such speed, and manage to escape so quickly. Maybe it's not so much a question of his humanity. He is clearly human, Shino replied pointedly. The young Aburame glanced towards his classmate standing beside him and saw the Inuzuka looking just as perplexed as every other kid watching from the sidelines. Perhaps the question we should really be asking ourselves is who is capable of executing such impossible feats? Naruto is clearly one of the few. Stop nitpicking, dude, geez, Kiba grumbled back. Seeing how desperately hard Sasuke was trying to catch his elusive prey had every single girl in the class standing on their toes. Looking on with hands on their chests, cheeks, or just staring with hopeful expressions in play, Sakura, Ino and the rest of the cheerleading squad once again began voicing their undying support for the genius of the academy. They cupped their hands to their mouths and cried out his name. Sasuke-kun! You can do it! Sakura cried. Beat that class clown, Sasuke-kun! Ino also shouted. You're awesome! Yes! You're the best! Don't let that idiot mess with you! He's pathetic! You can knock that slacker's butt to the ground easy! Come on, Sasuke-kun! Sasuke bit his bottom lip when he tried for another jab, only for Naruto to sway with it, keeping his nose millimeters in front of the knuckles the entire motion before following it back when the Uchiha withdrew it. Naruto kept doing that for the following attacks, resulting in a tick mark forming on the genius's forehead. The shouting from the fan club wasn't helping him. You think this is easy? Sasuke thought furiously while glaring after his opponent who danced around him with his roguish grin. I've dealt with speed before, but this is completely different to anything I've ever seen this idiot do in the past. His evasive tendencies are just whack and his stance is so unrefined. Seeing the blonde skipping ahead of him with his hands dropped at his sides and wearing that crafty smile on his face had the raven-haired boy's gaze tighten. I guess it suits him, being the class clown and all. Mizuki chuckled as he watched Sasuke rush in to re-engage. With the village-famed genius initiating the second round, the white-haired man glanced over at the main homeroom teacher for counsel. Sasuke seems to be having his hands full with Naruto today. Quite the surprise, huh? The scarred man groaned and rubbed the aforementioned mark across his nose. Yes, but this is completely ridiculous. Naruto's making a mockery of his match and isn't even trying to hit back. What is he thinking? Who knows what goes through that kid's brain most of the time? The other Chunin shrugged before looking back to see Naruto once again dancing around his opponent with ease. But still, I gotta give him points for dodging. And I'm taking away those points for a lack of common sense and security for his own safety. Iruka frowned while tapping his clipboard impatiently. Those moves do not fall under standard taijutsu guidelines or practices, not the ones I taught him. It seemed a little harsh, but what Naruto was doing was completely unorthodox. Seriously, what could he accomplish from this tactic? He wasn't even fighting back. Sasuke dashed straight at Naruto again, the crowd swooning when the genius dove in with a beautifully corked-up left straight. He was clearly intent on bringing this battle to close range, to trap his opponent on the edge, to cut off his escape and to bring him to heel with a quick takedown. However, just as he was getting within striking distance, the Jinchuriki hovering outside of range of his punch suddenly dove in to meet him halfway. In the blink of an eye, Naruto's face was stopped just inches from his target. The speed the Jinchuriki used shocked the Uchiha and, just as Sasuke was thrusting out with his punch, he felt the unmistakable tap of his opponent's knuckles against his. A split second later the blonde in front of him spun around and allowed him to dive right past him, resulting in the raven-haired boy's fist striking nothing but air again. Baffled, the Uchiha spun around and watched his target pull away for the 100th time, earning a blink of amazement. He just tapped my fist in mid-motion. Did he do that on purpose? A bead of sweat ran down Sasuke's face as he watched his opponent stop and stare back at him with those cool blue orbs of his. Is he telling me that he can see my moves? That he can hit me anytime he wants to? The grin that appeared on Naruto's face had Sasuke grit his own teeth and glare back furiously. Bullshit. Sasuke turned and charged, attacking his opponent with a barrage of sharp punches and kicks. No longer fighting with the grace and form he held before, the Uchiha began striking at his foe with even more ferocity. His style began losing all refinement and tact, all of it being replaced by anger and desperation. This slacker clown is just toying with me. That's it. He's just fooling around and trying to psyche me out. There's no way in hell he'll be able to hit me if I keep attacking him at this speed. No way. But try as he did, with all his attacks raining down on his target, no matter what he attempted, the Uchiha just could not catch the orange blur darting in and out of his view. The effort was becoming more and more frustrating. Damn it. Sasuke swung with a right hook, but the Jinchuriki swayed and dropped out of sight once more. The Uchiha, losing his target for a third time, tried to search him out across the ring to give pursuit. He glanced left and right repeatedly, trying to locate and tail any trace of his ridiculously elusive prey. Unbeknownst to him, however, Naruto had relocated again, having placed himself directly behind his opponent. Back to back, he followed Sasuke's motions of his body and stayed out of his line of sight. When he looked left, he did too. When he looked right, he mimicked. Grinning mischievously, Naruto figured he'd messed with his rival enough and stuck his backside out so that it slammed into Sasuke's, knocking the boy stumbling forwards and startling him. Unable to regain control of his motion, the Uchiha lost his footing and went crashing hard into the ground, rolling a couple of times before managing to stop himself. On all fours, the genius glared up toward his opponent, who had stopped moving and bouncing around, but was still smiling at him with his bullshit lowered guard. Wiping the dirt off of his face on the back of his fist, Sasuke shot back up to his feet. Though he stumbled, he corrected. There was no way he was going to let his pride get destroyed by a delinquent academy student who didn't take anything seriously. It was time to put an end to this. Before he could do anything though, Naruto started swaying his upper body from side to side, using some weird motions to try and either coax his opponent into attacking him again or was attempting to figure out a way to get around his antagonist's blows, which he had long since visualized in his head. Either way, his swaying annoyed the class genius. "Stop messing around," Sasuke said loudly. "Ah, come on, team," Naruto grinned teasingly. "What good is a sparring match if you're not having any fun?" "This isn't supposed to be fun, Naruto," Iruka suddenly spoke up, silencing the gawking crowd and drawing the Jinchuriki's attention. The Chunin glared across at him. "This is supposed to be a serious test meant to determine your current level of skill and strength in your group. If you keep messing around the way you are now, I have no choice but to disqualify and fail you for your outrageous behavior." "What?" The Jinchuriki blinked, abruptly stopping his swaying movements and raising a hand meekly in protest. "Be but sensei." "Last chance, Naruto," Iruka interrupted, his gaze hardening the moment he shot down his response. You can either show me something of value, anything at all you may have learned, or you can give up. I don't like wasting my time with your antics. Yeah, Naruto, Kiba shouted at him while waving his fist, stop playing chicken and do something already. You can't beat Sasuke-kun. Ino also yelled with a cocky smirk. You'll never be able to beat him. You're just a loser and a slacker. Yeah, dead last. Fight for real or don't fight at all. Stop dancing around like a pansy and do some proper fighting. Kick his ass, Sasuke-kun. Beat him already, Sasuke. You can do it. Knock his punk ass down. The combination of his teacher's glare, the seriousness of his voice, and the way everyone started rooting for Sasuke again while at the same time insulting him and dismissing his oddball performances from before, had Naruto's confused gaze slowly transform into a harsh glare. He lowered his head and allowed his eyes to become overshadowed, all aspects of his previously cheerful demeanor melting away before he turned back to face his opponent now back in an offensive stance several feet in front of him. What was wrong with him? What would it take to impress these people? How much more did he have to do to get them to side with him, to get them to see that what he was doing was just as good as the genius's abilities? Was his presence that repugnant? Was his smile that unpleasant? Was it him that they despised, despite how carefree and friendly he was? Well, it didn't matter now. The Jinchuriki looked up at his foe and narrowed his eyes. Fine. Naruto dug his feet into the ground and widened his stance. He froze just outside of Sasuke's reach, telling everyone he was now ready to duke it out. No more running. The crowd continued jeering and cheering, whereas Iruka kept his eyes on his student to see how the fight would progress now. If anything interesting was going to happen, it was going to happen in this round. Sensing an opportunity, the Uchiha frowned and shuffled forward carefully, his left held out in front of him to gauge the distance and his right at his side. With the change in the atmosphere, the genius knew right then and there that he was going to be guaranteed an actual fistfight this time, one that would be fought on his own terms and not on his opponent's. Right now, he was more certain than ever that he'll be able to get his foe in an exchange and win. Come on. Let's see what you've really got, Sasuke thought, clenching his left for a straight. The distance between them was quickly cut away and the Uchiha was ready to begin. However, just as Sasuke's left was being drawn back for a punch, a sudden flash of light froze him, followed shortly by a sharp pain and the distinct echo of a sharp thump, like a deft bag was just hit by a jackhammer. From the crowd's point of view, it was instantaneous. Naruto was the one to make the first move against his opponent, but instead of pulling off some predictable wild swing or busting out one of his stupid moves from before, what he did stunned every single person on the field. All the crowd saw from where they were standing was the blurred motion of his fist, the boy's left being drawn back from a clear hit and a cloud of sweat exploding off of Sasuke's face, the latter's head recoiling from the unexpected impact of a blazingly fast punch nobody was able to see. The Uchiha stumbled back a few, head still cocked upwards and a shocked look slapped clean across his face. With his left still swinging in front of him, Naruto glared straight into his opponent's astonished eyes, awaiting a response. But when none came and his attack wasn't met with any retaliation, the Jinchuriki grunted, straightened up out of his stance and placed his hands behind his head. In a shocking turn of events, Naruto was the one to turn his back on his rival and begin walking away, his nose held high and eyes closed. The crowd and his teachers watched him leave the ring with astonishment emanating off of every one of them. This is boring. I've had enough, Naruto said in his usual dejected tone. I'm going to go find someone who can put up an actual fight. Shaking the shock out of his head, Iruka gritted his teeth and stepped forward, and now hold it right there, Naruto. You only threw one punch and you didn't even give the sign of reconciliation. Get back here. The Jinchuriki stopped in his tracks and spun around, glaring back at his teacher with what everyone immediately saw as anger. Why the hell should I? Iruka flinched at the volume in his voice and recoiled a bit when he got a good look of the boy's eyes. Naruto's irises were shimmering with unshed tears and the amount of rage he was shooting towards him was almost suffocating. The Chunin backed away at the sight of his stare alone and didn't say another word afterwards, merely looking back silently with a bewildered gaze. Because of his lack of response, the teacher and the rest of his bewildered class could only watch wordlessly as the Jinchuriki walked away from the clearing and disappeared around the next bend. Once Naruto was gone, every able person in the vicinity returned their attention to Sasuke, who was still standing in the exact same spot in the middle of the ring. Seeing opportunity for audience with the last of the Uchiha, all the girls in sight rushed to his side, with Sakura and Ino being the ones to lead the charge from the lines. They crowded around him bubbling with excitement and flashing him their most approving and flattering gazes, all of them looking forward to fawning over the boy's magnificence. That was amazing, Sasuke-kun. Sakura exclaimed. Yeah. Did you see what you did? Ino asked with equal enthusiasm while leaning towards the genius with her cutest smile. You scared the loser away without even trying. That was Inker. All of a sudden the girl's remarks stopped, as did every other girl's exclamations. The Yamanaka and the rest of the troop stared at the boy for several moments in silence, wondering what exactly was wrong with him until they all backed away in shock and alarm bells started ringing. Sakura was the one that brought the rest of the audience to the attention of the problem with a gasp and a wave of her hand. Irika-sensei! Come quick, she screamed. Hearing the fuss as well as his name being called, the Chunin detached himself from his notes and pushed his way into the ring. Shortly arriving at the scene of the disturbance with the boys, Irika gave a frustrated sigh and looked down at the Uchiha, figuring this to be another waste of his time. He completely overlooked the fear-struck looks on every girl's face. What is it now? He asked while looking down at Sasuke, to which he too noticed the problem. Blinking in surprise, the Chunin dropped to his knees and stared right into the boy's gaze searchingly. It took the rest of the class and Mizuki a while to notice, but when it eventually clicked, the sight had everybody thunderstruck. Sasuke was standing in the exact same spot in the exact same pose, not because he was trying to act cool, tough or empowering like he unconsciously did, but because he was out cold. The boy's face was frozen in a look of dazed disbelief, and, not only did he have a trickle of blood running down from his nose, but his right eye was swollen shut. The instructor was astonished that he didn't notice it sooner and quickly began performing medical checks to see if he was okay. Concern increasing by the second, Irika waved a hand in front of the raven-haired boy's face from left to right, attempting to coax some sort of responses out of him. He then clicked his fingers several times and upon receiving 0 life signs in that manner, checked for a pulse. Holy crap, Irika murmured, ignoring the whimpers and worried comments being made by the students now crowding behind him. Naruto didn't want to fight anymore because he was bored. He stopped because he realized his opponent was out on his feet, and from one punch. With this in mind, Irika's head snapped in the direction Naruto had walked off in and, though he had nothing but the best of intentions in letting the Jinchuriki know of his astonishing win, stopped short when he remembered he was already long gone. The instructor's expression then dropped considerably more when he also remembered what he'd said to him just minutes ago. Damn it, Irika groaned and grabbed his chin. Yup, he knew he screwed up this time. In all good conscience he felt like kicking the shit out of himself for not seeing it sooner and instead acted out irrationally. Naruto wasn't dancing around his opponent to draw attention to himself, he was trying to wind him up and tire him out. After getting Sasuke to chase him around and burn up his stamina, he would then hit him when he was weakened and too exhausted to react in time to counter. He was biding time, fighting smart and moving evasively, waiting for the right moment to strike. The fact that he yelled at the boy and threatened him with failure had he continued jumping around the way he had been only had Naruto hastened the process of his victory. Though he didn't carry it out the way he probably wanted to, the Jinchuriki was still able to succeed, and what a win it was. Sasuke probably didn't even see the attack coming or realized exactly what it was that hit him until after he had lost consciousness. That was an incredibly terrifying thought. After a few minutes of Irika stressing over how he responded to Naruto's approach in his fight and female students making a fuss over the condition of their Sasuke-kun, the boy in question suddenly awoke from his dazed state of oblivion with a shout of terror. Students and teachers alike jumped back in shock when the Uchiha stumbled out of his reverie, waving his hands in front of him like he was trying to ward off flies or punches before stopping altogether. Panting and looking around at the bewildered faces surrounding him in paranoia, Sasuke gulped deeply and asked the question that pretty much had everybody scratching their heads, what just happened? Kiba gaped at the Uchiha, that's kind of what we'd like to know, pal. Oh. 2 hours later. Naruto, frustrated and irked from his shambles of an academy lesson, decided to take a hike outside of the village's suburbs and cool off the best way he knew how, by beating the crap out of random inanimate objects. Fortunately enough, instead of taking his wrath out on the village streets or the villagers themselves, he opted to head out into the woods to kick some tree logs and boulders around. There were plenty out in Konoha's forests, so what harm was there in knocking in a few extra hours of training to relieve the tension? The taijutsu portion of the day for him had been way too unsatisfying. Being the battery pack that he was, Naruto needed a proper outlet. He was still burning adrenaline like crazy on top of the fuel stemming from his disappointment, and he needed to flush it all out as quickly as possible. So, hashing together some massive tree logs to create pendulum traps, he started off the first hour ducking, dodging and swaying between 5 simultaneously swinging tree trunks blindfolded. Doing this with eyes covered in a heavily wooded area was one of the many ways he was able to increase his flexibility and sense of timing, which was damn near close to inhuman already. There was a boatload of other shit he did in his free time as well, but he wanted to space those exercises out as much as possible. Following a grueling session of avoiding falling logs with the potential to crush him should he get hit, he then moved on to heavy lifting and hitting the posts. Really, he was doing anything he could to get his muscles to work since his fight against Sasuke didn't. Though he did admit there was a time he had once been on the ass end of an ass-kicking from a lot of the students including the Uchiha, this all happened before he realized he needed to be smarter and more creative when it came to fighting. How the hell was he able to get through all those fights he got into with tough guys on the streets and manage to slip away from Chunin and the occasional Jonin every time they came after him? By being just as unpredictable as he was creative, that's how. He was a very flexible character, so it was no surprise. Anyway, after managing to work up a sweat and getting his knuckles filed against a post to a satisfying degree, Naruto then took to the forest to follow up on one of his other favorite pastimes, foraging. Though he didn't seem like the type, as of late it has become one of the Jinchuriki's many acts of habit. After making friends with much of the wildlife surrounding his village and getting to know the ways of the woods, Naruto had been able to absorb more skills and knowledge in the forests than he had been able to in all his time spent at the academy, mostly for a fact that what he did was actually fun. Iruka was all talk and theory in his lessons. The Jinchuriki was more of a hands-on approach kind of guy. The amount of free time he was able to spend with the monkey tribes and animals of Konoha's lands taught him many things, like a lot of the moves he used in his freestyle taijutsu style, how to survive with nothing at all, what plants were good for eating, what weren't, what things could kill you, what things could save your life, and by extension the ability to talk to a lot of creatures that hadn't developed the ability to commune through human speech. Naruto knew where to go when he was in trouble, he knew how to make makeshift homes, he knew how to hide, how to run, how to swing, how to climb, how to use his feet as hands, basically anything a wild animal could do. This also explained his extraordinary fighting sense, incredible high level of timing, speed and body strength. Believe it. He had built up a lot of body strength over the years hanging with the monkeys. But he didn't use it as excess. All he required were outlets, one of the many being the serene practice of digging through the brush and finding the most delicious items of forest grub he could get his hands on. Yup. When not gorging on ramen back home, he was trying to make his own, which was always great. Weaving himself a bag from long grass, leaves and vines, Naruto began a long walkabout of the thickest part of the woods. Scurrying up trees, digging through bushes, searching crevasses, he left no stone unturned in his search for the best things the natural world could provide. Within half an hour he was able to grab a whole sack full of stuff, even some rare goodies he was sure would sell for a good price back home. But he wasn't interested in money. All he wanted was a distraction and a way to cool off from his displeasing lesson back at school. The almost secondary natural act of scavenging made him forget all about his troubles in the village and brought a smile to his face. However, while he was picking mushrooms from a wide clearing and humming a pleasant tune, the blonde suddenly noticed further up the hillside something out of place. Depositing what he had in his hands into his basket, he left it on the ground where it was and went over to the area in question to check out. What Naruto found up the path was a ruined patch of land scarred from what could only be described as an intense battle. There were craters punched all over the place, chunks blasted out of trees, gashes and scars carved into the land and wood, and scorch marks burned here and there. There was also traces of blood, never a good sign. Perplexed, the Jinchuriki ran a hand over a particularly large scar in a tree before noticing some weapons deposited across the clearing. A fight between enemy shinobi? Naruto wondered, before spotting something else higher up above him. It was hidden conspicuously so that only a shinobi would notice, but it was clearly there. The sun pretty much silhouetted it. Up in a bird's nest a couple stories above the ground, the blonde spotted a kunai sticking out from the twigs, refracting the sun's rays when it tried to pass through it and cast a shadow across the area. Naruto quickly hopped up to the canopy and carefully pulled the blade out, making sure the eggs were okay before jumping back down. That's an odd place to put something. It was an odd knife, not like any of Konoha's weapons, with a slight curve to its blade and an extra prong protruding from the cutting edge, ideal for shaving through enemies. He also noticed there was a piece of paper tied around the handle. It wasn't a paper bomb or anything like that. That much was made clear to him when he didn't pick up any specific markings or powders, or that it was big enough to be an explosive. It didn't detonate on contact either. This was something else. Before he could make heads or tails with what had gone on around here though, Naruto suddenly detected a disturbance on the wind and crouched low in the center of the clearing. His instincts kick-starting at the sound of approaching danger, his gaze hardened and he placed a hand on the floor so that he could get a bead on the infiltrators. The vibrations gave him all the intel he needed. There's someone here. No, 3 people? The instant he realized this, two shadows suddenly dropped down from the treetops on either side of him at a distance. The individuals then rushed at him from his left and right, attempting to blindside the boy with their speed and get him in a simultaneous attack on the first move. Already aware of their presence, Naruto pocketed the knife, sprang to his feet and dashed at the one coming from his right. He met the attacker halfway, who made to jump at him and strike from up high, but the blonde anticipated this move and slid under, slamming both hands into their lower and upper body and tossing them over when they failed to react to a counter. The act of throwing said attacker sent the person hurling into the other, who was also jumping to attack but ended up having their partner crash into them. The impact sent both of them flying back, but they quickly recovered and separated, backflipping before landing in crouched stances. The moment they landed, they dashed in and attacked simultaneously. A surprised Naruto started ducking and weaving as they assaulted him one after the other, aiming to bring him down with low and high blows, punches and kicks. Whoa! Yikes! Hey, what, geez. The Jinchuriki danced between them, using swaying and evasive maneuvers he had previously used against Sasuke to avoid the dual fighters before allowing them to fly past him and fall back. He too leapt away in a hasty retreat, hands hanging at his sides as he locked his best hostile glare onto them. The two masked attackers put distance between them and their target, one taking up position behind the other, with the individual up front on their feet and glaring across at the boy. "This is no ordinary brat," the head attacker exclaimed, before both of them drew their swords from their backs. The blades flashed under the sun, alerting Naruto to the change in the fight's nature as well as an increase in danger. It was during the standoff the Jinchuriki was able to take quick stock of their appearances as well as their abilities thus far. They both fought well in conjunction with the other, using speed, tenacity and coordination honed from years of experience. This made them a big threat. As for their outlooks, the one ahead of him was about half his body taller, same as the person backing them up. The two of them also wore dark shirts, trousers, sandals, gloves, and dark gray, figure-hugging body vests similar to an ANBU's. They also carried swords and had black fabric masks covering their faces, keeping their identities secret. The only way you could tell them apart was that one had short light brown hair and the other had shoulder-length dark brown hair, almost maroon in comparison to the other. There was one other thing Naruto came to the awareness of. The blonde blinked as he glared up at them. "You two are girls?" The way their shoulders twitched gave him his answer. He lowered his stance and glanced between them harshly. "Kunoichi, huh? I guess I can safely say that you're not from this village either." A light thump behind him followed by fast-approaching footsteps cut Naruto short from his interrogation. Not a smart thing to do when in a fight, but he wanted answers, and his little Q&A session didn't stop him from responding to the sneak attack, in which he backflipped right over another masked Kunoichi lunging at him from behind. He kicked off of the back of their head and sent them stumbling forward, allowing him to make a greater leap and land further away from the enemy. When he did and set himself in a crouched position, he glared up to see all three enemy shinobi up on their feet and staring at him. It was kind of a creepy sight with all of them wearing masks where only their eyes were visible. "A party of three, though I would have preferred one," Naruto grumbled, looking at the previous two before focusing on the newcomer, who had short silver and gray hair to match her mask. "Who are you and what the hell are you doing skulking around these woods?" They were blunt questions, sure, once he knew he wasn't going to get answers to so easily, but was still compelled to ask. It wasn't like he was getting defensive about his territory exactly, the problem was much bigger than that. So, instead of bitching about the odds, Naruto decided to step back a little for more space, noticing in that split instance the eyes of the silver-haired Kunoichi glanced towards his pocket before looking back towards him. It was thanks to that subtle lapse in attention that the blonde was able to discern what this team of enemy Kunoichi was really after, which had him smirk deviously. "So you're after the kunai? It must be pretty important for you to be trying to kill a scrappy young kid just to get your hands on it." He saw the trio flinch, which caused his smirk to unconsciously widen. "Too bad. I've got it and I ain't giving it back." The woman with the silver hair grunted. "Stupid boy. Hand over the weapon and we'll let you go. If you don't, then we'll make you give it to us." Naruto shook his head. "You know I hate it when people don't say the magic word. But as much as I'd like to talk about proper manners with you and stuff, I'd rather rip off those masks so I can get a good look at your faces." Throwing his right hand up, he then tossed a pellet into the ground. The ball detonated and filled the air with a thick white smoke, blocking him completely from view. The three Kunoichi backed up a little in surprise and began scanning the area for any signs of movement. Since he was just one child against a squad of full-grown ninja, he was either trying to make a break for it or was swinging around the side to get behind them, which had all of them on their toes and ready for pursuit. But of course, while others with any level, straightforward thinking would have normally ran for the hills when the odds were stacked against them, according to Article 1 of the Shinobi Handbook, the advantage always fell toward the combatant who could get the drop on their targets first, and that one in this instance just happened to be Naruto. With the kunoichi's attention so utterly focused on the areas of the woods further out, they didn't expect for the Jinchuriki to suddenly come sprinting out of a nearby bush to the leader's right and nail one of the masked kunoichi right across the face, which he did. The brown-haired ninja had no idea what hit her until she was smashed in the face by her pint-sized attacker and sent careening into the back of her partner. Naruto dashed right past the group when the rear guard was bowled over and jumped straight into a tree, the silver-haired kunoichi spinning around and tossing a barrage of shuriken after him in response. The weapons thumped against the trunk when he swung around it and returned fire from the other side, letting loose his own barrage. The leader of the three drew her sword and smacked away the 5 projectiles effortlessly, before tossing a couple of kunai up at him. The blonde, however, took to the canopy and vanished, the knives hitting the branches obstructing his person. The last one thrown hit a branch higher up in the leaves, where the paper bomb wrapped around the handle ignited and detonated, knocking the canopy about with a staggering shockwave and setting the whole area ablaze. Forest came raining down in ashes, splinters and cinders, leaving the kunoichi down below looking up towards the tops in frustration. "Fucking brat," the leader growled, her head snapping left and right in search of their quarry. "Where did he go?" She looked back down at her comrades, one of them rubbing the side of their face from the little fist that went plowing across it, which also tore her mask open. The fair-faced kunoichi expressed her annoyance visually and also turned toward the burning canopy, ripping away the remains of her ruined covering. "I don't care what it takes. Get that kunai." All of a sudden, before they could completely recover from the sneak attack, the bush on the forest floor directly behind the silver-haired kunoichi burst outwards and the quick-on-his-toes academy student came sprinting out from a new position. The woman heard the disturbance and spun around, but was met with a face full of paint when the kid threw his right hand across and fired off pellets from the brace on his wrist. It was a new addition he had recently added to the device for his escapades inside the village, and while it seemed like a waste of time, it was pretty damn effective as a supplementary tool designed with a lot of spread. The insignificant projectiles exploded across the leader and, not only did it repaint her outfit in an interesting blend of colors but also blinded her when the spray got through the eye line in her covering. Staggering back in surprise, the woman moved to clear the blockage, only to feel a sharp sting hit her side that caused her to collapse to the ground. Grabbing her waist, she looked down to see a kunai buried part way into her midriff, thankfully protected by her body armor. This didn't stop her mental response though, which came in the form of a low growl and a swivel when she glared after the child, who managed to disappear into the bushes once again. "Kill him," the leader kunoichi roared to her subordinates, who obeyed instantaneously. They tossed kunai and shuriken in their dozens into the undergrowth, toward the area where their target had disappeared. Realizing they were hitting nothing, the leader ripped the mask off of her face as well as the kunai in her side and rose to her feet, showing just how pissed off she was. This kid was good. Not just that, he was crafty and quick, not something you'd find so easily in your everyday neighborhood. He was deceptively good. Clearly he'd done this kind of crap many times before and knew this terrain well. Just what the hell was he? He's running circles around us in the shadows while we're exposed out here in the clearing. What a clever little punk, the boss thought before rounding on her teammates. Into the trees. Don't let him box us in. With that command given, they immediately leapt towards the upper branches, only to get a very nasty surprise. From the bushes the hidden Naruto began firing more pellets up at them, nailing the exposed ones in the face with shocking accuracy and hitting the only masked one left all over her body from toe to head in that exact order. Though they were paintballs and shouldn't have hurt, it definitely threw them off their game. A stunning barrage of well-aimed hits knocked all 3 of them out of the air and, while her teammates crashed back down to the forest floor, the leader was able to keep her footing and continue leaping up towards the canopy. Damn it! Where is he? Looking towards the ground, the team leader tried to locate the hidden assailant before she suddenly saw leaves fall past her. She looked up in puzzlement, only to get tackled by the Jinchuriki dropping down on her from above and straddling her chest. The force he hit her with sent both of them plummeting back toward level 0, with Naruto taking his time ramming hooks across the startled kunoichi's face one after the other. Though she attempted to guard, the blows he plowed into her still managed to rattle her. The blonde cheered as they crashed through the branches on their way down one after the other, yelling out with each hit, "Best ride ever." They slammed into the forest floor seconds later. Well, the kunoichi did. The woman gave out a sharp cough when she was slammed into the earth at full speed despite the branches breaking her fall, with Naruto jumping off of her like a springboard and back into the trees. He hooked his leg around a high branch and hung off of it, grinning down at the fallen trio now struggling back up a couple stories below. This is totally cool. I've never been in a real shinobi fight before. Naruto exclaimed almost enjoyably, watching the woman glare up at him with blind fury. This will be an awesome story to tell the others when I get back to the academy. Don't screw with us, you little shit, the unmasked subordinate shouted before flipping through hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. The woman then breathed out a massive ball of fire and sent it rocketing towards the boy, burning through branches at breakneck speed. The blonde gave a startled yell and dove away. Whoa! That's hot, he shouted, disappearing around the other side of the tree he was dangling off so that the sphere of flames slammed into it instead of him, ripping into the side before engulfing everything in a great inferno. This attack was many times bigger than the explosive tag used against him earlier and carried much more force, tearing up the tree and sending its top half collapsing to the forest floor, bathed in flames. Though this put their objective at risk, at least it satisfied the kunoichi knowing they were able to scare the living daylights out of the kid. Hopefully they managed to actually get him with that one too. However, just as the three women were beginning to wonder how they were going to pluck the kid out from under the burning wreckage of the tree, there was suddenly a loud tap that echoed out from the woods behind them, followed shortly by a holler that caught the attention of the only masked kunoichi left. She spun around with her sword swinging, only to be met with the unexpected sight of crotch. Naruto shouted, slamming into the woman's face and wrapping his legs around her. Twisting sharply and diving right, he tossed the startled woman over and straight into her partner, knocking both of them to the ground for the third time in a row. The leader was quick to respond when she looked over to see the boy crouched down on the ground, grinning up at them. Nuisance, she shouted, throwing a barrage of shuriken at him and flipping through hand seals. Geniai Taju Shuriken. The projectiles she tossed seemingly multiplied in mid-flight, filling the air with a cloud of metal stars that charged the crouched blonde down. Naruto stood upright, being peppered by the first wave that caused his body to go up in a puff of smoke, which parted moments later to reveal a log. When the log fell to the ground, the real one came darting out from behind it, zigzagging between the waves of projectiles at high speed while approaching the leader kunoichi, who continued tossing shuriken his way. Using his fleeted movements, the blonde managed to rush right into his opponent's reach and leapt at her with a kunai in hand. The woman responded immediately by slashing out at him with her sword, slicing him in half. For a second time his body burst into a puff of smoke and was replaced by a massive log, which was cleaved in two. With the replacement blocking her view ahead of her, the woman immediately suspected attack from a blind spot. Above, she said while looking up in alarm. Seeing nothing, she looked left and right, before her eyes dropped straight down. Below. Before she could respond, the orange blur of her opponent suddenly slid right between her legs, his fist smacking her behind the knee and dropping her like a stone. Yelping, the kunoichi hit the ground on all fours, but she recovered shortly thereafter, throwing herself back onto her feet and spinning around to see her target perched on a boulder not too far from her position. He was looking at her rather strangely. "You're quick for a runt," the leader complimented with a smirk, bringing her sword back up into an offensive stance. "But don't think I'll be sparing you because of that. In the grand scheme of things, nothing you do has the least bit of significance. You're just worthless trash." Her companions had managed to pull themselves to their feet too, and after a few seconds of recovery were once again behind her and at her defense. Blinking curiously, Naruto then held up his right hand, bringing forward a rather peculiar item which he dangled before his three-person audience. "That's quite a lot of weight to be carrying around with you, though you can't really tell through that vest you're wearing." The three women scrutinized the article the boy was holding, which they quickly identified to be a light green bra with lace. The team leader's subordinates blinked in surprise, before the leader herself realized what must have happened and, with her face turning bright red and her arms snapping over her chest, she let out a shriek and dropped to her knees. She wasn't wearing any panties either, which were being held in Naruto's other hand when he brought it into view too. He stretched the upper body garment between both and looked at it strangely. "Man, you have a really weird taste in fashion. This crummy color doesn't suit you at all. Why, you fucking pervert? Give me back my underwear," the leader screamed, her cheeks glowing at this point. How the hell did he manage to get his hands on her unmentionables without removing any of her clothing? That's what all three kunoichi wanted to know right now when they all glared back up at him. Was it some kind of jutsu? What the hell kind of joke was this? Naruto grinned and began twirling the items on his finger provocatively. "Wondering how I got em? Well, I ain't telling you, lady squat. Trade secret. Use your imagination." "You punk," the last masked kunoichi shouted while ripping off her face covering. Tossing it aside, she slapped her hands together to form a hand seal. "You'll burn for this." Katan dash. Think fast. Naruto interrupted, tossing his right hand across and firing off several more projectiles with a sleight of hand draw. He nailed all 3 of them in the bodies with pellets, but instead of using paintballs or anything of the sort, the supplementary weapons he threw turned out to be soft balls covered with some sort of powder very similar to flour. The fabric-wrapped balls thudded against the 3 kunoichi continuously, with the boy ditching more and more at them with use of both hands. The women cried out in surprise as they were peppered mercilessly, the projectiles clouding the airspace around them in fine powder until the onslaught stopped. Coughing and waving away the fumes, the kunoichi quickly glared back up at the child to see him still perched on his rock, grinning wildly. Infantile pest! The leader shouted, all 3 of them rising to their feet and forming hand seals in perfect sync with each other. We didn't take you seriously enough, a mistake we won't be repeating twice. There's no way you can match 3 chunin at once. I beg to differ, Naruto exclaimed cheekily while still holding on to the leader's undergarments. I outsmart and outrun the chunin of my village on a daily basis. You guys are no different. We'll see about that, the silver-haired woman shouted, the trio finishing flipping through seals before all of them inhaled sharply. Katan Renki Jutsu, Karura. The team then exhaled at once, the flames of their jutsu spewing forth from their lips. Before the powder around their faces suddenly ignited and, before their combination technique could even gain traction, their bodies caught fire simultaneously. All 3 kunoichi cried out in shock and then agony when their forms exploded into flames and they all started running circles around the clearing. In the midst of their panic they dropped to the ground and started to roll excessively in an attempt to put the fires out. They were miserably unsuccessful, yet kept on trying to put out the heat. After watching them cook for a moment with a sense of satisfaction, Naruto then hopped off of his rock and rushed over to them. Grabbing clumps of dirt, he tossed it over them in heaps, covering them and patting over their bodies quickly to put the flames out. Within seconds he was able to extinguish all of them, leaving 3 very crisply burnt yet still attractive-looking kunoichi smoldering on the ground in a daze. Gasping from the pain and the shock at lighting up so unexpectedly, the wounded, silver-haired kunoichi shakily looked up at the blonde-haired boy leaning over her, where she met his curious gaze eye to eye. She trembled in all manner of the word, gaze widening and fear being reflected clearing in her irises at being confronted by the monster. She was completely at his mercy now. What the hell did you do to us? Naruto smiled. That wasn't ordinary powder I was pelting you 3 with, it was phosphorus. Highly flammable. He held up one of the soft balls in question and squeezed it several times. After seeing your first attack I realized you guys used quite a lot of fire release techniques, so I gambled on you using one against me to try and put me out if I messed with you enough. Guess that means I win. The leader gritted her teeth in frustration, but upon realizing who she had lost to and not knowing a thing about him, she grinned. Who, or what, are you? Naruto smiled proudly. The resident prankster, Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. He then clenched the fist he was holding the ball with and punched her in the face with full force, knocking her out. Oh. Half an hour later? A little while after the battle was over, Konohagakure shinobi finally arrived at the scene, with all intent and purpose of stopping whatever it was that had been going on all the way out here. The squad of course sent to investigate the area was made up of Izumo, Kotetsu, team leader Kakashi, and surprisingly Irika, who had volunteered onto the group in his search for Naruto, whom he'd learned was somewhere out here in the woods. When they stumbled upon the ruined battlefield, the squad was quick to discover a much unexpected surprise. 3 kunoichi from an unknown village were tied up and propped up against a tree, all of them knocked unconscious and looking absolutely barbecued. Not so much that they were burned black or anything like that, but the damage they had received from whatever scuffle they had gotten into was still quite prominent. They had frazzled hair and everything. The 4 Konoha shinobi were left scratching their heads and looking around peculiarly for the next few seconds trying to figure out who could have done this, until they heard a very familiar giggle from above. When they looked up the group saw a very happy and amused Naruto hanging upside down from a branch, swinging back and forth along with a bachelor of male gibbons who had also come around to investigate. The blonde laughed when he saw the backup turn their attention to him and waved. Hey guys. Pretty cool, huh? Hey, isn't that? Kotetsu began to ask while elbowing his partner in the arm. Yeah. No question, Izumo replied, a small smile appearing on his face. Kakashi blinked when he saw Naruto swing back into an upright position, before dropping down from the canopy to land directly on a branch above the 3 unconscious kunoichi. The boy grinned at the familiar faces, and then towards the rather unfamiliar face of Kakashi Hatake. So you're the reinforcements? The Jinchuriki murmured, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Well, sorry for hogging all of the fun, but these three are already beaten. Did you do this all by yourself, Naruto? Irika asked in shock, pointing down at the prisoners all parceled up and ready for processing. Of course, Naruto nodded affirmatively, hopping down to land in front of his former opponents. Who else would be out here other than me? It was a piece of cake anyway. These kunoichi have obviously never faced the machinations of Uzumaki Naruto before. He said that with a great deal of delight. As the four shinobi in front of him started to smile and look towards each other over the matter of this astonishing victory, Naruto suddenly pulled out of his pocket 3 sets of women's underwear which he then had hanging in front of him innocently for all to see. By the way, can I keep these as souvenirs? I bet they'll look great on my wall next to my kunai collection. The 3 chunin and the 1 jonin stared at the articles of clothing curiously, wondering for the next few seconds where the boy could have possibly gotten women's underwear from in these woods. But then they remembered. There were 3 tied up and thoroughly defeated Chunin kunoichi sitting behind him, which immediately had heads turning as to what exactly had been going on here while they were absent from the scene. Kakashi pointed lazily at Naruto's trophies. Those are. I'm not gonna keep them, Naruto replied while tossing them over his shoulder so that they landed over the 3 dazed bodies. I wouldn't even know what to do with them. Anyway, here they are. He stepped aside and gestured grandly towards the threesome. 1 team of enemy spies, beaten, burned and ready for postage. That will be a 2 Ryo service charge. To the Chunin's humor he held out his hand rather expectantly. With the matter of the underwear set aside for the time being, Kakashi and Kotetsu waddled over to the tree and collected the enemies. Slinging them over their shoulders along with their valuables, the Jonin then turned toward Naruto with his usual unreadable expression, after which he then nodded to the youngster in acknowledgement. Great work, Naruto, the silver-haired man exclaimed while giving him his trademark eye smile. I'm looking forward to the day you graduate from the academy. With that said, Kakashi then shot up into the trees, quickly followed by both Izumo and Kotetsu, who also nodded a pleasant farewell to the blonde. This pretty much left Irika and his troublesome student standing in the woods to wrap things up. When they turned to face each other, Naruto quickly remembered the whole reason why he was out here in the first place and turned away with an upset frown. The instructor knew he wasn't going to get off from his previous actions so easily and, smiling pleasantly, approached the youngster and patted him on the head. He was obviously still sore from the lesson today and was expressing it the most suitable way he knew how. Through use of the cold shoulder. Irika sighed. Naruto. I'm sorry. The Jinchuriki glanced up at him, which allowed the older man to beam at him proudly. It was stupid of me to misjudge your tactics during your spar with Sasuke. It didn't occur to me that you were probably trying to avoid a direct confrontation with your opponent in order to tire him out first and, well, I shouldn't have snapped the way I did. I guess I'd fallen into the habit of scolding you whenever you do something reckless or irresponsible, even during a proper evaluation. But what I said and how I said it was thoughtless and uncalled for, and I realized I must have upset you. Can you forgive me? Giving a moment of pause, Naruto mulled the question over in his head for a bit. After a tense few seconds the blonde smiled a small one and turned towards his homeroom instructor. Teachers are supposed to be strict with their students, right, sensei? Naruto asked, remembering the time Irika said he was going to be more firm with him after one of his more troublesome pranks on the school months ago. That was a great day, for him anyway. Irika smirked, yeah, but not insensitive. I know I'm supposed to be tough on you whenever you misbehave, and disciplined as well as thorough when it comes to your education. Though you didn't fight how I taught you in class or how the scrolls instructed you to, you came up with your own way of fighting your opponents and it worked beautifully. He chuckled when he looked around the scorched battlefield. I can see your strange tactics served you well out here. You managed to fend off 3 enemy kunoichi, all chunin in rank, and you were able to beat them swiftly and decisively with no damage done to you whatsoever. Only a really strong-minded genin or a shinobi with a higher skill set could have possibly pulled something like this off. I guess you could say your mischief saved both your life and your village today. Yeah, I guess it did. Even though he was supposed to be feeling happy, Naruto couldn't help but still feel a little bit disappointed as he kicked at the ground, earning a puzzled look from his teacher. Still, it sucks that all I know how to do is fight, use the henge and kawarimi. I wanted to use the bunshin no jutsu to mess with them as well, but I couldn't because I can't. He looked away glumly. I don't think I'll be able to graduate without it. You said it was pretty important. Hearing him say that had Irika smile a bit. Of course his worries were within reason. Though he didn't look at Naruto did try hard to learn and perform everything he was taught. Even if it didn't show on paper, the boy definitely possessed skills that made him exceptional in the field of a shinobi. Today was a perfect example of this. He wasn't just able to run rings around the genius Sasuke back in the academy, who had never lost in taijutsu to anyone before, but he was also able to outwit 3 chunin at once. This was common in Konoha. Whenever he pulled pranks with the intention of being seen, chunin, hell, not even jonin were able to catch him. His creativeness, unpredictability and experience in pulling fast ones over his hometown really bled well into his potential talent as a shinobi. This was saying something. Though the Bunshin no Jutsu was indeed a core topic that ninja definitely needed to learn in order to graduate, Irika remembered that there were a few exceptions to this rule. This allowed him to come to a suitable conclusion he hoped would not only cheer the Jinchuriki up from his sulking, but also satisfy both parties when the day finally arrived where they all inevitably had to move on. The man cleared his throat to draw Naruto's attention to him again. Of course, the skills you taken from the academy are definitely important and necessary in order for you to graduate and become a genin. It would be awfully irresponsible of me to let students without the proper training or skills needed to survive to simply waltz out of the academy with a headband over the heads. That would make me a terrible teacher. He saw the Jinchuriki's intent expression drop, which had him chuckle. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and got him to look at him again. But if I am able to see that they do possess the right qualities and abilities to survive out there in the real world, then it would be terribly irresponsible of me to not allow them to graduate. Naruto's eyes widened. Why, you mean? Irika grinned and squeezed the boy's arm reassuringly. You have shown me a lot today, Naruto. You showed me that you could fight and think outside of the box, that you could muster incredible strength and speed whenever you wanted to, and that you could defeat an opponent several times more experienced than yourself. On top of that, you did this all without use of the Bunshin no Jutsu. He removed his hand from his shoulder and folded his arms. I tell you what, in order to make up for your poor test results and inability to use the Bunshin no Jutsu, if you can master another jutsu by the time of your final exams, then I will forego the Bunshin test and allow you to graduate. How does that sound? His expression lighting up, Naruto leapt at the opportunity presented to him and cheered excitedly. Seriously, Irika-sensei? It's my way of saying, good job, Naruto, the man replied with a short laugh. I am your homeroom teacher after all. I don't have to be strict and firm with you all the time like some grumpy old drill sergeant. I can be fair and supportive too, you know. The boy let out a laugh and held his fist out to the man in declaration. I promise you, sensei, I won't let you down. I will master the best, most awesome jutsu I can and show it to you before my final exams at the academy, Databeo. Irika grinned when the boy suddenly tackled him with a hug, which he returned with the same enthusiasm. He then looked up towards the battlefield and glanced around, inspecting the damage and coming up with a rough mental picture of what must have happened out here. Though he was sure to get more detail about this from his student, what he was really looking forward to was how this child was going to impress him later in the future. As troublesome as he was at times, there was no doubt in the man's mind that Naruto was going to be a big name one day in the world of shinobi. He could see it now. I wonder how things will go from here, Irika thought quietly to himself, before proceeding to lead his student out of the woods and back toward the village. Making sure to stop for his basket of goodies, Naruto was then led back to the academy so that the Chunin could reassess his student's performance officially. Naruto. Drifting. The growth of technique. Jutsu, what kind of jutsu? Naruto murmured to himself at his desk as he bit at the tip of the spoon he was holding. He gritted his teeth together in frustration when his mind drew up the same list of problems over and over again. Man, how can picking a jutsu to learn be so hard? Did Aji-san and everybody else have the same problem, or is it just me? For the better part of the month since his fight in the woods with the 3 kunoichi, Naruto had been doing everything in his power to come up with a sort of fail-safe project he could develop in time for his graduation to Genin. As it turned out, the group of 3 Chunin he ended up engaging had been involved in a scuffle a few days earlier in which their team leader had been killed getting intel on Konohagakure's defenses and patrol routes, and had written it all down on the piece of paper which he'd found wrapped around a kunai in a bird's nest. The team leader had hidden it there for her squad to find before her life was inevitably forfeited while they were hiding from the search parties sent after them, but Naruto managed to get to it first and foiled them with the same tactics he used to mess with the shinobi of his village. He was pretty sure a genin of similar skill or even Sasuke would have been able to nail those 3. The kunoichi weren't that great a force. This made Naruto believe that the quality of shinobi in the world must have really gone down a peg in the past few years, particularly after all of the gallant tales he'd heard about in his history lessons. That or he was just too slippery an opponent to deal with. Anyway, after receiving a pat on the back from the third for saving his village from certain invasion and a lecture from Irika, Naruto was determined now more than ever to get this agreement he'd worked out with his homeroom teacher on a roll. Should his attempts to produce at least one clone with the Bunshin no Jutsu yield no results, he needed to have another technique in the wet works to show to his sensei that he was indeed ready to become a shinobi. Sure, the research and listings were easy. The problem now was deciding what kind of jutsu was best suited for him. With all of his time at the beginning and ends of each day spent either training or brainstorming, this meant he had very little free period for anything else. After a particularly exhausting Saturday, Naruto had decided to break away from his exercises and assignments to work on one of his other personal projects to clear his head. He was currently trying to perfect the formula for his new firework pellet, an explosive with a colorful kick to it that didn't just leave damage but also emitted blinding flashes and sparklers that did even more damage. Once it was completed, Naruto knew it was going to be sweet once he tried it out on something, or someone. With his goggles pulled down over his eyes, the Jinchuriki pulled the spoon out of his mouth and went back to work. I'll figure out the name of the jutsu later. All I want is for it to be a big one, the Jinchuriki said excitedly, using his utensil to measure the amount of powders he had. With the canister for the self-propelled explosive laid out on the table of his living room, it almost looked like he was running some sort of shady drug experiment since he had all these science gimmicks lying all over the place. It was almost comical how focused he was on the thing. It was good to know that he had a substantial amount of experience in this area and knew exactly what he needed to do, otherwise he'd be more concerned for his own safety than he was. It was a big S-bomb after all. Naruto continued his rampant of audible thoughts while mixing the deadly cocktail between the vials. I want something flashy. Not like a blazing fireball jutsu like that idiot Sasuke's, bleh. Naruto shook his head while tapping the contents of the tube he was holding up in front of him. It's too much burning and not enough bang. I want a jutsu that can blow people away. Something that can make people's hair stand on end. But what? His ideal jutsu had to have charisma and needed to be eye-catching, as well as simple enough for him to use, sort of like an explosive tag. Shrugging his shoulders thoughtfully, Naruto reached out and randomly grabbed a flask of flash powder nearby. Without measuring it, he gently poured the contents into the vial in his other hand. It was about time for the final mix. Plop, sizzle, boom. The entire apartment complex was rocked by a massive explosion. Every single window of Naruto's block was blown out in a horrible flash of blinding light, scattering glass and debris all across the neighborhood. Nearby villagers out and about turned towards the building in shock, many giving out startled yelps at the sight of the discharge. Seconds later, once all the fire and embers had passed, black smoke began pouring out of every opening in the building. What was that? A shopkeeper asked while poking his head out of his stand at the side of the road. His most recent customer, an old woman sporting a hunch and a shawl, also looked towards the building in surprise. Oh my, is it New Year's already? She murmured curiously. It made sense as firework sparks were now starting to shoot out the shattered panes and were bursting into colorful flowers above the streets. It was a glorious sight to behold indeed. Inside the disaster zone though, it was a completely different story. With fixtures blown out of place, walls and furniture shredded, and every surface area within sight of the center charred a smoking coal black, the once clean experiment had transformed into a real, god-awful mess. And of course, sitting in the very heart of the smoldering lounge room, a very surprised-looking Naruto sat staring at his now disintegrated workspace. His entire front burnt black with his back remaining completely untouched, leaving a hilarious outline of him in the soot on the wall behind him. The blonde blinked several times to bring himself back into consciousness. His owlish expression could clearly be seen through his cracked goggles. The startled Naruto coughed out a plume of smoke. Something tells me that that was the wrong ingredient? XXX. 2 months later? Early morning? And Naruto was still in the midst of a midlife crisis. His quest to find, learn and master the perfect jutsu other than that wretched Bunshin no Jutsu that just continued to fail him was becoming a real fellowship experience. Normally by this time he would have found tasks like this tiresome, seeing as that he was more of the free-spirited kind of guy that preferred learning this material by hand. In order to put things into practice though, you still needed a significant amount of knowledge and experience backing you up. Hence, he'd started properly attending his classes, which made his teachers happy but made him downright miserable. There was all that crap Irika talked about like chakra, control, chakra elements, bloodline nonsense, and stuff that had Naruto drawing blanks on even after reading about it for hours. The amount of stuff taught at school even at his current year level was mind-numbing. All the basics of shinobi techniques were taught at a really young age, with theory basically coming out as dedicated by the seasons, or so it went. Naruto pretty much tossed all that traditional stuff out the window and tried to focus on the bigger picture. All he wanted to do was learn the material he needed to become an amazing shinobi in the future. That was all he had to worry about. It was a thought that stuck with him even in sleep and as he woke up bright and early for another day of training. Letting out a yawn as he stretched to the morning sun peeking in through the window, Naruto drowsily grabbed his clock, reset it, and then staggered over to his bathroom for his morning grooming. He quickly found himself groaning through a mouthful of suds, at the same time scratching his head over his ongoing problem. Forget the social issues and failings in the written examinations, he just wanted to learn a jutsu. It wasn't like one was going to come conveniently flying in through the window and land in his lap. How did everyone figure out how to make their own jutsu anyway? Naruto frowned, thinking about the number of techniques that already existed in the village. They use chakra to make them, right? To spit fire, create clones, switch places and all that stuff. Ninja control chakra with hand seals, so, if I made some random hand seals and stopped, I could come up with some sort of jutsu for myself, right? It sounded simple enough, and in his mind it actually made a lot of sense. How hard could it be? Who cares what formula he came up with? What mattered right now was the end result. Deciding to test his theory out, he formed the basic hand seal in front of his chest, keeping his toothbrush in his mouth as he concentrated on working his energy. Like with every exercise he'd done in the past, he focused on getting a feel for his chakra and chakra flow. This he could accomplish without even thinking about it, which allowed him to steadily slide into the next step. Okay, so if I just focus, hey, what the hell is that? Naruto blinked before squinting at the mirror intently. Thinking he was seeing things, he wiped his hand over the glass, just to make sure it wasn't water condensing on the screen and messing up his reflection. When he was certain it wasn't steam that was the problem, his eyes widened and he looked down at his stomach. Never noticed that before. Since when did he have an awesome tattoo on his stomach? Wait, scratch that. Looking at it again, it was more like some sort of seal array, similar to the ones Irika had shown in classes a couple of weeks ago where he was able to conjure stuff out of scrolls. Though they weren't learning how to use summoning seals just yet, there had been plenty of beginners' lessons and demonstrations, so Naruto had become at least a little bit familiar with the strange scribbles. The answer was right there in front of him, or so he thought. A summoning seal? All he knew was that it was some sort of fuinjutsu, keeping something he didn't know locked up or stored away inside of him. Yeah, that had to be it. What else could it be? If he genuinely had something sealed away inside of him like a sword or something, then it was definitely possible to unlock and bring out whatever it was, just like how Irika did. The Jinchuriki spared a smirk after running his fingers over the intricate, spider web design across his belly. As complicated as it was to read, he couldn't help but wonder what it was actually for. Was it something special? Was it something awesome? Oh, now this was just too tempting a mystery to let go on unanswered. Let's see what this weird thing is all about, Naruto exclaimed before slapping his hands together to form a hand seal. Alright, so how did Irika-sensei do that again? Bird, ram and tiger? There had been, how many hand seals? Damn, he couldn't remember. It was all a blur. Deciding to go with the simplest routine he could scrounge, Naruto flipped through several signs without fault before ending with a tiger seal. Holding his right hand out to his side, he cocked each finger back and took aim at his own gut. With a wide grin in place, he brought his hand around and slapped it against his naked stomach, directly over the center of the complex array. Summoning jutsu. The result was instantaneous, a blinding flash of light, a gust of wind, followed shortly by the air bursting like a bubble directly in front of him, only 1,000 times more powerful. An earth-shattering explosion rocked Naruto's apartment shortly thereafter. Though it wasn't as big, flashy, or smoky as the last cataclysm that ended with him cleaning up every last speck of dust, it definitely had the boy reeling. This reaction was so violent in fact that Naruto was thrown clean across his small bathroom and sent spinning through the air before crashing into the wall of his hallway a second later. Lying in a crumpled, upside-down heap in the corridor, the boy groaned out in agony as he glared back towards his bathroom, where he could see pretty much the results of everything that had happened in that instant. His mirror had shattered, his porcelain sink was blown out of its fixed spot and spraying water everywhere, and all of the items he had inside of the cabinet above had spilled everywhere. Naruto blinked through a blurry vision. What the hell? God damn it. What the fuck is happening up there, brat? Huh? Did he just hear a voice? Quickly rolling back into an upright position, Naruto sat himself on the hardwood of his floor and looked around his apartment. Looking left and right, he saw no person, shadow or any traces of another being's presence standing in his corridor. Nothing. No one. The place was devoid of all life with the exception of him. Empty. So who or what the heck was that? It definitely didn't sound like anyone he'd ever heard before, and it certainly wasn't an animal. So what phantom entity sent that curse his way? Scratching his head, Naruto breathed out a sigh after a few more fruitless glances and just stood up. Must have been my imagination. Placing his hands on his hips, he then glared distastefully at the crater he had unintentionally blown into his bathroom. Ah crap, the landlady is going to kill me, again. Oh. Meanwhile, deep inside Naruto's metaphysical being in the chamber reserved only for the imprisoned, something incredibly terrible had taken place. Or, to be frank, something rather hilarious had occurred. Having been enjoying a nice, peaceful nap after a decent night's sleep on his jailer's behalf, the nine-tailed fox was suddenly awoken from his slumber by what he could only describe, by every definition of the word, as a vortex. Since natural disasters were an abysmal concept to him, seeing as that he was chiefly responsible for creating most them and not having any done to it in kind, you can imagine it came as an apocalyptic shock to the QB when he suddenly found himself picked up by an ungodly powerful gust of wind and tossed around inside of its chamber, which had also began undulating violently. Several seconds of hell later, the fox found itself sprawled up against the side of its prison, upside down with its ass hanging in the air. Tail splayed everywhere and a tick mark on its head, the QB allowed a low growl to escape its lips as he reconvened with Naruto's point of view. As it turned out, the blonde jackass of an academy student had gone and done something stupid, for the 1000th time in a row. What exactly he had done though was beyond the QB, but the one thing he was definitely certain about was that he was now royally pissed off. God damn it. I fucking hate Fuinjutsu, the QB roared out, swearing an ungodly wrath upon the person who came up with the idea of sealing the tailed beasts inside of people for a village's personal gain. Damn him and damn the physics of the art. Oh. Hokage building? It had been a really relaxing morning for Hiruzen Sarutobi so far. First a pleasant walk through the garden of his property, followed by breakfast in the village at one of the local diners, and then a walk about the neighborhood itself. Being the outgoing Kage that he was, the old man felt he had to soak up as much of the village and its people as he could in the time that he had available to him. He wasn't getting any younger after all. No one was. After a relaxing stroll, he then retreated to the top of the administrative building of the academy, or better known as the building where the Hokage's office was situated. Up on the roof, the elder stood and looked over the whole of the village as the morning sun lifted high into the sky. He breathed deeply as his body became washed with a gentle breeze and sunlight, and was just getting into the zen of the moment when all of a sudden an electric shock ran through him. It wasn't a literal feeling but more of a mental jolt which had his eyes snap toward one of the suburban areas of Konoha. Hiruzen calmly glared out towards the buildings he could see in the distance and scrutinized the region in question. That was an incredibly abnormal spike in chakra. What was that? Hokage-sama. Hearing his title called, the old man turned around to see Aoba Yamashiro appear behind him. The man with spiky hair and sunglasses appeared to the Kage kneeling in greeting to his village leader. As respectful as his gesture was, his expression conveyed distress. What's wrong? The sensor division picked up a massive influx of chakra inside of the village, Aoba stated, looking up towards the third to see his expression remain unchanged. It was a gargantuan increase and it's currently still registering above peak. Whatever it is, it's almost comparable to that of the QB's chakra signature. Where is the signal coming from? Have they triangulated its position? Hiruzen asked, already having a clue as to what the answer was. Yes sir, Aoba nodded affirmatively, still in the midst of panic. Lower Residential District, East Side. I see. Hiruzen looked ahead in the direction of the disturbance once more. He knew that area well, as he visited it quite often. The last time he went there was when he was delivering the boys' living expenses for the month, which wasn't that long ago. Perhaps it was time for another checkup. The elder nodded his head in understanding. Tell all stations to stand down. I'll see to this matter personally. Sir? This is a local problem, Aoba. There's no need for the forces to get involved, Hiruzen replied, before suddenly vanishing in a swirl of leaves. His parting words echoed on the wind as he made haste in case there really was something to worry about. Don't worry, I'll be fine. The Hokage's sudden departure left the messenger kneeling on the rooftop looking a little bit flabbergasted. Oh. A little while later and a couple miles out from the Hokage monument, after switching off the water main at his apartment to stop the spillover and explaining to the landlady his situation, which earned him a slap over the head from a fan and another warning, Naruto soon found himself shuffling back up to his flat. Dressed in his usual attire, 3/4 green cargo shorts and orange jumper with blue short sleeves and arrow marks on each, the blonde scrubbed the top of his head while mumbling all sorts of complaints under his breath. This somber mood continued as he pushed open the door to his apartment and slipped off his sandals. Man, that hurt like hell, he groaned, feeling the bump that had risen from his sudden and violent exit from the bathroom earlier. Next time I'll get my facts straight before I start slapping my hands over stuff? I don't want to end up summoning some malevolent demon that wants to destroy the entire village by accident. Man, that would be embarrassing. Yeah, pretty sure it would be more than just embarrassing. After kicking the door closed and marching into his kitchen, the boy decided that he would warm himself up a nice, hot instant ramen cup to try and rid himself of his head pains and have a comfortable sit-down to mull away his thoughts. This was the exact plan of action he had formed for the beginning of the day the moment he re-entered his kitchen, until he got the shock of a lifetime when he spotted the third Hokage just standing on the other side of his kitchen table and staring towards him expectantly. The boy yelped in alarm and leapt back, only to realize seconds later who it was he was looking back at. Hokage Gigi? Naruto gulped, placing a hand over his heart. Geez, you scared the shit out of me. I tend to do that to people from time to time, though it's honestly not my intention, Hiruzen replied with an amused voice while keeping his gaze fixed on the child. Would you like to have a seat? You look ragged. Oh sure, I'll just… Hey, wait ASEC. Naruto suddenly shouted before pointing accusingly at the elder. I'm supposed to be the one to say that. This is breaking and entering, Gramps. The third Hokage chuckled. Oh is it? My apologies. You don't mean that, the blonde sulked, watching the Hokage pull his signature pipe into view and pop it between his lips. The youngster followed him with his eyes as he maneuvered around the table. So what brings you all the way to my apartment? It can't be allowance day already. Was it something I did? No. Seriously. Because if it's got something to do with every single piece of furniture in the academy being stuck to the ceiling, I would like to put forward a plea of innocence, the boy stated firmly and quickly. Really? I didn't do it. Well, isn't that getting straight to the point? Hiruzen murmured observantly as he lit his pipe and turned to face the youngster completely. Allowing his small smile to remain, he looked the Jinchuriki over and noticed how stiff his posture was. Don't worry, boy. I'm not here to bring you in. I'm just here to check to see how you're doing. Huh? Really? Yes. Oh. Eyes narrowing suspiciously, Naruto looked around his kitchen for a moment to see if anything was out of place. If there was any chance of a bug or an ANBU hiding in the vents, he would know. This was his home after all. He needed to be vigilant. Are you sure? Yes. There was no hesitation in the old man's voice, nor was there any shift in his expression. Poker-faced as usual. Breathing out a plume of smoke, the elder gestured around the room. Has anything unusual happened to you this morning? Did you notice anything suspicious or odd in the last hour or just a few minutes ago? Well, Naruto scratched his head, taking a moment to ponder. Not really. Although, I did try performing a summoning jutsu on myself, which backfired quite badly. A summoning jutsu? Hiruzen inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, on this, Naruto lifted his jacket and tapped at the 8 trigrams pattern that was still visible. The Hokage nearly choked on his own pipe when he sucked in air, but he quickly covered up his uncharacteristic response while the blonde's gaze was averted downwards. It's really weird. I never noticed I had this thing on my stomach before, maybe because I always had my shirt on whenever I tried using jutsu. What do you think, Hokage Gigi? When he looked up, he found the third hovering right in front of him and leaning towards his exposed belly. If his suddenly being here in his apartment didn't scare the shit out of Naruto that time, then this surely did. Ah, don't do that, the Jinchuriki shouted. Hiruzen murmured an apology before biting down on his pipe and scrutinizing the seal. It was fortunate the blonde kept his shirt up while making his analysis, otherwise his thought processing in this regard would have been cut short. The elder scratched his chin as he took a closer look at the markings. It doesn't appear corrupted, damaged, or warped in any way, however. He brought his hand up and ran his fingers over what he assumed to be the anomaly. The boy's own chakra fluctuated as a result of his curious endeavor. Most interesting. The seal may have been tampered with, yet the balance and strength of the barrier remains the same as before. The gate is still shut tight. I guess I can take that as a good thing. Unable to contain it any longer, the snickering Naruto started laughing hysterically. Hey. Haha. That tickles. Stop that. What are you doing, Aji-san? Oh. Sorry, Naruto. Just thinking, Hiruzen exclaimed, standing up to full height once more. Playing his investigation off with a warm smile, he then looked down at the blonde seriously for a second as the boy lowered his jumper and dusted himself down. He hasn't released the Ninetales, nor has the fox made any attempts to break free. Though it shouldn't be physically possible, there is no doubt that the powerful chakra signature that the sensor division picked up came off of young Naruto. Due to the unpredictable nature of Uzushiogakure sealing techniques, my guess is that by hitting the seal the boy must have unlocked some of his chakra that may have been accidentally sealed away when the Kyuubi was sealed inside of him. Like untying a knot in a length of string. But did Naruto realize it himself that he was the one that had managed to generate enough chakra to scare the living daylights out of the surveillance team? Considering that nothing disastrous had occurred since the boy's little inquiry, not to mention Naruto wasn't doing anything that would be considered a threat, the third concluded that maybe it was best to just leave things as they were and allow the boy to work things out for himself. He already had massive stamina and an abnormally high chakra signature, so he probably wouldn't notice. Stroking his chin, the third nodded assuredly to himself before turning to leave. I'm glad to see you're doing all right, Naruto, but try not to play around with that seal on your stomach anymore. It's not something to get worked up about, nor is it wise to mess around with. Understand? Yeah, a general excuse that was left wide open for questioning. Hopefully the youngster wouldn't invest too much time into it. Sure. But, why do I have this funky tattoo on my stomach in the first place, Gramps? Naruto asked, rubbing the area in question while watching the elder slowly head toward his corridor. Is it important? Very, which is why I want you to keep it hidden from the other villagers and to not tamper with it, Hiruzen warned, stopping in his tracks and looking over at the youngster. Trust me. Do not play around with stuff you don't know anything about. It could be harmful to both yourself and the people around you. Consider this an order from your Hokage. Seeing the downcast look come across the boy's face, the elder breathed out and gave him a small smile. I promise to explain the seal across your stomach to you in more detail when you're older. Do you think you can wait a couple more years? Hearing the opportunity after the small bit of discouragement, Naruto nodded his head vigorously. Good. Now try not to get into any more trouble, okay? Otherwise you'll have to answer to me the next time I wake up and find our most precious monument sullied with your handwriting, Hiruzen exclaimed, glancing back ahead of him to be on his way. However, when it seemed like he was about to leave, the old man hesitated and looked back at the Jinchuriki with a puzzled expression. Did you really glue all of the furniture in the academy to the ceiling? Remembering his underlying admittance from earlier, the blonde stiffened like a board before grinning sheepishly. He rubbed the back of his head when he saw the elder's eyebrow rise into his hairline. It was supposed to be a surprise for this coming Monday. I was bored. Figuring he would have to deal with another complaint in the week to come, the third gave a tired groan before finally deciding to take his leave. I swear you're going to make me completely bold by the end of this year, Naruto-kun. Ugh. The opening and closing of the door in the hallway signaled his departure, allowing the resident of the flat to slump across his dining room table in relief. That was an intense session he really didn't want to have again anytime soon. What the hell was happening to him this morning? Oh. Slapping his goggles over his forehead, Naruto headed off for a little walk around the neighborhood to clear his thoughts. He didn't just want to try and take his mind off of the matter of his ruined apartment but also to stroll off the swelling he still had from being slammed into a wall. That seal across his belly was no joke. Who the hell put it there anyway, and for what? These were the initial thoughts plaguing him as he trotted down the steps of his apartment and on his way out of the suburb. He kicked his form into autopilot and allowed his nose to steer him through the busy streets, all the while mulling over the problem he had been trying to deal with since before the whole thing with the exploding stomach occurred. So I can't do anything with the seal. That's a bummer, Naruto sighed in disappointment, hands behind his head and eyes directed towards the sky above. I can use all the other stuff Iruka-sensei taught in class like Kawarimi and Henge. I can fight, I can climb, I can run, I can survive, but I can't do the Bunshin no Jutsu and I hate tests. Oh yeah, he sucked at them badly. His biggest failings. These two in particular were the areas that had been weighing him down the entire time in the academy and were currently the most irritating thorns in his sides. They were also the main reasons why he was still called a slacker and a failure despite his other successes, because he kept crapping out on the theory. While given a chance to actually pass through use of another jutsu, Naruto was still wrapped up in figuring out which one to learn. An offensive technique that packed a punch and was not only catchy, but also spoke to him. He didn't even know where to start. A type of chakra armor? No, Naruto thought while shaking his head. Not my style. How about a water controlling technique? Too many hand seals. They take too long and they're really hard to remember. Maybe an exploding clone technique. Yes, no, I can't even create one clone yet. I guess anything involving clones would be a dead end. Shit. The blonde snapped his fingers repeatedly, believing a couple of times that he had it, but really he didn't. A disappearing trick, an earth-moving jutsu, something maybe I can use as a sword or a spear, or maybe the ability to conjure lightning. That actually sounded awesome. Stopping in the middle of the road, Naruto tried pulling off a Thunder God pose, arms stretched out and everything. He grinned stupidly as he envisioned himself standing at the top of a mountain before an altar, bathed in lightning with thousands of people bowing at his feet with offerings of ramen. Yes. I can see it now. Uzumaki Naruto, God of Lightning, the blonde shouted at the top of his lungs, drawing a huge amount of attention from the villagers out on the streets. The boy's exclamations meant silence was swiftly brought to the neighborhood and the tumbleweed prop was immediately called into shot, rolling across the dirt track before disappearing down an alleyway on the other side of the path. A faint cough was Naruto's only applause as he stood with his hand still extended and a maniacal grin on his face. "Mummy, what's that boy doing?" a young girl asked while pointing at the petrified academy student. "Don't look at him, sweetie, just keep walking," the mother exclaimed while hurrying the two of them along. Sweat drop forming, Naruto deftly fell out of statue form and folded his arms. He glared at his feet in frustration while everybody else tried going back to their business, wanting to put the scene of the weird blonde kid striking poses in the middle of the main highway as far out of their minds as possible. "No, that wouldn't work," the Jinchuriki groaned, eyes squinting as he tilted his head. "I don't look good in full blue and it all depends on the weather. Where the hell would I get enough electricity for a jutsu like that, anyway? Ah, damn it." He kicked at a stone and stomped on dejectedly, at the same time flipping through random hand seals. Bird, tiger, ram, hare, dragon, monkey, ox, bird, why the hell is this so hard? In his quest to find the perfect technique, the Jinchuriki had tried to perform several jutsu he'd read from the academy library scrolls, but none of them seemed to fit him. It wasn't like he couldn't perform them, he could, but they just didn't speak to him as a signature, nor were they that impressive. If he wanted to use a particular jutsu, it was obvious for his type of person and character that he would have to practice that technique a lot in order to master it, just like Irika said. It wasn't like someone was going to conveniently rock up and teach him the perfect jutsu for him. The world didn't work like that. He wasn't a genius like Sasuke or an inherited type from any clan like Kiba, Choji or Shikamaru, or at least one that he knew of. So what the hell was he supposed to do? Form a random hand seal, hold his hand out and hope for the best that something cool would happen? That's how jutsu were formed, right? With the extensive number of hand seals and different combinations out there in the world, weren't there like thousands of potential techniques yet to be discovered? That's what he thought anyway. Yeah. Like I'm going to suddenly perform a jutsu on the spot, Naruto exclaimed sarcastically, forming a tiger seal and slapping his hand against an empty wagon sitting on the road. "Oh look, I can blow up stuff with the touch of my hand. How convenient is that?" The second he removed his hand, however, there was a loud whooshing sound followed shortly by a violent gust of wind that tore into the road at the blonde's feet. Naruto's head snapped towards the wagon in alarm, where he saw dust and debris begin twisting violently around the point he had made contact with the cart. It was almost like a vortex had sprung up right where he had placed his palm against the carriage. The villagers too became aware of the disturbance through the wind whipping across the street and looked towards the anomaly with a start. A split second later, as soon as all eyes were engaged with the scene, the gust of wind blasting off of the side of the wagon suddenly lifted the stationary object right off the ground. The massive cart took off with a sonic boom ringing out all around, rocketing into the air like it had jet engines attached to it and disappearing over the tall buildings to God knows where. Its sudden flight left a startled Naruto and a street full of dumbstruck civilians in its wake. All eyes then turned toward the Jinchuriki. Looking down at his hands, Naruto shook his head. What was that? Did he just use a jutsu? If so, then what the hell kind of jutsu was it? A grin formed on the Jinchuriki's face and he balled his fingers into fists. That was awesome. XXX. Meanwhile, up in the academy in the classroom run by Irika Umino, the scarred homeroom teacher himself was sitting at his desk looking intently over the files of each of his students. He was currently in the process of updating the current levels and skills of his students on paper, as well as their profiles and results. Based on their culminated written examinations and practical tests, they'd all been doing quite well as a group. But there was one student in particular that stood out from the rest of the crowd, one that he knew quite well. Naruto Uzumaki's file was splayed out in front of him with the Jinchuriki's face paperclipped in the top right corner. The boy really did take a good picture when he was serious about one, his wide grin bringing an amused smile to Irika's face as he scanned his history. Even though the Chunin had been on the receiving end of a lot of his pranks as well as being the mop and bucket man of many more, the blonde had something about his person that made him unique and appealing compared to everybody else. He was like a shining ray of sunlight. Still, this didn't diminish the fact that his tests on paper were poor. This was a well-known fact since the youngster was always either absent or didn't stick to the requirements of his assessments. Sure, he got them done, but his record was all over the place, ranging from bad to bloody excellent. He was like radio waves, constantly undulating. The Uzumaki couldn't sit still, and he didn't exactly follow instructions as well as the others, very free-spirited. But despite how poorly he did in certain occasions, Irika couldn't help but give his records a second go-over just to make sure whether the assessments had been fair on him. His most recent taijutsu match and win over the 3 enemy kunoichi had been a real eye-opener to him. Since most of his record was written down right here in front of him, it made reassessment more convenient, and after reviewing most of it in the time that he had, the man with the ponytail arrived at a rather startling realization. He was just about to delve further into this through pen when he heard a knock on the door. "Hey there, Irika. I was wondering where you were," came the obvious voice of Conscious, also known as his good friend Mizuki. The white-haired man strolled into the class with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face, a greeting he received in kind from Irika. "Catching up on some work?" "Yeah, you could say that," Irika chuckled, going back to the documents in front of him. "There's a lot here. I need to make sure I have it all filed correctly." "I see," Mizuki exclaimed, waddling over and taking a glance at the papers. He was surprised to see a lot of documents related to Naruto Uzumaki on the desk. "Oh, if it isn't the practical joker. Are you going to book him again?" "Not until Monday, no," Irika chuckled, sliding one of the other sheets aside for a blank one. "Actually, since we're on the topic of our favorite prankster, what do you really think about young Naruto, Mizuki?" "Me," the man replied with a bat of his eyes. He never expected to be asked for his opinion on one of the village's biggest banes on society to date. Seriously. There hadn't been this much chaos in Konohagakure since its inception, and back then those problems had stemmed from clan disagreements. However, with the question out on the floor, he had no choice but to respond. "Well, I think he's very open-minded and crafty for a child his age. He's terribly naive and has a very simple view on life, extremely childish and immature, yet has a certain knack for causing people a lot of unwanted grief. It wouldn't be the first time." He mumbled the last part rather spitefully. Irika didn't pick up on that. Instead, he simply moved on with the topic at hand. "He doesn't fare well on paper, and he doesn't really stick around long enough for stuff to be thoroughly explained to him. It's in his nature to wander about looking for new and interesting material. That being said, he's definitely the kind of kid that plays to his strengths." "Do tell," Mizuki exclaimed curiously. "I've been looking back at his history: troublemaking, vandalism, endless pranks, constant failings in by-the-book examinations, absences from class, and a penchant for causing disaster wherever he sets foot. He's like a walking storm system, wild and untamable with a single purpose fixed inside of his head," Irika said with a smile, "to become Hokage. It's ludicrous, isn't it? What exactly are you getting at? Beneath all of this bad rep and low scoring, have you ever noticed in all the times where Naruto actually does succeed, all of the things he's done right?" Irika asked, looking up at his comrade to see him shrug. "His pranks are pulled off flawlessly, and not a single person has been able to catch him, quality stealth at its finest. The inimitable traps he's able to set and spring upon unsuspecting victims, a genius level of creativity and understanding of physics and shinobi tactics. The materials he's able to utilize, whether as throwing weapons, extensions of his hand, or devices to use in his endeavors, resourcefulness and superb aim. He knows his environment well enough to get away, is quick on his toes, and he's more than just slippery when it comes to pursuits. Even I sometimes have trouble trying to track him down." Mizuki blinked, scratching his chin as he looked out the window. "Now that you mention it, he certainly does possess a high degree of skills outside of the academy system that can make him inadvertently dangerous. There's a lot of potential behind his abilities." This he meant, since he clearly remembered the time when Naruto had managed to hit all the chunin in the academy at once without them knowing. For example, the boy had managed to cram apples filled with worms without breaking the seams and given them to Irika and Mizuki respectively. He replaced every single soda can in the cafeteria and vending machines with cans filled with dog urine, as they later found out to their dismay, which he'd collected from the Inuzuka kennels over a period of 2 months. Hell, there was also the one time the Jinchuriki had unscrewed and undone every nail from every single piece of furniture, fixture and wall in the academy. They didn't know how he did it, but he did it, and the entire establishment had to be rebuilt from the ground up after a particularly strong breeze came by and knocked it all down. This sneakiness and skill to strike at others indirectly showed outstanding shinobi quality. In any one of those instances Naruto could have poisoned every single man and woman in the building, drugged them, or set bombs off to bring down the entire area and sent them all to Kingdom Come. Now that Mizuki thought about it, the boy was an incredibly terrifying force to be reckoned with. He made a note to check his office thoroughly next time before getting comfortable. Eyeing the man's face had Irika smirk. See? If he's so good, then why doesn't he put these skills of his to better use, like to his schooling? Mizuki wondered, giving the man a suspicious glance. The Chunin shrugged back, because he finds the system unbearable. I can't change his nature. His resolve is even more steely and potent than his chakra and stamina. The best thing I can do is point him in the right direction and hope that the village survives to see the next day. You make him sound like some kind of monster, Mizuki chuckled, though inwardly admitting that that was probably true. Every adult in the village knew what he was and what he was carrying. It was hard for them not to put that thought out of their minds. He's not a monster. He's just a boy with insurmountable potential for growth, and has an odd way of dealing with problems, Irika replied, leaning back in his chair and glancing up at his friend to see him smirk. That's another thing, have you ever seen Naruto training? Not really. He's usually alone most of the time, isn't he? Like Sasuke. It's been bothering me for a while. Do you remember the taijutsu sessions from last week? Irika asked. He saw his friend nod back, both of them scrutinizing that particular memory at the same time. Every single student this academy's ever produced has either studied and practiced the basic forms of combat from the school scrolls, or practiced their clans' or parents' taijutsu styles. Naruto's fighting style though? I just can't seem to identify it or place it. Now that you mention it, his fighting style is sort of weird and uncouth, Mizuki murmured, scratching his cheek. All that moving about with no guard, jumping, flipping and bending, he's very acrobatic. He's very unorthodox and wild. On top of his flexibility and agility, he has an uncanny sense of timing too, Irika murmured, rubbing his chin. When he first started at the academy, he was an incredibly direct fighter, always wanting to get into a hitting match with his opponents. He didn't have much talent for the area and was always beaten up by the other students because of it. But after a few months I saw his fighting style change from crude, to academic, to being incredibly diverse. It didn't click with me until a year later when I saw his style had changed completely. It seems so unrefined now, but he's damn good with it. That's really creepy, Mizuki stated, his mind coming about to another important fact. He looked down at the boy's profile picture in slight alarm. Actually, now that I think back to his other spars, he doesn't seem to be taking hits from anyone anymore. He's always dancing around his opponents or jumping over them. On top of them too. The boy possessed an innate ability to distribute his weight instantaneously and contort his joints to the point normal people would have been in pain. His flicker jabs and swaybacks were a good example of this. He could take shots at his opponents while he was in close with them and not receive any hits in kind because he was so agile. Analyzing his fighting style from a distance, Irika and Mizuki also arrived to another important conclusion. His reflexes are like lightning, Mizuki murmured. That quick, huh? Irika smiled, nodding towards the file of the blonde-haired student grinning back at him. Even better than Sasuke's. I didn't even notice. Naruto really was further ahead than the Chunin originally thought. Looking underneath the underneath, just like how shinobi were supposed to look at challenges and obstacles, they both saw a side to the Jinchuriki that they never knew he had before. However, he doesn't like the theory and he can't perform the Bunshin no Jutsu at all, Irika stated, folding his arms with a puzzled quirk in his expression. He's good at Kawarimi and his henge transformations are flawless, despite his fooling around, and even though he's good off paper those other two aspects continue to disagree with him. I heard from the other teachers that you still wish to pass him, even if he was to fail in those two core areas, Mizuki said, leaning against the man's desk with his hand on his hip. Is that wise, to allow that boy to become a genin? If he keeps up the record I've just reviewed, Irika began, slapping the paper while also smiling up at his companion, and improves over the next couple of years on top of it, then I will definitely allow him to graduate. Not to mention I was able to come to an agreement with him in regards to his faults. If he is still unable to get the Bunshin no Jutsu right in the time before his final year at this academy, he has another option. Which is that if he was to master a technique other than the Bunshin no Jutsu before the final year deadline of his group, then he may move on with a high grade in his record, Irika exclaimed, patting the separate sheets of paper together and putting them all back into the boy's file. Having rewritten his overall evaluation for this semester on the blonde-haired troublemaker, the Chunin felt content with his work. It's a fair deal, one that he happily agreed to. If he's able to earn that one final chunk that will round out his entire skill set, then I promise here and now, I'll give him my own headband as a reward for his efforts. He flicked his forehead protector, sealing the deal with a cling. Mizuki chuckled, so you're putting all your bets on him? Sounds like a safe gamble. The little runt had better come up with one hell of a jutsu before his time is up. He then looked around at the classroom, where the boys' potential was laid bare to them for all to see. All of the desks and chairs, which had previously been fixed to the floor, had all been glued to the ceiling. Looking up at the rafters where all the furniture sat, Mizuki also noted that the filing cabinets and potted plants were also stuck up there. He also saw the space where Irika's desk and chair had previously been glued. The white-haired Chunin frowned. "Are you positively sure about passing him?" Irika nodded. "Absolutely, but I'll make sure he works for it, that I can promise you." And what better start was there than slapping detention over the Jinchuriki's head the moment he stepped into class on Monday. XXX. The next day? "Oh, this is so awesome!" Naruto exclaimed, slapping his right hand against a tree and watching the jet stream created from the action rip the whole thing right out of the ground and send it hurling over the forest, where it crashed Kami knows how far away. The sound of startled birds scattering filled the air with a sense of haste. The blonde laughed out excitedly upon watching the great fall while running circles, before eventually collapsing on the grass and throwing his hands into the air in triumph. He methodically looked up at each palm, flexing his fingers to see if each of them were all right. So far he felt no muscle cramps, abnormalities in his movements, changes to his diet, diminishment in his spirit, or anything wrong with his head. In fact, he felt even better than ever. Just what the heck happened to him? Not only that, how was he able to come up with this strange jutsu in the first place with a simple hand seal? It was unreal. After practicing it for a majority of the afternoon as well as the entire night beforehand, which meant he got absolutely no sleep whatsoever testing his jutsu out on random, disused objects of various sizes, Naruto was able to grasp the basic concepts of the strange new technique. By gathering chakra through the usual manner and touching any surface area he deemed suitable, he was able to create an ejection point for air. The ejection point imprinted on the surface emitted a jet stream-like vortex of wind with enough power behind it to uproot boulders the size of sheds from the ground and propel them at the same speed as objects even smaller and lighter than them. That was a fuck-ton of power for a single chakra handprint to have. This was something Naruto was able to deduce all on his own after testing it out in the woods outside of the suburbs. He was able to chuck an entire boulder the size of a roadside stall at the speed of a kunai like it weighed nothing. Wherever the thing landed he sure as hell hoped there were no animals lying in its path. But damn it, that wasn't even the best part. Fact was he could make multiple ejection points at the same time. All he needed to do was tap his hand against a surface or a series of surfaces one by one or with both hands, allowing him to create simultaneous ejection points. Objects were then hurled a distance of about 500 meters, and this reach was covered with barely any effort exerted on Naruto's part at all. Though he didn't have full control over it and was just shooting the shit for the fun of it, it was still awesome on so many levels. Just what the hell kind of chaotic technique did he create? And what should I call it? The blonde thought, staring at his hands as he rotated them under the light of the midday sun. I don't think anyone has heard or used this kind of technique before. I just slap a bit of my chakra against an object and watch it fly off like a rocket using wind. This is something else. He sat bolt upright and stared down at his palms with complete focus. It was a wind release technique. This was new. Of all the jutsu he could have come up with in his time brainstorming over what kind he could master, his body responded by giving him a wind release type. Though it didn't explode, create pretty sparks or flood places, it was definitely mind-blowing. At least it stuck to his preferences as to what he wanted. The technique wasn't a normal wind type either, considering how powerful it was. Furthermore, it could function as both a close-range and long-range jutsu, as it was applied at close range but could also hurl objects of various sizes a considerable distance. The potential behind it was staggering. This had Naruto thinking over the name he could give this thing. It attaches a jet of wind and sends things flying off at breakneck speed. Though I'm sure there's more I can do with it, I need some more time to practice, Naruto thought with a smile, snapping his fingers several times while pointing at his open right hand. Wind release, no, too long. Short and simple. Short and simple. Wind, vortex, tornado, jet, wind, hand, air, jet. Tapping the side of his head several times with his finger, Naruto then clicked at something before pointing at his right hand victoriously. Jet hand. That's it. That's what I'll call it. Jet hand. A touch of brilliance he should say. With the name given, Naruto then leapt to his feet, ran at a dead tree and slammed his hand against it, a split second before a gale of wind exploded off of its side and ripped the damn thing right out of the ground. It was then sent hurling through the forest and tearing through trees like there was no tomorrow. Hearing it crash in the distance moments later, still stuck with his hand extended in the launching position, the Jinchuriki grinned. Oh yeah. I've finally got my very own jutsu. Yup. He definitely couldn't wait for graduation. Triple X. Monday morning? Get back here! Naruto shouted while leaping off of a nearby roof and trying to make a grab for the bird he was chasing. The swallow ducked right underneath his grasp, making the boy miss and coaxing a growl out of him. Damn it, Swift-chan. How the hell do you do that? Stop. After getting up that morning and readying himself for school, the blonde was all set for a full day of work and training. However, on his way to the academy that morning he was unexpectedly blind-sighted by his training companion Swift, the fire-breasted swallow. Immediately recognizing the bird swooping at the back of his head as a challenge of sorts, the blonde quickly changed objectives and gave chase to the cheeky airborne attacker and took to the rooftops. What followed was another epic pursuit across the neighborhood, which was filled with screaming, cursing, chirping, and a lot of dangerous maneuvers. Villagers were startled when they saw an orange blur just dash in and out of sight at ground level, as well as see the same person sail through the air above their heads after lapping the suburbs. Though sort of like a repeat of a similar chase of last week, it was certainly a different experience for those directly involved. Ducking a clothesline, Naruto crisscrossed an alleyway before leaping straight up at the retreating swallow. He made a swipe, missed, and spun towards a nearby rooftop, where he landed in a crouched position and arms stretched out to balance his fall. The Jinchuriki grinned and glared up towards the bird, performing loops not too far from him. Show off! Naruto shouted, dashing after it and making a dive. The bird darted out of reach, but had its tail feathers grazed when the blonde's hand changed directions in mid-flight. Though it was a near miss, it was still a miss, which the Uzumaki was determined to correct. Landing on his hands against a bar, he pushed off of it and flung himself towards the bird again, kicking at it to make it change course, which it did. The first move's a feint, Swift-chan. He made another grab for the bird, but she caught wind of his maneuver and flipped out of reach. The Jinchuriki tumbled across a lower roof of a storehouse on landing. Crouching once again, he pursued the critter for the 100th time, building up speed and jabbing for her again. Naruto's grin widened. I got you. However, he misinterpreted a dark spot ahead on the solid roof for a groove in the surface of the building, and inadvertently had his toes caught in the step. Just as his fingers were curling around the bird, Naruto was suddenly thrown off balance while running at full speed. The Jinchuriki let out a startled yelp before he was slammed head first into the tiled floor. The plates shattered on impact as he bounced down the slope before literally cartwheeling across the road. What ended up breaking his fall was the tarp inside of a horse-drawn wagon parked just across from the storehouse. The boy careened into the carriage 2 stories below and disappeared in amongst the crates and barrels stacked inside of it, right behind the backs of the driver and his client who were in the process of finishing up their deal. Hearing a loud clatter behind them, the driver, a middle-aged man dressed in brown overalls, white shirt and apron, had his hair covered in a bandana and a bushy mustache hiding his mouth, looked over his shoulder in surprise. Glancing around the street momentarily, he didn't see any signs of a collapse or anything out of the ordinary, and thus dismissed the disturbance as a mere trick of the wind and quickly looked back at the man selling him the goods. Counting out the last of the Rio, the transporter handed the remaining funds over to the larger gentleman in the workman's gear, who had obviously been one of the crew responsible for loading up the material. After double-checking, the store owner smiled and pocketed the cash. I sure hope business for your area picks up soon. I've been seeing you less and less around the village these days, friend, the man exclaimed, nodding to the driver who scratched his head exhaustedly. Trouble at home? You could say that. Boy, the courier breathed out while shaking his head. That man Gato is a tyrant. I swear. He's bullying everyone in the town and sucking every last dime out of those who can still afford to pay. The people who can't meet his obscene taxes are either beaten or chased out of the village. It's awful. Damn. Why doesn't the village leader or the authorities do something about him? The workman asked curiously, earning a dismissive wave from the wagon driver. They're all gone. It's basically survival of the fittest now, or in this case survival of the richest, the traveler replied. Times are tough, but those who remain have to push on. It's the only way we'll be able to continue living in this world. Everything's changing, even industry. Well, I still hope things work out for you guys, the other man replied with a smile, shaking hands with his regular. If you need any help, just drop by and ask. We're a shinobi village after all, so it's perfectly alright if you want to hire out some assistance if things get desperate. I appreciate it, but... The driver backed away with a nervous smile. I can't really afford much at the moment. I've got a lot bills to pay and stuff, but I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. With a tip of his hat to the tradesman, the traveler hopped back up onto his carriage and brought the reins around. Snapping them sharply, the horse began to move as directed by its master, who waved back toward his client as he left the district for his next stop off. While he was pulling out of the village following a quick check-in with the shinobi at the front gates, the driver failed to notice a small swallow land on the canvas roof of his wagon. Chirping frantically, the bird with the red kunai mark on its back hopped along the carriage's frame a couple of times before flying around and into the back of the cart. There, nestled between some barrels and draped over a stack of flour bags, Naruto lay in an unconscious, crumpled heap with a swirl pattern in each eye. The 10-year-old had his mouth hung open in a stupid grin and was babbling all sorts of nonsense. Oh, stars, rainbows, ramen. The swallow perched on the barrels next to him shook her head in dismay. Naruto. Drifting. The world out there. 3 days later. Naruto was suddenly woken from his peaceful slumber by his bedspread coming to an abrupt and shuddering halt. He gave out a yelp of surprise when he was tossed onto his front, coaxing tears of pain from his eyes due to the bad position he landed in. What? What's going on? Why he hadn't woken up days earlier from all the noise and rattling surrounding him beforehand was a good question. It could only be assumed that the infrequent rocking of the surface he had been laying on basically kept him relaxed enough to enjoy his pleasant montage of dreams to be asleep for over 72 hours. Too bad the comforter he had been lying across hadn't exactly been the ideal surface for his body to be sprawled over, something he came to the full realization of when he sat up and stretched out after his bad landing. The sounds of each of his vertebrae popping back into place one after the other could be heard echoing throughout his dim chamber. Letting out a yawn, the blonde rubbed his eye and looked around his strange surroundings. Man, how long was I out? He blinked in confusion when he saw the stacks of crates and boxes. Wait a second, this isn't my bedroom. Figuring he was still dreaming, he pinched himself in an attempt to rouse his mind from its slump. When he opened his eyes again and saw that his world hadn't changed, he groaned in annoyance and stood up. I guess I must have fallen asleep in the academy's equipment shed again. Damn. What the hell's with all the barrels lying around? While he was scratching his head, the boy winced when he felt a sharp poke to his cranium and looked up to see a familiar companion perched on the unlit lamp hanging from the ceiling of the low riding room. Oh, hey Swift-chan? What's up? The bird chirped sharply, directing his attention towards the exit. Listening to her stressful exclamations for the next few seconds as she explained to him their current situation, the blonde blew a raspberry and gave his friend a dismissive wave. What? No way. How the hell are we not in the village anymore? Naruto shook his head, stepping over several bags of flour and reaching for the canvas entrance, all the while laughing the entire way. That's a funny joke, Swift-chan. If we're not in Konoha anymore, then that would mean I must have fallen asleep in some traveler's carriage. What kind of shikamaru do you take me fo-? He was cut short when he threw open the drapes of the wagon and found himself staring out at an unknown countryside, covered with fields, small areas of forest, and winding roads stretching out as far as the eye could see. Oh? Hey! Startled, Naruto looked over to see the driver of the wagon pointing at him with an incredulous look on his face. What are you doing hiding in the back of my cart, kid? Get out of there! Blinking a few times, the blonde meekly raised his hand in a dumbfounded greeting. Yeah, hi. Could you please tell me where I am? I think I'm lost. The swallow who had accompanied him on his journey perched herself on his shoulder. The driver scratched his head. Geez, how long have you been in there? You're in Gyurtariba no Tochi, son. Land of the Great River. Gyurtariba? Never heard of it. Naruto looked around while leaning further out the wagon. He could see he was in a hilly area with a lot of farmland and open field. Apparently the man had stopped beside a local food stand on the side of the highway to take a break from his long trip. After quickly taking in his new surroundings, the Jinchuriki looked back at the stumped tradesman and addressed him with a new question. Do you know how far away from Konohagakure we are? He saw the man's eyes bug out. Konohagakure? You're from that village? The blonde nodded. I left the land of fire 3 days ago. We're in a country to the far west sitting in between the land of wind to the south and the land of earth to the north. The man breathed in amazement. I gotta tell ya kid, you're a long way from home. Naruto appeared both bewildered and dismayed at that revelation. Really? Ah crap, why the hell does this always happen to me? Overcome, he then hopped out of the wagon and took his first steps across a road he'd never set foot on until now. Oh well. Guess I'd better make the most of this. Looking left and right to check for traffic, the 10-year-old was able to ascertain the direction he had come from and where this man was apparently headed, before deciding to follow the road that the tradesman had been following. Seeing the youngster head off down the highway, the driver suddenly jumped back into life. Whoa! Hey! You're going the wrong way, kid. Stopping for a moment, Naruto glanced back casually at the tradesman while pointing down the route ahead of him. There's a village close by, isn't there? That's where you were headed before you stopped. Yes. Then that's where I'll go. Thanks, Aji-san. With a kind wave and a smile the Jinchuriki turned around and marched on, with his swallow companion riding atop his shoulder. Betting on his knowledge of public transport, the boy figured he would be able to charter a ride back to his home village from the town and decided to take the lead in this unexpected adventure. Hopefully he would also be able to come across some more locals who could tell him more about this place he had wound up at. He headed on, leaving a still bewildered-looking driver behind who stared worryingly after him. Be careful, lad, the tradesman said to himself while stroking his mustache. The Great Divide lies over that horizon, and I don't think you'll like what you're going to find there. XXX. A couple hours later. Whoa, now that is a big-ass trench, Naruto said to himself as he stood at the crest of the hill he'd finally arrived at and looked out over the rolling landscape of valleys and forests towards the great furrow he could see carved into the country. The line dug into the earth was about 2 kilometers wide and stretched from one vanishing point in the distance to the next, one of the largest natural formations he'd ever seen. He shook his head in amazement as he took it all in from end to end, disappointed that he didn't have a camera with him. Though some mists toward the north concealed much of the trench, the boy still got a good enough look at the canyon, concluding that this view was by far one of the most amazing sights he'd ever seen. I can't wait to tell Irika-sensei about this when I get home. Scratching his head as he marveled at the landscape, the blonde then looked down at the swallow nesting on his shoulder. Did you know about this? The bird merely chirped and ruffled her feathers. Surprised? Yeah. So am I. Deciding he'd had enough of taking in the sights at this distance, the blonde began marching down the hill to continue on his trek. Spotting a farmhouse next to some dried-up crops closer to the expanse of flats, Naruto instinctively headed there to see if anyone in the area could give him some proper directions to the village he was heading to. Honestly, even though it was a highway, he still managed to get himself lost. He needed a map, and something to eat. Seriously, he was starving. Perhaps while he was here he could poke around a little more and soak up some of the culture. He wanted to learn as much about this place so that he could tell Tucci and Iam the whole story in detail that was sure to come. After following the dirt road that branched off of the main highway down to the cottage, Naruto stopped at the front door of the main building and gazed up at it wearily. The place was a little rundown and disused, with the only farm animals in sight being an ox, a cow, a donkey, and a few chickens asleep in their pen. There was a lot more space that would have housed a score of other animals, but they were all vacant. This had the boy wonder what exactly was going on with the owners of this establishment and its diminishing quality. A few moments of consideration later and Naruto knocked on the door. He didn't have to wait long for a response. I said it before and I'll say it again, I am not selling my land to you dogs. Fuck off. The reply from inside had Naruto recoil in shock. Well, that was a pretty unpleasant welcome. Staring at the entrance for a few more seconds and wondering what had this person's panties in such a twist, the blonde frowned and knocked again. This time though he wasn't just greeted by a voice but by the door itself flying open and a crossbow being shoved into his face. Didn't you hear me? I said Fuha. Naruto gave a yelp and stumbled back, freaking out at the sight of the loaded weapon. The swallow on his shoulders also chirped in surprise, ruffling her feathers to the point she looked like a ball of fluff. The person brandishing the projectile piece peeked over the crosshairs to see a child staring back at her in shock. Blinking, the farmer lowered her crossbow. A kid? Looking up at the owner of the cottage, Naruto found himself staring at a slightly dirty yet pretty young lady around her 20s. Sporting a perfect figure, she wore tight jeans, a buttoned-up red and white checkered top with her midriff exposed and a straw hat. Additionally, she had long, dull green hair tied back into a ponytail, bright brown eyes, a beauty mark under her right eye and had a piece of straw stuck in her mouth. She looked quite spunky based solely on her appeal. Upon looking the person standing in front of them over for a good minute, they both eased up, with the farmer removing the weapon completely out of her stance and letting it hang at her side. Well, this is a surprise. What's a brat like you doing all the way out here? Before he could answer, Naruto's stomach gave a loud growl. He covered it with both hands and grinned sheepishly up at the woman, who raised an eyebrow at him. Taking that as his answer, she smiled at him and propped her crossbow against her shoulder. Hungry, huh? Been living rough? Sort of, the blonde shrugged. He would have liked to tell her about his situation back home, but that would have taken him hours and it was a conversation he really didn't feel like shedding light on. Getting straight to the point seemed like the better option. I haven't eaten in 3 days. You're not the worst case I've had stumble in here, but still, I'd be a bitch to just turn a little squirt like you away from my doorstep. The woman stepped aside and ushered him in. Come on. I'll get ya something. Thanks a lot, Naruto chirped before striding into the home. The swallow sitting on his shoulder remained, feeling just as curious about this place as her human friend. She was a bit hungry too. Oh, Warm relief flooded through Naruto the moment he finished the big bowl of stew that had been laid out in front of him by the nice lady who had invited him into her home. With a big, satisfied smile on his face, the blonde patted his sated stomach and breathed out a warm cloud of soup air, at the same time looking down to see his partner Swift eating her own fill of birdseed from a small saucer also provided by the farmer. It's been really quiet nowadays. Not many people come walking past here anymore, the farmer exclaimed with a smile. I guess maybe because I'm so out of the way as well that I don't get that many visitors. It had been while they were eating Naruto learned that the kind woman's name was Hanar and that she was the sole owner of the farm he was currently at. She had been looking after this place ever since the old man who had taken her under his wing passed away, and up until a few months ago the place had been bustling with life and was one of the most prosperous farms in the area. That was, until... You're the first person who isn't one of those salesman scumbags to come knocking on my door in, I'd say, about a month. The blonde looked up at her curiously. Really? That long, huh? Hanar nodded. It sucks. Though I don't mind the peace and quiet, I had to sell off a lot of my animals just to pay the bills. I'm down to my last ones now. No wonder the farm looked so empty when I passed it, Naruto murmured while standing up. What about your fields? Everything growing in them looks dead, like they haven't been watered in ages. The crops were what made this place so profitable to begin with, Hanar stated, glancing out her window with a perturbed look on her face. Naruto noticed her stare and how concerned it became. Ever since Gato came in here and built that god-awful eyesore up the river, this land's value and living quality practically went down the toilet. Huh? Naruto tilted his head. River? Eyesore? Who's Gato? Man Squirt, where the hell have you been these past several months? Living in a hole? Naruto grinned sheepishly. I'm not from around here. The outside world is still abysmal to me. Well, if that's the case, Hanar began, checking her watch. Nodding her head, she then opened one of the cupboards sitting above her kitchen sink and grabbed a pair of binoculars. She then motioned for the boy to follow her, and soon the two of them were standing out on her front porch side by side. Holding the specs over her eyes, Hanar looked out to the massive gorge they could see in the distance before she held the device down to the blonde. To the north. The mist's clearing up now so you can't miss it. Naruto did as he was asked and raised the binoculars to his eyes. When he eventually spotted the eyesore Hanar was talking about, his jaw almost hit the ground. What the hell is that? The blonde nearly shouted, leaning forward and blinking several times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He lowered the binoculars. Even at this bloody distance he could still see the gargantuan structure as clear as day. It's massive. Yeah, Hanar replied, folding her arms and leaning against the doorframe. That monstrosity is called the Mugen River Dam, or better known as Gato's White Wall. Mugen River. Naruto murmured. This river stretches across the entire continent. It's the largest canal in all of the shinobi nations, Hanar informed before her eyes narrowed tersely. Well, it used to be. I'm sure you've at least heard of Gato Company. Its products and services are known worldwide. Ever since the boss came waltzing in here with his circus act and bought out every water and power station in the region, as well as every available estate up on that ridge, he then built that thing right next to the border. Now he's got a monopoly over the entire country. Naruto's once puzzled and bewildered expression slowly transformed into a look of outrage as Hanar explained to him the situation. He glared out towards the colossus on the horizon, an enormous concrete structure stretching 2 kilometers with massive frames, cranes, towers, and the name Gato International stamped clean across its front where the water outlet sat. The problem with his initial analysis though, there was absolutely no water to speak of. The massive river had been reduced to a small stream barely visible from where they were standing, a shadow of what he assumed it once was. This explained why the place looked so devoid of life and in such a state of decay. Nothing and nobody was getting any water. The sheer size and height of the structure was also keeping a lot of the rain clouds from drifting over the lands. Everything, including the sky, was being held back by that towering blot on the landscape. It seemed impossible, but it was exactly as it appeared. This determination to keep all of that water back just to get money from all the people in the country was unthinkable. Who would do this? This land used to be so full of life. Food was plentiful, the money flow was good, and people were happy. Boy, you should have seen this place when it was at its best. It was like paradise, Hanar said before shrugging. Oh sure, we talked about projects like creating small dams, reservoirs and stuff, like setting up a power station to generate energy through water and building a bridge to the other side to provide another path to the other countries, but all of that talk was put to rest when that man showed up. The farmer then shook her head. Damn Gato. The people couldn't stop him in time, and because of their dithering they're now suffering under his heel. That bastard. No shit, Hanar replied, glaring hatefully at the monster towering over the dead river. Why doesn't somebody do something about him? Naruto asked while glancing up at the farmer leaning against the entrance. Where are the armies, the mobs, the shinobi? This is a whole country, isn't it? Why doesn't somebody stop him or call for help? No one can stop him or do anything about him because Gato is as much a monster as that gigantic wall of his, Hanar stated with a frown. The person you're talking about here is one of the most powerful men in the world. He's conquered lands and felled opponents using only his resources. They are insurmountable. He doesn't just control the water and power in this land, he's also eliminated the daimyo as a threat to his operation here. What? The country's leader has been all but dethroned. The money the Lord once owned all went to Gato to pay for power and for water, and even that wasn't enough. Gato taxes everyone in the country to the point that he basically owns everything and everyone, Hanar said, gesturing to her farm. Those who can't make a living or pay him are either kicked out, flee, or put to work under the boss, whether by their consent or not. Gato also wants my land to set up a factory because there are precious resources stored underground and is constantly sending envoys to my front door to negotiate. It's only a matter of time till he starts sending his other lackeys to persuade me. Persuade, you mean intimidate you? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Intimidate, torture, kill, beat, drug, break every bone in my body, whatever, Hanar listed with a careless shrug, as if none of that bothered her. I'm just one person up against an entire army. Gato's not only a powerhouse in the industrial and economical world, he also has thousands of workmen under his wing. On top of that, he doesn't just have people who run his branches. That's just a front. Mercenaries, pirates, drug lords, criminal organizations and shinobi, he's got a whole underworld dancing to his fiddle. Oh great, so this Gato man wasn't just a billionaire and magnate, he was also a criminal. The fact that apparently he was also such a big face in the world of business meant that nobody, not even the shinobi villages, could do anything about him. He was too big a symbol, too high up in the world, too much of a commodity. That was quite an intimidating thought. Not only that, but the fact that Naruto was told that the guy hired shinobi to do some of his dirty work also put a bit of knot in his throat. Just what the hell has been going on over here this entire time? How did the people of this region let things get this far? It was all quick, just so you know, Hanar said, stepping out of the doorframe and taking the binoculars from the boy as he gazed attentively out at the desert that was once a river. Before anyone could do or say anything, Gato had already bought out half of the country's industry. This place has now become one of the many assets under his control. So there are more countries out there under his boot? Naruto asked, feeling his anger rise and his fist start to shake. There are more people out there being controlled by him? Being bullied by him? It was an old story. Naruto had been on the receiving end of a lot of grief, displeasure and hostility his entire life. He knew exactly what that was like. Yes. And we're not the first either, Hanar replied with a firm gaze. I'm sorry to have to tell you all of this, since you're new here. This place is dying. There's not much left. The people who stay in this country are either hanging on by a thread or have nowhere else to go. She then nodded down the road towards the dried-up river. You can go to the main village and see for yourself if you like. But I recommend that you get out of this country as soon as you can, unless you want to get spotted and taxed by Gato's collectors for entering their territory. We're actually quite fortunate that he hasn't hired any shinobi to watch this place, since it's so far out of the way of any hidden villages. She was about to step back inside, but noticed that Naruto was still glaring angrily out at the river. Hanar held onto the door handle and looked back at him, a little surprised to see him shaking so much. After a while of intense silence, she breathed out and turned to face him. You may as well let it go. There's nothing you can do here. You're just one person, kid. The hell, I'm not going to do something about this bullshit, Naruto snapped, glancing over his shoulder at the stunned farmer. And I'm not just some random kid either. Hanar blinked, raising an eyebrow at him. Then what are you, squirt? The Jinchuriki smirked and raised his thumb up to poke at the goggles on his forehead. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage someday. He then stuck his fingers in his mouth and whistled. The woman jumped a little when the swallow that had previously been inside suddenly flew right by her head and landed on the blonde boy's shoulder. Hanar looked to see her guest was still looking back at her with a wide grin. A future Hokage can't just stand back and watch a whole country die right in front of him. He's got to take action, Databeo, no matter how stacked the odds are against him, Naruto exclaimed before taking off at full sprint for the river. It's time for me to raise hell. Startled, Hanar jumped forward and called out for him. Hey! Wait. Stop, Naruto. You're going to get yourself killed. The hell I am, the blonde called back with a wave. I'm the hero of this story. There's no way I'm going to get killed. Believe it. After seeing the youngster disappear and the trail of dust he left behind settle, the terrified-looking farmer leaned back with a worried gaze slapped across her face. She furrowed her brow and bit her lip anxiously. Please, don't do anything stupid, Squirt. If he somehow lived through to tomorrow, somehow, she would eat her own boots. Oh. Riverside Village? It was a quick run especially for the bundle of energy that was Naruto, who came into the village hoping to see a lot of people walking around. Indeed there were a few, a lot more than what he was expecting to see after hearing the whole story of this place from Hanar, but after taking some second glances and looks there were only two sorts he was able to make out. First there were the villagers themselves, all looking ragged, worn out and broken. Everyone he saw from this group looked awful, something that had the Jinchuriki stop in his tracks and drink in for a solid minute. He could pretty much guess that their current states of appearance were all thanks to this Gato bastard. The second lot of people that he could see walking in amongst the civilians, judging from their crude uniforms, menacing appearances, weapons, and the fact that a lot of them were walking around in packs, Naruto identified them as the boss's cronies. This pretty much made up the black and white population that was once a thriving riverside village. The whole thing was built on a wharf meant to stand above the flowing river, but was now a dry puddle in the middle of a dying land. Even the vegetation that once surrounded the village had grown thin from lack of hydration. It was horrible. How can this place not get any rain? Naruto wondered, looking up towards the dam he could see over the rooftops and the rain clouds caught behind it. Is it really because of that thing? Is it some kind of curse that's keeping the skies empty? If it was then the blonde was definitely going to have to find a way to break it. He'd made this vow while he had been running down the hillside to get to this place, and he intended to follow through with his goal no matter what. Looking around him at the dilapidated buildings and spirit-worn people a second time, Naruto could see that he had his work cut out for him. Before he could start on anything though he had to find the village mayor or leader, whoever was in charge that wasn't under Gato's payroll. The blonde moved with purpose down the road, avoiding eye contact with the thugs, including the ones dining in the nearby bars and stands, yet still managing to attract quite a lot of attention from the weary and exhausted villagers. It was uncomfortably quiet in this place. This is really depressing, Swift-chan, Naruto murmured, earning a tweet of agreement from the swallow on his shoulder. While walking down the main road the blonde suddenly became aware of a commotion taking place not too far from where he was. Looking across the street the Jinchuriki saw a small group of people standing outside a building and looking down. For what reason Naruto had no idea until his ears picked up the distinct sound of a sweet melody filling the air. Blinking, he approached to find out exactly what it was. He was pleasantly surprised when he saw a girl with dark pink hair closely resembling red in color sitting against the wall and playing a flute. She was entrancing the people around her with her performance, earning coins for her efforts and playing a song that was so charming it almost drew Naruto himself into the realm of enchantment. However, instead of becoming completely mesmerized like the rest of the villagers surrounding her appeared to be, he instead smiled warmly and listened in from a distance. Though the Jinchuriki didn't know it thanks to his proximity with her, the young street musician was captivating her audience with a genjutsu that was only effective at a certain range, so she was in no danger of being found out by any perceptive onlookers. However, this definitely explained the number of people gathered around her and swaying to the heavenly notes flowing from her piece. She had lured them in and trapped them like flies in a web. The girl appeared to be around Naruto's age, maybe a year older. She had lovely hair, a fair face, and beautiful brown eyes, yet covering this delicate exterior was the dirt and grime from an appalling environment and an ill-fated lifestyle. She was also dressed in worn-out clothing that was tattered and filthy, something the Jinchuriki figured she had attained from a long time of living out on the streets. It was a familiar sight. Naruto understood this himself from his own experience, days when he was down on his luck for the longest times. When the flute music faded and the girl lowered her instrument, the few people standing around her dropped coins into her hat and slowly left the scene one after the other. It was when the crowd had finally dispersed Naruto was permitted a clear view of the tired-looking girl, huddled up against the wall and clutching her flute to her like it was her only lifeline. He was about to go over as well, but was unable to when he was suddenly shoved aside by a group of large men walking past him. The Jinchuriki looked up in surprise. "Hey, brat," one of the 4 men that came to stand around the girl shouted, forming an intimidating wall before her with their hands on their weapons. "Wow, that was some beautiful music there. The boys and I were really touched. However, we're sorry to say this, but you're playing on our turf," another of the group exclaimed, leaning down further to leer at the urchin staring back at them with a vacant expression. "You can't set up shop here and expect to kick down your profits. There's a fee that's charged to all freelancers in this town. Everyone has to pay it, a third stated, nudging his companion in the side and earning a snicker from the rest of his crew. It's the law. You can understand us, right? The leader asked, grinning as he placed his hand against the wall and keeping his eyes fixed on the adolescent musician. Cough up, say, 80% of what you've made today and we'll be on our way. I can promise that you won't have any trouble from us. Hearing this had Naruto scowl and clench his fists tightly. The more he watched the thugs crowding her, the more his jaw seemed to stiffen and his teeth start to bare. The bird on his shoulder sensed the rise in his frustrations, which had her ruffle her feathers in alarm before taking off to perch on a nearby roof. She knew what was coming and didn't want to be anywhere near the vicinity when shit started to hit the fan. Well? Say something, brat, the lead brute exclaimed. You can talk, can't you? His second asked, kneeling down and grabbing the girl by the head, forcing her to look up at him. His grin widened when he felt the girl fight. You know, you're quite the cutie underneath all those bangs. I bet you'd make a fine catch when you're older. That's an excellent observation, mate, the leader chuckled, leaning further down when the girl's head was forcefully turned his way. Oh yes, a fine observation. How would you like to come with us? I'm sure the boss can find a fantastic position for you on the market. The girl gritted her teeth and shook her head as best she could, but was strained from the right-hand thug's grip in her locks. Hell no. Leave me alone. What was that? I don't think I heard you right. The leader reached down and grabbed the sword at his waist. Did you say, please cut out my tongue if I don't start cooperating with you? Was that it? Piss off, the girl snapped, throwing her head out of the other man's grip and rolling out of the way. Making sure to grab the money she made, spilling some coins in the process, she tried to make a run for it. Her escape attempt, however, was rewarded by her hair getting grabbed from behind before she was violently thrown up against the wall. She cried out when she hit the bricks and was held there with her arm locked over her head. Ow! Let me go. You know, it's not nice to play and run, the second said with a smirk, raising the girl off the floor a little more so that she was dangling like a lure. We should teach you a lesson about respecting authority. Oh yes, the group's boss exclaimed, drawing his sword and holding it out. He tapped it against her hand in a threatening manner. We should cut off some of your fingers. If we do that, then maybe you'll start singing a different tune. And oh, the girl cried out, tears brimming in her eyes when she felt her arm being squeezed even harder than before and her body being thrust further up the wall of the building by the boss's crony. She gritted her teeth and held both her flute and money tightly to her with her only free arm. Help, someone. Or better yet, how about I break your flute and your fingers, the second said, watching his companion swing his sword around and prop it against his shoulder, allowing some breathing room. The man holding up the girl grabbed the girl's hand holding both her instrument and coins. Come on, damn it, cough it up. And oh, the girl shouted tearfully, thrashing her hand about in an attempt to fight off the mercenary, but to no avail. Just as the villagers watching on the streets began to worry for the girl's safety and the men came even closer to relinquishing her of her precious items, the world snapped. Crack. The sound of a sharp thud echoing throughout the entire area silenced all bystanders and antagonists. The redhead being held against the wall was suddenly dropped to her feet when her captor unexpectedly jumped several feet into the air. With his head cocked upwards and blood flying free from his mouth, the thug climbed 3 full heights off the ground before beginning an incredibly painful descent, his companions looking up at his curling form in bewilderment. The remaining 3 then looked down, where they saw to their utter disbelief a young boy with wild blonde hair with his hands in his pockets and his foot jutted skywards, standing inside of their circle. The kid had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and sent a kick straight up into a man twice his size with apparently no prior movement or wind-up leading into the blow. It was absurd. What the fuck, the head gangster choked out when he saw his second slam into the ground several feet away with a deafening thump. How did? You little shit. He spun around, swinging his sword straight down to slice the kid in two, only for his vision to fade to black when the one he was targeting leapt at him with a left overhand that blasted his face and upper body coiling backwards. Knocked unconscious from the one hit, the boss thug hit the ground with an even louder thud than his teammates, like an anvil making landfall. You moron. It's just a kid, the thug standing behind the attacking Naruto shouted before launching himself at the boy, aiming to grab his collar. Stop screwing AOF. He didn't have time to even start his assault when the runt he was trying to take from behind spun like a top, leapt into the air, and slammed a kick straight across his face. The ruffian literally spun through the air before landing painfully on his head. Returning to earth gracefully, Naruto glanced over at the girl slumped against the wall and looking across at him in astonishment. Her tear-strung eyes wavered under the sun when the boy sent her a grin before wordlessly backflipping high into the air to avoid the fourth man diving at him from behind with a knife. He landed on the backstabber's back and dropped down to slam his feet into his beltline, at the same time grabbing the mercenary by the nostrils and pulling him into what looked like one of the most painful holds in recorded taijutsu history. "Oh wow wow, let go," the grown man cried out in agony when he felt his snout begin to get pulled up to where his hairline stopped. His upper body was slowly bent backwards to the point where it was beginning to resemble the curve of an F. "Let go! Let go! Let go! Hey! Run for it!" Naruto shouted, looking over at the girl leaning against the wall and looking on in awe. The redhead responded with a blink and a jump in her shoulders. "Get out of here while you can. I'll hold them off. Go! Now!" Not needing to be told twice, the young musician nodded affirmatively before picking her things off the floor and sprinting into the nearest alleyway. She was gone in a matter of seconds, allowing Naruto to finish dealing with the trash littering the streets. He kicked behind the locked man's knees, sending him dropping to the floor before releasing his face so that he sprang forward. When he did, Naruto quickly slammed his hand into the back of his head and rammed it straight into the ground, cracking the dry earth and splattering blood all over the road. Oh, he didn't kill him, but the blow was strong enough to ensure that once he regained consciousness he'd find his face resembling that of Picasso's. Scowling, Naruto looked up from on top of his out-cold foe to see more thugs come rushing out of the nearby buildings and stands, all of them brandishing dangerous weapons from staffs, to swords, to chains, to knives. Dozens of them instantly surrounded the boy dressed in orange, cutting off all potential escape routes. Conventional ones anyway? But Naruto had no plans of running away. Not in this fight. Instead, he grinned widely once he'd made a head count of all participants and saw that every single one of them was baring their teeth at him. The villagers in the street backed off or made a great effort to conceal themselves where they stood, leaving the kid all on his own to fight the horde of mongrels. "I've had a pretty dull week out in the forests breaking trees into splinters, so I've been dying for a good workout. You claw-hopping idiots better not disappoint me," Naruto said, standing up on top of the person he was perched on and slamming both of his fists together to produce an audible thump. His grin widened when he saw them all approach him at once. "This is gonna be fun. Oh. Several blocks out, huddled in the shadow of buildings and backstreets after what felt like hours of running, there sat the young female musician. Breathing hard with her eyes shut tight and sweat dripping down her brow, the redhead clutched her worldly possessions to her chest and held fast as her knees trembled and threatened to give out. However, knowing she was not free from danger, not while she was still in this village, she remained conscious of her environment and looked back down the road she had come. She remembered the faces of those that had cornered her, their shadows, the cold steel of sword against her skin and their glares. She also remembered the flash of bright light and the person that had come to her aid. That boy, dressed in orange with a head of golden spiky hair, came between her and her antagonists and smote each of them with a single blow. It was the most incredible thing she'd ever seen in her life, especially from someone who appeared to be no older than her. However, she knew that there were more of those goons hanging around the area. She was aware of their presence the moment she stepped onto that road. There had been an entire gang of thugs nesting in the bars, having lunch, counting cash, intimidating the locals, and everything else mercenaries did in their off time. Had her plight beforehand not attracted their attention, then the boy's interference surely did. She had no idea what was going to happen to him now. Gulping down breaths of air, the girl then rose from her place of rest and prepared to move out. However, when she looked around to begin walking again, she jumped back with a start and let out a shriek when she came face to face with the same boy that had leapt to her aid. Naruto grinned from where he was hanging, upside down from an overhanging pipe. "Yo!" The young girl looked up and down several times, wondering when and how he had managed to catch up to her without her knowing. Blinking and shaking her head to make sure she wasn't hallucinating, she stared at him in confusion. "You? Yeah, me. Were you expecting someone else?" the blonde asked playfully while swinging back and forth on the pole, gripping the edge with his toes. "My name's Naruto, by the way. Can I ask what your name is, pretty girl?" The musician blinked. "Tayuya." She shook her head suddenly when she eventually realized the absurdity of his presence and transformed her once bewildered gaze into a scowl. "Wait just a damn second. What or who in the hell are you?" "I just told you," Naruto replied casually, suddenly flipping over so that he was hanging from his hand. "I'm Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki." "Are you, like, a ninja?" the urchin now known as Tayuya asked while watching him sway. "If so, from what village?" "Konoha. But I'm not really a shinobi. Not yet anyway. I'm still just an academy student." "Seriously?" the surprised redhead asked while looking for a headband or insignia. Finding none, she frowned. "Bullshit. You don't fight like a damn nose-wiping school kid." He fought more like a monkey more than anything else, but that was a point of view she was willing to withhold for the time being, as he did technically save her life. She was also too confused and bewildered to be spouting those kinds of nonsense observations anyway. Frowning a bit, Naruto dropped from the pipe and stepped up to the girl. Tayuya backed down a little in response to his actions but remained where her feet were planted when the blonde's nose came close to brushing against hers. The proximity actually brought a bit of coloring and warmth to her cheeks, yet she maintained her expression of confusion and stared back as her savior inspected her up close. "Why do you swear like that?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Did I do something wrong?" Hearing his question, Tayuya furrowed her brow. "No. But you did do something really stupid." She stepped away from him with red in her face and gave him a hard glare. "What kind of crazy, brain-dead fool are you? Taking on those thugs on your own, you could have been killed." "Bah! No one can kill me." Naruto laughed while thumping his chest with his fist. "People have tried and people have failed. With my skills I can take on entire armies using only my left and right, no matter how many there are, no matter what kind of jutsu they use or how much power they have. I'm just that awesome." Tayuya shoved him in the chest. "Don't screw with me. You're not from this village. You don't know me. I'm pretty sure you don't know a single person in this whole damn country. Kids like you don't do crap like jump in to save some homeless kid getting picked on and mugged by a group of killers. Why the hell did you save me?" Naruto went from confused to hurt when he felt all the girl's anger and frustration directed solely towards him, and lowered his hands to his sides in surprise. Suddenly, all energy and cheerfulness he had previously been conveying just dropped like a stone plummeting from a great height. It all happened so quickly. He didn't expect for the girl to just bark at him like that. All he wanted to do was cheer her up. The fact that she was also tearing up from the ordeal she'd just endured also had his mood sync with hers, and he backed up a little to give her some space. Unable to think of anything else, Naruto responded to the girl's harsh questions with the most straightforward answer he could come up with. At least he had the right sense in mind to know when to take things seriously. "You were crying?" He saw Tayuya visibly recoil at his reply, her tongue catching in her mouth when she watched him rub the back of his head anxiously. "You were being bullied and hurt by those men. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I wanted to help you." Tayuya felt a lump get stuck in her throat, which she tried to swallow. "But, why? I don't really have a good reason other than that," the blonde said while scratching his cheek. "Besides, since when did you need a reason to help somebody in trouble? I don't need one. Maybe I helped you out because I understand what it's like to be alone, to be picked on and to have to fight to survive. I never want that to happen to me again, and I certainly don't want to see it happening to other people. It really sucks, you know." Feeling a bit ashamed at her previous outbursts, Tayuya mentally backed at his words before quietly glancing down at her feet. Upon thinking on her words more carefully, the redhead quickly realized that what she said to him and how she said it was a really terrible way to thank somebody for a favor. The boy standing in front of her had only helped her with the best of intentions and was now appearing rather hurt from how she responded to him. The musician bit her lip and looked up once again, where she saw the blonde rubbing his arm like he'd just been whipped. I'm sorry," Tayuya murmured, drawing his attention back to her. "I didn't mean to snap, it's just..." She heaved a sigh and shook her head. "It's been hard for me these past few months. I haven't eaten or slept in a warm bed in ages." Hugging herself, Tayuya ran her hands up and down her arms to show how dreadful she was feeling. It was an expression that did not go unnoticed. Thank you." Naruto gave her a look of momentary surprise before a grin flashed across his face, followed shortly by a laugh and a nod. "You're most welcome, Tayuya-chan." The redhead subtly bristled at his affectionate suffix and blushed. "Hey. Don't call me that. What the hell's wrong with you?" "What? Call you what, Tayuya-chan? That? Blarg. What the fuck's with the chan shit? Don't call me that, you weirdo." "Ah, but it's cute." Tayuya blushed even more brightly and slammed her foot into the ground. "No. It's not." Before she could formulate a more reliable comeback, the air was suddenly filled with the sound of a low growl that interrupted both party members from their exchange and prompted the red-haired musician to grab a hold of her stomach. The noise brought further embarrassment to the already distressed Tayuya, who then did everything in her power to keep her gaze from meeting her savior's. Naruto smiled up at her. "Hungry?" Tayuya nodded meekly. "Me too. Come on, I'll get you something." After fighting and beating the shit out of over 50 gangsters on the streets with his bare hands, hell yeah was he hungry. Still, he being famished didn't rid him of the spring in his step or the smile on his face as he escorted a now timorous-looking Tayuya by the hand out of the alleyway. XXX. An hour later, up in the enormous dam at the ridge of the massive river, in a guardhouse situated safely on the east side of the structure, life was going splendidly for one particular individual. Sitting at his large oak desk right next to a large window giving him a splendid view of the entire countryside, a short man dressed in a black suit with spiky brown hair, round sunglasses and a thin mustache was busy enjoying his lunch of lobster with a side of salad and potatoes, all the while using whatever free time he had contemplating his next big scheme. Things were going quite nicely for the head of Gato Company up here. All he had was a fuck ton of time, money and places to look forward to visiting on his next corporate retreat. In fact, he was so stress-free right now the boss was deeply considering going for a stroll around the waterworks to see how the pumps were operating. But with so many employees already being paid to do the job for him, he quickly dismissed that option and instead made plans to go visit a hot spring this afternoon. Life was great. He couldn't have asked for anything more. However, just as Gato was beginning to break more legs on his high-class dish to slurp up the rich white meat hiding inside, there was a sudden knock on his front door shortly followed by the entrance itself being thrown open before his consent could even be given. The boss of the establishment looked up uncaringly from his spot, where he saw his two bodyguards, a young man with white hair, marks under his eyes, wearing a purple hat and a blue hooded jacket, and a larger, shirtless man with scars, brown hair, tattoos and an eye patch, come strolling on in. Both of them had katanas sheathed at their waists and both of them looked really intimidating, the perfect muscle for the head of an international conglomerate. Wiping his mouth with a serviette, Gato looked back out the window. This had better be important. I've got a lot of paperwork to get through, so make it quick. Yeah, it was a lie, but he just didn't feel like dealing with his tagalongs at the moment. He gave them his back, showing his lack of interest in whatever they had to say. It was rather unfortunate that he wasn't paying them any mind as he failed to notice that when his two hands eventually stopped before his desk, both of them were looking quite nervous. It's not really important, boss, but... Zori began with a stammer, what? But what? Gato asked impatiently. Spit it out. Well, you see, several of our men were assaulted down in the village about an hour ago. Yeah. Well, not really several men, a lot of our men, well, most of our men, I should say, Waraji chuckled. Most? Did they get into a massive brawl down at the bars or something? Gato asked, wondering if this case was going to give him a headache. Honestly, the people he was giving orders to were such slackers. None of them knew how to take care of themselves. And no. The street crew said it was some blonde kid around this tall, wearing orange and a pair of goggles, Waraji stated while making an approximate guess as to the height of the offender with his hand, holding it up around his waist for illustration. He did the whole gang in. Many of the boys needed to go to the sick bay because of broken bones. What are they? Babies? Gato spat, scrunching up his serviette and tossing it onto his desk before glaring across at the two brutes in his room. I didn't hire a bunch of wusses to patrol my streets. I hired a bunch of ruthless cutthroats from the trashiest places on this continent to suck this place dry of everything it had. Did those guys lie on their resumes or something? How the fuck were they beaten up by some tiny brat? It wasn't some ordinary brat, boss, Zora spoke up again, making gestures in the air. They said he was some kind of demon. Yeah. He fought like a monster. Like a wild animal, Waraji stated with a nod while sweating quite a bit. I didn't believe it till I saw the boys that got beat up myself. Over 60 of them. What? 60? Gato leapt out of his seat. How? How is that possible? We don't know. Gato fumed. Well, who's the dead brat that took him out? This sounded dangerous. A boy only a few feet tall whose balls hadn't even dropped yet was able to take on a contingent of his mercenaries and win? That wasn't right, nor was it normal. We don't know. All we got was a description of the runt from the guys. Nothing else, Zora stated. Gato clenched his fists before ramming one into his desk, shaking his pens and papers out of place. He then pointed towards the two firmly, get Jocko off of his lazy ass and send him down there to hunt the brat. I want him found and brought to me dead or alive. I don't care. Just deal with him. The simplest action was the easiest course. Surely it wouldn't be that difficult. And get Crow out of his fucking nest. I want him up here ASAP. The two men nodded before making haste for the exit, literally sprinting out of the office. Though Gato didn't look it, the man knew this dance well. 60 of his men. That's over 50% of the people he hired to enforce his rule over the village down below. Because of their high number he figured, knew he wouldn't get any trouble out of the locals and would be able to carry on operations peacefully and without interruption. However, when it seemed like he had a tight enough hold over the people, something small and piercing managed to slip unexpectedly into his midst. This kid, or so he was told, he knew right then and there from the casualty report that he was a spider with a nasty bite despite how tiny he was. Venomous too. A person with strength like that, able to wipe out half of his men down on the valley floor, could easily undermine his whole operation here if he got too cocky and started thinking he could take on his armies here. Problems similar to this had arisen in other places too. Well, all you needed to have to deal with this kind of issue was a big enough shoe to stomp the pest out. XXX. Sometime later? Elsewhere? Being more than happy to help out someone in need, Naruto paid for both his ramen and Tayuya's when he took her to the only place in the village that sold it. The two of them pretty much gorged themselves on noodles and broth, more so the redhead than the blonde, and ate over a dozen bowls apiece at the stand, much to the astonishment of the chef. After which they then parted from the restaurant with sated bellies and sweeter songs playing in their hearts. The blonde greeted sunlight for the second time that day with a stretch and a groan, while the young musician accompanying him continued to hold her flute to her chest and look with interest towards the ninja in training. Man! That was great! Naruto exclaimed while smiling towards Tayuya. Hinata-Nizen's stew was filling, but nothing beats several bowls of ramen after 3 days without eating even a single smidge of food. I tell ya, I was close to passing out back on that road fighting all of those guys at once. No kidding, Tayuya replied, continuing to look up at the boy as they turned into the street and began following it. With that topic on the floor, she raised an eyebrow at him. What happened to those mercenaries anyway? Did you kill them? Kill them? Oh hell no. Not those dumbass. They weren't worth it, Naruto replied with a distasteful frown. I just knocked all their teeth out. Dogs can't bite without teeth. Isn't that how the saying goes? I guess. It's still a pretty weird thing to say though, the redhead murmured. Still, she couldn't help but giggle when she imagined those men running off without teeth in their gums. That had to be some spectacle if this boy was able to come out of that clusterfuck in one piece. Naruto caught onto her giggling. Hey, you've got a cute laugh, Tayuya-chan. What are you talking about, shithead? The girl snickered, breathing sharply to stop herself before looking away. I don't have a cute laugh. You're being weird. But it's true. Come on, Naruto grinned while trying to sneak a peek at her flushed face. Show me that smile, Tayuya-chan. Please. Pretty please. No. Go away, the redhead said while shoving him away playfully. Idiot. Naruto grinned, kicking his feet up into strides as he moved along, allowing time for the young musician next to him to calm down. Glancing across every once in a while to check on her, he then saw her readjust her flute in her grip, which instantly brought him back to the first time he saw her. While on that note, he couldn't help but speak up on the matter. You play that really well, you know. Huh? My flute? Yeah. It was really good. I never met anyone who could play an instrument like that so well. Oh, thanks, Tayuya exclaimed, brushing several strands of hair behind her ear while smiling at the Jinchuriki. I don't really know any songs. I just play it by ear. I mostly use my flute to cast genjutsu on people to get them to give me money for food. It's really nothing special. Nothing special? It's fantastic. You're fantastic. Naruto said loudly while throwing his arms out, stopping them in their tracks. I'd really like to hear you play for me again. No genjutsu this time, just straight up flute music. Really? Why, you mean it? Yes. I really mean it. Naruto nodded firmly, seeing the girl look at him in awe. He grinned even wider before turning to face the path ahead again. Of course, before I do sit down to listen to you play, I need to make one stop first. Stop? Where? Tayuya asked curiously. Aren't you new to this dump? Where do you possibly need to go around here? Naruto chuckled and pointed up towards the rooftops. There. Following his gaze, the young musician looked towards the sky and squinted, figuring it would be somewhere far away. However, her eyes widened when her gaze fell upon the enormous dam towering over them in the distance further up the empty tributary. Double-checking to make sure he was pointing in the right direction, Tayuya paled. There? Are you mental? Nope. Just pissed off, Naruto replied while placing his hands on his hips. I heard from Hinata-Nizen about what happened to this country and why everything here is so messed up. She said some Gato guy came here and built that thing, and now I have to take it down. How the fuck are you going to take that thing down? Tayuya shouted at him, now looking terrified at what her rescuer was planning to do next. Looking at his expression, she could see he was being serious. She had no idea if he was just messing with her, trying to act brave, or was actually planning to go there. Either way, she was scared for his well-being. Don't screw with me. Are you really going to go up there? Yeah. Why not? It's a fucking fortress. Tayuya shouted, grabbing him by the arm and pulling on him roughly. It's crawling with mercenaries and people working for Gato. The man is an industrial monster and a vicious gangster. I'm grateful to you for saving me, but what you want to do it's suicide. I've broken into places more heavily guarded than that eyesore, for sure, Naruto grinned, his eyes not tearing away from the structure for even a moment. He placed his fists on his hips, ignoring the girl with her arms wrapped firmly around his limb. Believe it. I promised Hanaryo-Nizan that I was going to do something about it, so I am, and when I set out to do something, I do it. I never go back on my word. Tayuya gave him an incredulous stare. You're crazy. I won't let you go up there. I'd listen to the girl, kid. Looking down in surprise, Naruto and Tayuya suddenly saw a large group of men stroll into their midst from the gaps between buildings on both sides of the road. They appeared like phantoms from the shadows, grinning sinisterly and dressed perfectly for the part of cold-blooded killer. Any villagers in sight immediately ran for the hills the moment the dangerous mob of gangsters came into view and began to fill up the road. They soon came to block the kids' path completely, forming a tight wall of bodies before them. Appearing even more intimidating than the last army of thugs from before, the two youngsters looked upon their ranks from left to right before focusing on the leader of the group, a tall man with black, sharp eyes, brown spiky hair pulled back into a short ponytail, and a goatee. He was also wearing a blue coat with yellow lining over a white top, and dark-colored pants underneath, and had a light blue scarf around his neck. Tayuya stared at them nervously. Oh no. Naruto blinked. Huh? Who the hell are you guys? The large mob snickered in response as the captain of the platoon stepped forward with a wide smirk across his face. He brought his right arm out and flicked his wrist, a small tube popping out from a built-in slit that began to ooze a strange liquid. The substance dribbled down his hand before hardening into what both youngsters identified as a makeshift knife, which he then raised swiftly towards the pair. We're the disciplined squad, boy, the leader Jocko exclaimed with a menacing grin. And we're here to teach the two of you a lesson for messing up the boss's staff. Naruto. Drifting. The way forward. Naruto looked baffled. I didn't know this village had a disciplined squad. It doesn't, Tayuya murmured, looking over the gang of thugs smirking unpleasantly at them. That's the Jocko gang, a group of thieves Gato hired to be his muscle in the area. They're a low-profile group, but they're incredibly dangerous, especially their leader. The girl shimmied away when she saw the boss tap his liquid blade against his shoulder. He's strong. Really? The blonde asked before looking back towards the wall of rabble-rousers towering over them. After taking stock of their appearances and getting a feel for the zen of the atmosphere, Naruto smirked. I'll be the judge of that. Well? What say you, kid? Jocko asked while nodding to the smiling blonde. What say me what? Naruto fired back, giving the man a cocky smirk. My boss ordered me to bring you in dead or alive. Are you gonna come quietly or are you gonna start something with me too? The man asked. His men snickered when he gestured for one of them to start the intimidation chain, weapons quickly being brought out to the front of the line from wherever they were being concealed. Personally, I'd prefer it if you gave me a little bit of trouble so that I'd have a good enough excuse to beat on you. That or I can just cut your throat right now and end this pathetic little farce. Same here, but I'd prefer not to get my top dirty with your scum excuse for blood once I start cracking your heads open, Naruto exclaimed while tugging on his collar to loosen it up. Seriously, this jumper's brand new. Do you know how expensive these things are? Tayuya gripped his arm tightly and shook him so that the boy looked at her. Are you nuts? Don't start bantering for a fight with these guys. They'll kill you. I said it before, Tayuya-chan, they can't kill me because I'm too awesome, Naruto joked before glancing back at them. Though the big guy looks like he can actually throw his weight around in a fight, I'm pretty sure I can take him. Why, you're kidding me? Please tell me you're just playing, Tayuya shook him frantically. I never kid about these things, Tayuya-chan. I'm absolutely serious, Naruto replied flatly, making it impossible for the redhead to discern the validity of what he was stating. All she was able to take from his tone and expression was that his once playful gaze had become serious. The shadow beneath his goggles also fell across his eyes, giving him a really cool-looking glare to go with his smirk. And no, don't do it. Naruto. Well? What's it going to be, blondie? Jocko asked again, raising an eyebrow, fresh stock or dead meat? How about, neither? Naruto asked, gently pushing Tayuya back so that he could step forward. He cracked his knuckles one after the other while eyeing his prey with excitement and anticipation. Put up your dukes, goat boy. Let's see what you've got. So it's the hard way then, eh? Jocko chuckled, looking around at his men before directing several of them forward. Those with swords and bats stepped out and began approaching the kid in force, all of them brandishing their weapons with intent to harm. As you wish. I'll make sure to kill you and that red-haired bitch behind you quickly. Naruto's expression immediately darkened at that threat and he spared a brief glance at the girl over his shoulder. When the band of mercenaries marching towards them broke out into a full-on charge and Taiyuya's eyes widened in fear, the boy caught in the middle of the confrontation clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Leave Taiyuya-chan out of this," he shouted. One of the men in front of the squad sprinted ahead with a terrifying cry of battle, trench coat trailing on the wind and katana pulled back, ready to slice his target down with a single strike. Naruto responded instantly to the man's attack with a blinding dash forward. He caught his would-be assailant off guard when he appeared directly beneath him and plowed his fist right into the man's face through the loop in his arms formed by the grip on his weapon. The impact of the blow sent the thug blasting backwards in a shower of perspiration and straight into the ground with a deafening crack. The mercenary could only twitch lifelessly where he landed, his busted mug bleeding out all over the floor. "You brat," another gangster shouted, lunging at the boy with a wooden staff. He held it above his head and swung straight down at his pint-sized target. Naruto grinned widely and brought his left arm up, blocking the blow at close range. The impact caused the staff to shatter, literally turning the weapon into nothing but a shower of splinters. The Jinchuriki then took full advantage of his opponent's shock and slammed a full right cross across the lowlife's face, dropping him. The next man to follow up came at him swinging with a short blade, which Naruto quickly leapt back to avoid before hiking up the brute's forward leg and kicking him across the face, sending his third kill spiraling into the road in a magnificent one-hit takedown. The rear guard moved quickly to join their comrades in battle, and within a few short seconds of the starting gun being fired, the party was in full swing. One after the other, mercenaries and lowlifes of all shapes and sizes came at Naruto kicking and screaming as the boy dashed between them in the form of a small orange blur, dishing out blows and dodging every attack sent at him. This was where the Jinchuriki's many years of brawling on the streets and training in the forests finally bore fruit, the current battle seeing him trade swift, decisive blows with the mercenaries while receiving zero damage in return. Those with swords were quickly dealt with by the agile youngster when he ran circles around them and jumped clean over full-grown men's heads, firing off devastating attacks that left countless thugs reeling. Those assaulting him from behind or looking to punch it out with him were given the exact same fate as those moving to meet him head-on, a swift beating followed by unconsciousness. Naruto acrobatically and gracefully moved through his foes, cutting them down with elbows, high kicks and the occasional low blows that brought many of them to their knees. The grin he continued to sport as he smashed in faces left and right showed just how much fun he was really having. It was like he was back in his territory deep in the forests of Konoha, ducking low-hanging branches and swinging through vines. Every individual he encountered provided him with a new obstacle to overcome, which he skillfully worked around and cleared up to make way for the next one. He made the whole thing out to be like a game of tag, trying to avoid his opponent's weapons while at the same time skillfully swinging between individuals. Two in particular tried to hit him with staffs from either side in an effort to cut him off, but Naruto countered their attempt by leaping between them, performing a quick series of flips before sending a split kick at both parties, connecting with their faces. After a momentary hang time, the blonde then spiraled back down to the ground where, upon landing on his back, launched a double kick at a thug coming at him from ahead, knocking him out just as he had done everybody else. Within minutes upon the start of the confrontation, Jocko's once smug expression slowly deteriorated into one of utter shock and disbelief as he watched wave after wave of his men literally get taken down by a brat no older than 10. His jaw hung open on his flabbergasted face when he saw 5 of his subordinates try to surround the runt and attack him at once, only to have their target leap into the air, hang upside down in mid-jump before spinning at them with kicks from both his feet like a top. The squad of mercenaries was smacked around and knocked away, allowing the blonde to drop back to the ground along with their unconscious forms and rush at the last remaining thug wielding a ball and chain. "You rat! Just die already," the gangster roared, skillfully spinning the iron weight around before flinging it at his target full force. Naruto ducked right under it, weaving through the whipping chain before ramming a fully cocked right straight into the man's stomach once he was within range. The blow blasted the attacker back several feet like he was hit in the gut by a charging bull, the Jinchuriki slowing to a stop and watching the stunned individual drop to his knees. Blood dripping out of his mouth, the groaning and seriously injured long-ranged combatant then fell flat onto his face with a deafening thud, his knockout accompanied by a small cloud of dust. This final takedown signaled the defeat of the last of 36 men sent to deal with the blonde punk, all of whom were now lying across the wide open road either whimpering in agony or showing zero signs of life. Taiyuya, who had been watching the entire fight from the sidelines, stood silent and stunned. She gazed in utter disbelief at the scene before her, watching as Naruto stepped around his fallen adversaries, dusted his hands down and then, after securing a good position on the highway, turned to face the leader of the pack, Jocko. The way he turned onto the wind and stood between her and the last of the mercenaries was, in her opinion, one of the coolest things she had ever seen. I don't believe it, the redhead exclaimed, a smile quickly forming on her face. He can do it. Naruto-kun can actually beat them. A warm expression crossed Tayuya's face as she gazed at the boy's shoulders, her eyes shimmering with excitement and her cheeks glowing in admiration. Jake on the other hand was beside himself. How did you? He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, bringing his liquid chakra-crafted sword around to point at the kid. Who the hell are you? Sweat visibly began to drip down his brow as he locked his best death glare on his surprisingly powerful adversary. This kid is no ordinary street punk. What the fuck is he? Who am I? Naruto repeated with a sly grin, grabbing his goggles and pulling them down over his eyes. Well, how about a stranger from out of town passing through and looking for some trouble? Satisfied? Fucking oh, the gangster roared, swinging his weapon back and chucking it at the boy. Man. I have to come up with some kind of introduction for myself. Maybe something with epic music in the background while I'm striking an awesome pose, Naruto thought before backhanding the incoming projectile and causing it to slam into a nearby wall, cracking it on impact and impaling the surface. Villagers watching in that area quickly ducked for cover, while the Jinchuriki lowered the blade he used to defend himself. You've used up the last of my patience, you little shit. I'm taking you down right now. Whipping his other arm out, a second tube suddenly popped into view from Jaco's wrist. The lead mercenary then held both arms out like he was slinging web from them and fired off a barrage of densely compressed balls of liquid chakra. The blobs shot through the air at the speed of bullets, startling Naruto and forcing the youngster to break for the nearest alleyway, dodging pellets as they came at him. Holy shit. What the hell? Whoa! The chakra gobs tore up the road behind him as he retreated, sending rubble and debris flying into the air. Die! 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 Jako laughed, rushing forward and keeping the orange monkey in his sights as he began firing upon buildings. The wooden homes and shops Naruto managed to take cover behind had holes blasted into them, the air quickly filling with dust and splinters. The cackling thief then ceased running and glared through the shitstorm he'd created, trying to lock back onto his hidden foe. Damn. I overdid it. Where'd that bastard run off to? Just as he began searching through the wall of clouds rising up from the alley more intensely, a spark suddenly caught the man's eye and forced him to look up. When he did, Jako saw a sparkler shoot up from the smoke, zip through the air and dart straight towards him. It didn't look like a kunai or anything particularly dangerous, but not being one to take any chances, Jako fired at it with his chakra launcher, intercepting the firework only for it to suddenly split up and multiply, before each of the dozen now smaller sparklers detonated around him. The firework explosions encompassed the man with bright flashes and hot, stinging flickers, not only blinding him but stunning him. The bewildered Jako staggered back and waved his hands out in front of him, hissing in pain. Gah! Damn it! You little trickster! Trying to regain his senses, he was then hit by something small, fast-moving, and round. The iron ball that came shooting from the smoke next smacked him clear in the forehead, causing the mercenary to yelp in shock and squint through a blurry vision to see exactly what was hitting him next. Unfortunately, thanks to the stun bombs and the smoke messing up his vision, Jako couldn't make heads or tails of anything further than 10 feet away from him when he was suddenly and inexplicably bombarded by a shower of iron pellets from somewhere directly ahead. The half-blinded bastard was clipped in the shoulders, chest, fingers, toes, and even the genital area, an assault that was near impossible to defend against. The man cried out in torment as he was gradually pushed back into the wall of a building on the other side of the road, flailing his arms out in front of him uselessly with not a single portion of his body being spared from the onslaught. Fuck. Stop pelting me with crap, you son of a gagh. His words were literally caught in his throat when something small was shot into his mouth, which he swallowed. A split second later, his face turned bright red and he began spewing fire uncontrollably. Gah! Water. How do you like my wasabi pellet? Naruto laughed as he came sprinting out of the dust, keeping him concealed. With an opportunity finally presented to him, the boy in goggles zigzagged out from his sniping position and darted straight for his foe, watching him stumble about, clutching his throat and gushing flames. Cool, huh? Maybe not for you, but for me definitely. Bon appétit. Ygadu. Jako gagged, throwing his wrist out and firing off another salvo. Naruto ducked the string of globs before drawing back his left and chucking a barrage of kunai at his attacker. His aim was right on the mark when his lightning-fast blade sliced into the man's extended limb and flung it back. Jako looked up from his spot to see the tube and his arm skewered by throwing knives, a sight which further infuriated him and his efforts to destroy this wretched boy. Hold still, the man roared, throwing his only free hand forward as a stream of powerful liquid jetted out. The torrent remained attached to his limb as he whipped it across, striking straight down at the blonde standing directly in his line of sight. The length of elastic slammed into the ground and split the earth with a terrifying crack, just like the individual, high-pressure shots he'd fired off before. The swing was way off though, and Jocko soon turned skywards to see the blonde-haired boy he had tried to smite finishing his 3-story leap of evasion before diving straight back down at him feet first. The gang leader responded by relinquishing his hold of his whip and firing off a couple more rounds at the agile Jinchuriki. Naruto saw them coming though, spinning and contorting this way and that accordingly before bringing his own gauntlet hand around and firing off a response. In the blink of an eye, Jocko suddenly found himself seeing red when multicolored paint splattered across his eyes and left him with a makeup nightmare he just did not need right now. The boss cried out in agony when a burning sensation started gnawing at his face and he stumbled backwards along the road, clutching his painted visage. At the exact moment he started staggering, Naruto made landfall and grinned up at his handiwork. "My eyes!" Jocko cried out. "My eyes! I can't see." "That's great, because you're not going to like what I'm going to do next," Naruto exclaimed, charging at the wounded enemy for one final attack. As he was making his approach, Jocko began firing at him blindly with his liquid chakra launcher, but the nimble troublemaker from Konoha dodged every one of them with ease before jumping straight at the man and landing in a crouched position on top of his chest, while he was still upright. Securing his position, Naruto then grabbed both sides of the gangster's face, reared his head back, and slammed his forehead straight into his. A loud crunching sound rang out, seconds before Jocko's body went limp and he crashed to the floor with a bloody, swollen bruise on his forehead. Still perched on top of his opponent, Naruto chuckled and pulled his goggles back up, grinning brightly at his victory. "Good fight." Hopping off, the blonde dusted his hands on his jacket and looked around at the results of his hard work. The entire street was littered with unconscious and wounded mercenaries, all of whom had been laid out in a way that it was almost reminiscent of a massacre. The fact that they were still alive didn't make this genocide, but a completely one-sided battle that had ended in the protagonist's favor. It was a total victory for the blonde who celebrated it the only way he knew how, by nodding approvingly and smiling proudly. A small shadow flew over Naruto's head, followed shortly by the red-breasted swallow that had traveled with him all the way out here fluttering down to perch on his shoulder. The boy grinned across at his companion, who gave him a chirp in greeting. "Awesome, huh?" Naruto asked, before spinning around to see Tayuya and a whole mass of villagers in the background gaping at him. He looked at them one after the other and, upon giving them a cheerful grin, gestured over his shoulder at the various stricken individuals lying around him. "I think we should tie these guys up so that they don't run off when they regain consciousness." "Yeah?" Not getting an immediate response, Naruto quickly went about dragging mercenaries safely across to one side of the street and, using whatever rope he could find, bound their hands, feet and bodies together. Making sure that they had no more weapons on them and that the most dangerous of the platoon, Jocko, had his hands especially bound to keep him from using his chakra tubes, the Jinchuriki then proceeded to make a head count. He whistled when he got to the grand total. 38? Damn. I'm just running through these people like bowls of ramen, Naruto chuckled. He then turned to see Tayuya looking curiously at him, his sudden swivel causing the girl to jump back at how close they were. "Not bad for an academy student, huh?" "And no. Not at all," Tayuya replied with a warm smile. "Why, you were amazing." Naruto grinned bashfully and rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks. I've had a lot of practice." The sound of clapping from the sidelines then caught the pair's attention. When they looked across the street to see what it was, they saw a young shopkeeper come walking out from behind a stall applauding them with a big smile on his face. Villagers standing nearby slowly caught onto the rhythm and, one after the other, joined in the revelry. Applause and cheers came down upon the two children from all around, baffling the one on the receiving end of it all as he looked around at the crowd now starting to gather. After a few minutes of nothing but whistling and ovations of approval, the clapping stopped, leaving Naruto to confront a street filled with beaming villagers. "Hello!" Naruto exclaimed, waving toward the throng with a cheerful smile. "What's up, everyone?" "You beat them all," the shopkeeper that had started the clapping chain exclaimed, stepping toward him with an excited smile. "You defeated the Jocko gang single-handedly. This boy defeated the most notorious gang in the village." "All of them," another man shouted. He stood up to Gato's men and one, a woman called, "Let's hear it for the stranger." With that, another cheer came up from the group of onlookers, who raised their hands in the air and praised the youngster once more for his victory. Naruto blushed at the amount of attention he received, whereas Tayuya quietly smiled in his direction and congratulated him in her own little way. As cries of liberation went up and the villagers in the area applauded for a second time, attracting more and more people to the circle, a clearing of a person's throat amongst a small portion of the crowd had everyone stop and turn. Those closest to the interruption quickly parted, allowing the unknown interloper through to the center. When silence eventually came to reign amongst the people, the next thing Naruto and Tayuya became aware of was an elderly man around his 80s, dressed in traditional village robes, wooden sandals, a kazori eboshi, and holding a long walking staff, suddenly come shuffling towards them from the back. Tayuya moved aside, allowing the village elder a place to stand and gaze down at Naruto, who looked back up at the octogenarian curiously. "Are you the one who has been fighting for us, boy?" the old man asked in a soft voice. Naruto smiled and nodded brightly. "Sure. You can say that. Who are you supposed to be, old-timer?" The entire crowd sweat dropped at the boy's bold addressing of their voice of wisdom, while Tayuya shook her head in amusement at his naivety. "I am Hiro, the village elder. As such, it is my duty to thank you for saving us from the heel of these vagabonds." He glanced briefly at the thugs that had been tied and lined up against the nearby wall. "These insufferable upstarts have been bullying and harassing us for months, robbing us of our livelihoods and living off of the sweat of our people," the elder stated while bowing his head to the youngster. "Thank you so much for what you've done." "No problem," Naruto replied happily, looking around at the tired yet smiling villagers before focusing all his attention on the dam he could still see peeking over the rooftops. "So, what's it going to take for me to bring that thing down?" All eyes moved away from the blonde to look up at the towering eyesore responsible for the town's suffering. "That's the monstrosity that's been the real pain for you people, right? Gato's white wall. If I destroy that thing, will your lives down here go back to the way they were?" "Yes," the elder replied, taking his staff into two hands and leaning against it. "The river is this country's life, the blood flow to its heart. To remove the dam would mean the revival of our community and the return of order to the land. We will be able to reclaim everything we'd lost and had stolen from us." "That's great," Naruto chirped, grinning towards Tayuya to see her return his smile with one of her own. "See. Easy. Maybe for you, you crazy blonde," the redhead retorted. The elder standing before the Good Samaritan raised his hand and momentarily placed an end to his exclamations. "I must first warn you, young one, it is a dangerous venture. That enormous barrier represents the full strength and hold that Gato has over this country. Anyone who dares to approach him with the intent of stopping him will be met with fierce resistance. All the brave souls who have already tried to negotiate with the man all suffered greatly at his hands and were swiftly punished. It would be selfish of us to trouble you with such a task so full of mortal peril, but—" "Oh, it's no problem," Naruto waved dismissively, stunning the crowd. Jaws dropped all around while Hiro's eyes widened in response to his all-too-casual reply. "Are you saying you are willing to stand against the Great Mugen River Dam?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "I've been willing ever since I came to this village, Aji-san. Hanario Nizan told me all about what happened to this place, and I want to teach whoever this Gato person is a lesson about not taking what doesn't belong to him," Naruto stated with a firm voice and a roguish smirk. "I'll beat him black and blue like I did his cronies and bust open that wall. I can promise you, I will get your water back." "Why you will?" Hiro asked, his body trembling with a mixture of delight and fear. "That's Gato's base of operations up there. It's crawling with guards and workers," a villager spoke up from the masses. The Jinchuriki slowly glanced back up at the obstruction with a careless air in his expression. He raised his hand towards it and enclosed the wall within his fingers in a tight, vice-like grip. "It doesn't look that impressive from where I'm standing. It did before when I was up on the hill, but now it's just pissing me off." He looked down at Tayuya to see the young musician looking towards him curiously. "It's causing nothing but pain and trouble for all of you. Something that bad can't be left standing there." "Then, you will help us?" "Truly," a woman cradling a baby in her arms asked. Naruto smiled at the mother and nodded. "I will. Believe it." Thank you," Hiro nearly cried, bowing gratefully to the boy. He looked back up at the child to see him grinning excitedly. "We have no money to pay you, we couldn't even afford to call for help. But should you succeed in destroying that wall, we will pay you back however we can." Brushing his nose and nodding in understanding, the blonde then turned and began heading down the road towards the dam, only to stop at the edge of the crowd who had parted enough to allow him passage. He tilted his head at the barrier, giving it a once-over and allowing time for Tayuya to catch up to him. The two youngsters stood side by side as the ninja in training brought his hands up and formed a square with his fingers, looking through it and up at the dam. "What are you thinking, Naruto?" Tayuya asked, wondering what the Jinchuriki had cooking up. Naruto squinted thoughtfully. "I'm just wondering how I'm going to crack that sucker open without flooding the entire countryside." I guess I can just blow a hole out in the middle and let the water drain safely out into the dry riverbed before knocking a few more in. It looks sturdy enough, the Jinchuriki murmured, rubbing his chin after analyzing the entire structure. It's still got me scratching my head though. Gato's blocking off all the water with that thing, but the river should still be flowing like normal behind it, right? Yeah. With all that water backed up behind the dam, it all has to go out somewhere, otherwise it would have spilled over already. Wouldn't it? Naruto asked, surprising Tayuya at his observation. It was a pretty solid question. What Naruto was asking was where all the excess water was going if not down the river. Gato had pretty much stopped all water flow except for a tiny stream thousands of times smaller than what the massive deluge previously was. What the Jinchuriki had in his head was something similar to a plug at the end of a hose. The water was still flowing through the tap and being stopped by the plug. The output would back up as more and more water came, and with nowhere to go, well, it's safe to say that some piece would have to give. The dam shouldn't be able to stop thousands of tons of water on its own. If that was the dam's main purpose, then the river would have gone over its limit a long time ago. So how the hell did Gato stop it from overflowing? After some thinking, an idea suddenly popped into Tayuya's head: he must be redirecting the water through underground pipes. It was this conclusion that clicked with all those who were well within earshot. Even though there's no water coming through the main line, the dam is still producing a lot of energy, a nearby villager spoke up, catching the pair's attention. In order to control the entire country's supply of water, Gato built a secondary, emergency line in case of flooding, and is using it to redirect the entire river through thousands of miles of pipes to a whole other country. Then I'll use that to my advantage, Naruto smiled, looking back towards Tayuya. When the girl felt his eyes on her, she looked at him in surprise. Do you want to help? Me, the redhead blinked. Comprehending the situation, the flute player freaked out and began waving her hands in front of her frantically. Wait. I am not a shinobi. I'm not even a shinobi in training. I can't help you. All I can use is weak genjutsu, and that's it. I'm not a carefree idiot who can do impossible things like you. I can't do anything. Of course you can, Naruto smiled, taking her by the hands and holding them up. The girl blushed brightly under his intense gaze, yet the boy paid her reaction little mind. Don't ever doubt yourself. Always think that you can do more than what other people, including you, think you can do, Databeo. The girl stammered. For some strange reason, the blonde ball of energy standing before her was incredibly persuasive with his words, even if they were few. The way he spoke to her with such conviction and confidence in his voice made it impossible for any person to doubt him or say no to him. These thoughts were what plagued her mind as she fell under his charismatic spell, her cheeks heating up for the longest of moments before she gave the boy a stiff nod. Before Tayuya even knew what had come over her, she had already agreed to accompany him on his mission. Oh, okay. Sweet. Naruto cheered, looking around at the anxious villagers with an eager smile. We'll be back before you know it. This won't take long. Be careful, young warrior, Hiro spoke from the center, looking across at the two worryingly. As with every road, Jako is not the only obstacle Gato has lying in wait for you. There is another, much more powerful foe guarding the wall ahead. Raising an eyebrow, the Jinchuriki looked towards the defeated gang tied up against the building. There's a person much stronger than Goat Boy? Yes, Hiro murmured, his limbs trembling as the face of the individual appeared in his head. They call him Crow, a vicious assassin with a 5 million bounty on his head and the blood of thousands staining his hands. He may not be a ninja, but he has slain many with his sword. Be careful. Acknowledging this piece of info, Naruto waved. Thanks, Aji-san. He then gestured for Tayuya to follow and ran off, the bird on his shoulder taking flight to glide alongside them. The redhead did as she was bid and pursued, not wanting to be left behind to worry. The villagers saw the boy off, with the elder murmuring uneasily at the future he saw waiting over the horizon. Good luck, young Naruto. Dangerous beings hunt along the path you walk. XXX. 2 hours later. Det bastard, Jako. I knew that arrogant, thick-headed son of a bitch would screw up one of these days. I just knew it. Gato roared as he stormed down one of the main halls inside of the dam, followed closely by Zori, Waraji, and a man dressed in black samurai robes, a katana sheathed in a black scabbard at his side, and a black tengai that completely covered his face. He also had a raven perched on his shoulder with red, glaring eyes, which blinked as its head snapped here and there to every sight and sound. It was only a few minutes ago that Gato received word from one of his contacts down in the village that Jako and his entire gang had been taken down, and dragged by the villagers to the town's jail for processing. Though Gato had every right and authority to bust them out, he just didn't feel like it at the moment for a couple of good reasons. Number 1, He had hired them to be his muscle and had ordered them to complete a simple task, which the boss and his crew failed miserably. Number 2, he also didn't want them back in his ranks because he was pissed. Gato was pissed because he knew that with the failure of Jocko and his followers, the blonde-haired brat targeting his goons would be coming up here next. The brat, who had taken out a whole battalion's worth of hired gangsters and hoodlums, and was now gunning for the dam. Judging from the amount of time that had passed since Gato had sent word out for Jocko to get the job done, chances are the little shit was already here. Damn, he could already be sneaking through the vents and pipelines as they spoke. Though Gato was probably just being paranoid in front of his crew, he didn't want to take any chances. This was why everyone was acting so edgy around the workplace now, because the chief had just sent word out to every employee, guard and soldier on duty to be on the lookout for a boy capable of taking out even the best mercenaries they had out here. This whole situation was so messed up the man wished he had hired some rogue ninja for extra protection. Why he didn't do so in the first place he had no idea. Perhaps he never expected to have a 10-year-old demon of natural disaster to suddenly come trouncing onto his territory one day and mess everything up. All 4 of the heavy hitters of the institute moved at a hurried pace, the latter 3 standing at the flanks of their boss. He was indeed very impudent, that Jocko, sir, Zori inputted. That's the thing with common thieves and criminals. You can never trust any of them, Waraji also added with an amused smirk. Hearing that one of their most powerful assets in the area as well as a majority of their forces had been beaten by a kid was almost laughable. To think that they were throwing money to get assignments done by scum like that, when all they should have done was find a kid like the one giving them such a headache now and have him deal with the problem. It sure had Gato's underwear in a twist. The man was seething to an insurmountable degree and was biting down hard on the cigarette in his mouth. As they weaved through corridors and passed by worried workers trying to get out of the way, the group suddenly felt the ground at their feet tremble. Even though it was a small tremor, the fact that it was able to travel through solid rock had the boss and his cronies stop in their tracks. Gato, Zori and Waraji looked at the floor in surprise, while the man with the basket headwear looked around silently. "What the?" Zori murmured. "There's thousands of feet of solid concrete around us, how can?" Waraji shook his head until he saw his boss chuck his hand up to silence them. Gritting his teeth, Gato listened in for any more disturbances. Sure enough, several seconds after putting their ear to the air, they all felt the ground shake again, this time followed by the telltale sounds of an explosion echoing throughout the various hallways. With those 2 disturbances, more and more tremors and low echoes began to reverberate through the corridor, accompanied by the rattling of pipes and the hissing of valves. Looking around wildly, the head honcho growled through his teeth and ran forward, following the signs down the soulless passage for the way out. Moments later, the alarms started to blare. "Shit! Shit!" Gato shouted, his small feet trying to carry him at top striding speed while his bodyguards followed closely behind. "Fuck! He's here, that little brat is already here." Zori and Waraji hurried after their chief along with their other bodyguard, whose bird companion began cawing incessantly. They marched through the concrete hallways, following the sounds of destruction and, hopefully, the source of all this commotion. Oh. Meanwhile, down in the central turbine room, Tayuya was honestly feeling quite entertained right now as she stood off to the side at the main entrance to the large hall watching Naruto blast away at the pipes with all the firepower he could muster from his already absurd arsenal of many things. The blonde was acting like a kid in a toy store from the way he was jumping about, using the gauntlet on his right arm to fire off explosive pellets from his slingshot and, with his free hand, launch exploding tags at every conceivable angle. Wherever the projectiles landed they detonated, turning once solid and expensive equipment into twisted, burnt skeletons of what they previously were. There was already plenty smoldering all across the chamber, so it was safe to say that the boy was indeed getting the job done. Jumping over a couple of workers trying to stop him, Naruto kicked a guard off of his feet and sent him sprawling to the ground, before launching himself at a huge wheel latched up against a wall. Knocking some levers in to set him up for the next big move, he began turning the huge valve till the open bar red closed. "This looks important," the Jinchuriki shouted, spinning the wheel till it was stuck tight. The moment the bar turned red, the dials on every pipe in the entire area encompassing the main switch hit danger or full at the exact same time, and all the pumps started going haywire. One by one, lines began to explode, and jets of water began shooting out in all different directions. Upon seeing every important apparatus in the room start fluctuating like crazy, Naruto ripped the valve from the wall before chucking it across the floor. He then pulled out a cluster of kunai with explosive tags attached to them and threw them straight into a nearby wall. He didn't even know if that area was even important. The Jinchuriki just wanted to blast as many holes into as many surfaces and pipes as he could, all in order to get things kick-started for his grand finale. Everything was falling perfectly into place. That was until the kunai he chucked eventually landed and detonated with such force it ripped right into the concrete, resulting in thousands of kiloliters of water suddenly pouring into the room like the glass in an aquarium had just shattered. The once grinning blonde freaked out when he saw the wall of water about 30 feet high coming straight at him and, not needing to be told twice, legged it towards the entrance of the turbine station. Shit! Not good! Naruto yelled, the pursuing tsunami tearing up machinery and ripping apart platforms one after the other. Crap! 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 That was overkill. I shouldn't have done that. I didn't even know that was a goddamn main line. He looked up to see Tayuya backing up at the sight of the flood chasing after him, remaining dead center in its path while employees went dashing right on past her. Upon seeing absolute disaster suddenly strike the dam within minutes of the attack's outset, workers and guards that had previously been trying to stop the blonde-haired demon from tormenting them quickly turned tail and dismissed their previous task of trying to catch him. Now everyone just wanted to get the hell out of there before they were caught in the raging torrents and drowned. The blonde reached Tayuya ahead of the water and tossed his gauntlet arm up, flinging a small line from his launcher that hooked itself around a walkway several stories above. As soon as it was tied, Naruto wrapped an arm securely around his companion and the pair shot straight up towards the ceiling once the high-speed pulley activated. The musician let out a cry of fright and latched onto Naruto for dear life as they went rocketing skywards. Sorry. Got a little carried away there, the Jinchuriki chuckled, earning a scowl from the girl. They hit the walkways within seconds and looked down just in time to see the massive turbines in the room get washed away. Upon setting their feet on the metal railings, they separated, allowing Naruto to fully retract his lure. You really know how to make a mess, don't you? Tayuya asked with an amused smile in play. Even with her heart pounding away at her chest, the musician still had the presence of mind to comment on the boy's mockery of the conservative world. What can I say, I'm a natural, the delighted Naruto replied. Shaking her head, Tayuya was about to give her savior some witty comeback before something over the boy's shoulder caused her eyes to widen. Look out! The girl leapt at him and tackled him to the floor, just as a cluster of arrows sailed over their heads. When they crashed on top of each other, they both looked down the railing to see 4 Gato Company guards running their way. The one that fired the arrows from his crossbow reloaded while his companions charged at the pair with swords. Naruto gritted his teeth and was about to draw a kunai to deal with them, but was stopped when Tayuya pushed him back down and pulled out her flute. Without even needing to second think her next move, the girl blew into her instrument and began playing a speedy yet familiar tune. Naruto looked at her when his ears caught the sound of beautiful music filling the air and, even when not the intended target of the technique, the Jinchuriki knew exactly what this was. Genjutsu? The sound waves traveled fast. The guards advancing on the 2 kids were immediately caught by the melody and within seconds their screaming charge transformed into a muddled stumble. Moments later, they all collapsed face first onto the walkway, knocked out in one shot. Tayuya removed the flute from her lips and grinned, before looking back down at Naruto pinned underneath her. The pair stared at each other for several seconds, taking a moment to contemplate why they appeared so close to each other until their actual positions became realized. Blushing brilliantly, the musician hopped off of Naruto so quickly it almost looked like she sunshined, and as soon as she was back on her feet, started playing with her hair. Shaking his head to rid himself of the genjutsu splashback, Naruto pulled himself up till they were both standing. See? Didn't I tell you that you weren't useless? The boy exclaimed. Thanks for the save, Tayuya-chan. The redhead looked back at him firmly. Don't think anything of it. You saved my life, so it only made sense to return the favor. Whatever you say, Naruto chuckled before looking back down over the railing, where he could see half of the chamber was already filled and that the water level was steadily rising. Yeah, we should get out of here. How long will it take, do you think? Tayuya asked, referring to the boy's vast knowledge and experience in destroying everything in his path. The blonde looked down at the metaphorical watch on his wrist. While his companion became a little bit irked at his attempt to look professional in his task, it did bring a small tweak of a smile to Tayuya's face seconds before Naruto brought his arm back down and opened an ear to their surroundings. The sound of creaking pipes and bursting banks became all too pronounced by this point, earning an understanding nod from the Jinchuriki. We've got 20 minutes till this place brims, then I'll remove the walls, Naruto stated, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Do you want to get a good seat to watch the fireworks? Tayuya raised an eyebrow. A good seat? Wouldn't want to miss the final act, the Jinchuriki said, shrugging his shoulders. They're the best bits in a play. Come on. It'll be fun. Lips turning upwards, Tayuya shoved him in the shoulder firmly. Lead the way then, shithead. Chuckling at the affectionate nickname, Naruto began jogging down the walkway, where both he and his partner in crime hopped carelessly over the unconscious guards, leaving them to roll around where they were lying, and plotted a course for the nearest exit. Why'd you give me that nickname anyway? The blonde asked curiously while climbing a flight of stairs, looking back to see a smirking Tayuya following close behind. It doesn't seem like something you should really say in public. It was crude and should have been demeaning too, but coming from the musician it didn't feel too bad. It actually made him laugh a little on the inside. Only to you, Blondie. I don't know. I guess it just suits you. What? Did you want me to add an affectionate suffix to your first name like you did mine, or do you want something even worse like Wonder Boy, Kitty Cooin, or Mr. Whiskers? The girl joked while giving him a wink. For some whacked up reason, her first choice sounded much better. Naruto sighed. Well, I guess shithead's at least a step up from dead last and loser. No doubt. Those names had been getting old for quite some time now. It was funny. No matter where he went or who he ran into, there was always somebody waiting for him up ahead with a new title to add to his name. Seriously. Was he a magnet for this crap? Surely there wasn't that much shrapnel flying through the air that he was constantly clipped by it on every pass. Not even Sasuke got this much affection, and he was supposedly the best damn student in the group with the largest fan club ever recorded. The Jinchuriki swore as he started hiking upstairs with Tayuya that he was going to get a new title when he got back home, and none of that spirit-hazing nonsense that the rest of his class had come up for him. He wanted an epithet that was cool and did his image justice. Oh. After several minutes of climbing, the pair eventually arrived at one of the emergency towers in the middle of the dam. The hatch was kicked open and the swallow trailing after the two children flew out first, shortly followed by Naruto and Tayuya, the latter of which was a bit out of breath. The Jinchuriki pulled the girl up to safety and made sure that she was okay before flipping the exit shut. Well, that was fun, Tayuya muttered, brushing her greasy hands down her shorts. Slow down a bit next time. Those last two flights nearly killed me. Sorry about that, Naruto replied sheepishly. I always forget that I've got way more stamina than anyone else I know. I can run forever at any pace, I said. Why do I find myself believing that? The redhead wondered out loud while giving the blonde a thorough look over. Come on. Let's get over to the other side before the barriers burst. I want to get off this damn thing in case it decides to cave in on itself from the water eating away at the weight-bearing pillars, Naruto said while extending a hand to her. The girl brushed it aside and smirked at him. I can move just fine on my own, thank you very much. But I'll let you point the way. You seem to know what you're doing. Grinning proudly at the voice of confidence, Naruto hopped down the station while Tayuya used the nearby ladder. Once both of them were on the main road passing over the dam between the two sides of the river, the pair quickly made their way over to the village's side to get a good shot of the banks bursting. However, just as they were starting to get traction in their retreat, a group of figures up ahead caused them to stop. Standing beside a line of railway tracks used by workers to transport goods from one side of the dam to the other, there stood a short man in a suit and sunglasses, flanked by three noticeably taller cronies who were each armed with swords. A mini-tram waited alongside them within jumping distance, a sight that told the two kids that the group in front of them must have used it to make their way to this point of the structure smack bang in the center. The man with the rat-like mustache and shade smirked when he saw the duo stop, the trembling at their feet caused by the imploding dam becoming more prominent. So you're the two little mice running around and causing all the trouble? Honestly, from what I've been hearing about you, the so-called demon kid, I expected you to be taller. Likewise, Naruto shot back when his once puzzled expression deteriorated into an irate scowl. So you're Gato, I presume? Correct, the boss replied while adjusting his tie, tapping his cane to the floor and laying both hands comfortably on top of it. I am Gato of Gato International, the boss of the company and chief overseer of all industries, trade and networks operating underneath the banner. Normally when meeting a famous person I would say, nice to meet you, just like everybody else. But after hearing about your organization and what you've been doing here in this country, you don't even deserve a fuck you, Naruto replied with a smirk, before jabbing a finger in his direction, but I'll say it anyway. Fuck you, you short-ass prick. My, such kind words. It's exactly what I'd expect from a street punk and his cohort, Gato chuckled, tilting his head at the pair glaring him down. You've been busy. Yeah. You wouldn't believe how exciting my day has already been. It's been real fun beating up all those dimwits and dumbass you call henchmen, Naruto replied sarcastically. Unlike those other dozens of cannon fodder that had been more of a bother than a challenge, at least Jocko got him to work up a sweat. The blonde slammed a fist into his open palm with a loud thump, a clear sign that he was pumped and ready for more. Would you like to join them in the hospital wing? I heard there are still plenty of beds to be filled. Gato gritted his teeth and backed up a little, but then remembered he still had several more cards left to play. He smirked back at the blonde after seeing him step towards them from a safe several yards away. You talk big, brat. Care to back that up with action? Sure. Give me your best shot, the Jinchuriki replied while waving a hand, beckoning them to bring it on. Ready when you are. Oh, I won't be doing the fighting today. No sir. That's why I have these dogs to do it for me, Gato replied while gesturing grandly to a smirking Zori, Waraji, and the faceless samurai with the raven perched on his shoulder. These men take out the trash and guard their master's interests. Disposing of you should be no problem. I bet that's exactly what the other guy thought before I cracked his skull open, Naruto chuckled, rolling his head around and stretching his neck. I'll give you points for trying. So who's going to be my next opponent? Gato grinned across at the cocky blonde. Crow. The samurai wearing the basket clicked his sword and strode forward, the raven on his shoulder flapping its wings once before taking off. The sight of the big black bird taking flight prompted the swallow on Naruto's shoulder to also leave, not wanting to be around for the next show about to take place. The two birds went and situated themselves on the nearby railings, finding themselves the perfect seats for the bout. It was definitely going to be a big one. Naruto surveyed his foe, finding his appearance quite intriguing. He'd never fought a samurai before, not to mention someone who actually looked as impressive as he was. His shadow alone had the academy student slide his feet out and widen into a steadier stance. So you're the crow Aji-san and the villagers were talking about, Naruto murmured, smiling when he saw the man's covered head lower. Damn, you really are scary. Maybe now I'll finally be able to have a decent fight. Be careful what you wish for, boy, Gato spoke up over the standoff with a confident smile in play. The result it amounts to may leave you in a state of regret, if not complete and utter despair. Expression twitching momentarily, Naruto's face then lit up with sudden and clear realization. Oh, that's right. Flexing his fingers, the blonde then slapped his hands together to form the snake seal, quickly followed by dragon and tiger. This precise combination of signs not only caught Tayuya's but also the opposition's attention. While we're still on the subject of the fight, I think it would make things a lot more interesting if we raised the stakes a little. Gato, familiar with the concept of ninjutsu for shinobi, reversed some more after seeing the youngster flip through the seals. What the hell are you talking about? What are you doing? Nothing much. As carefree as Naruto's response was, both Gato and Tayuya shivered from head to toe when they saw the mischievous and sinister grin suddenly spread across his face. Matters were made that much worse when he ran his tongue across his upper lip. I'm just going to collapse this dam into the river. Wait. What? Tayuya shouted, looking up at the boy in alarm. Did you really think that all I did inside your funhouse was run around, torment your employees, sabotage your lines and bust in a wall to flood the place? Naruto asked in an almost maniacal voice that had the bad guys standing in his path visibly backpedal, all except for the samurai in black. Hell no. I'm not that transparent, nor am I that stupid to waste time doing meaningless bullshit that can just as easily be cleaned up. I spent the first hour sprinting up and down this godforsaken constipation from one station to the next, planting explosives in every corner I could find. I laid out over 100 bombs throughout this wall, all set to detonate on my command. Everybody's jaws went slack, especially Gato's. Oh shit, Waraji choked, looking down at his feet. That means we're. His partner in the beanie growled and pointed at the antagonist. He's bluffing. Fucking smart aleck, there's no way he had the time to do that. Are you absolutely sure about that? Naruto asked snidely, seeing the men start sweating buckets where they were standing. Back in my home village, just for the shits and giggles of it, I was able to hit every single person at the same time across 2 kilometers of suburbs in one morning with only a box of fireworks and a fuck ton of peanut butter. You should have seen the reviews I got for the stunt. I was ducking and dodging angry civilians for weeks. Naruto recalled wanting to pull off a prank like that for months. A full day before launch was spent gathering all the materials he needed and then, in the span of about 3 hours, he rigged every bedroom inside of Konohagakure's suburban areas to blow. Every villager within earshot of each other was rudely awoken at the crack of 4 by the sounds of gunfire going off under their beds, the mattresses of which were propelled feet off the ground and tossed all about the room, depending on the positioning of the charges. It didn't take whole neighborhoods to figure out who it was behind the unexpected attack, with hundreds upon hundreds of disgruntled adults setting out on a quest to collect the head of the one responsible as a trophy. That was one of the best weekends Naruto ever had. Now, imagine me doing that, but with tons of explosives, the Jinchuriki exclaimed. You sneaky little cretin, Gato growled, bringing his cane up and pointing it at the blonde. Don't think you'll get away with this. I'll definitely get away with this. You'll see, Naruto replied at level. Fact is, I want you to see me get away with this. Don't bullshit with me, you son of a bitch. You're still on the dam. You blow it, you send us all to hell. Knowing that he had him cornered with this, Gato pressed home his advantage. Get it? Boom. Us dead. You dead. Everybody loses. Even you're not that fucking crazy. Be serious for a moment. Blinking in confusion, Naruto then flashed the short man a sly smile, which had Tayuya leaning away at its intensity. What are you talking about? I am serious. The girl looked at him in panic. No. Wait. Katsu. The ground shook violently beneath both parties as one after the other in rapid succession the explosives strewn throughout the dam went off. Looking across and over the side, Gato saw the walls of his magnificent creation crack from blasts inside the structure detonating outwards, with the most intense explosion occurring just next to them. The explosion hurled black smoke and bits of concrete through the air, choking up the airspace and letting everyone know that the stupidest decision that could have ever been made was made. Everyone except for Naruto and the samurai in black looked upon the rising cloud of destruction in disbelief. You little bastard. Gato roared over the bombs still discharging, the world around them shaking like they were standing on top of a large, running motor. Do you realize what you've done? I sure do, Naruto shouted back, removing his hands from their seal position and pointing towards the big boss. And by the way, the name is Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki. And don't you forget it. Fuck. Gato yelled, quickly turning heel and jumping onto the tram. The now panicking Zori and Waraji followed after him, taking the driver and passenger seats respectively. A quick retreat was needed now, the preparations of which gave the superior enough time to look back and curse the child for this outrage. His eyes then fell upon the still stationary crow, who had not moved since he was ordered forward and was still facing down the two kids. If you're not coming with us, finish him. I'll pay you double if you return with his head. Gato ordered, to which the warrior returned with a single nod without even bothering to look back. The business owner then focused on the still grinning Jinchuriki and his worried-looking companion. You'd better hope Crow kills you here and now, Uzumaki. I guarantee that you will not like the life that will be waiting for you should you survive. Looking forward to it. Naruto shouted and waved. The tram kicked into life and took off down the line, leaving behind the black assassin and its adolescent targets standing firmly upon the collapsing structure. With the explosion starting to fade and the barrier starting to give way, it became apparently clear to all those who were watching that it wouldn't be long now till the entire thing fell apart and allowed thousands of tons of river back into the lowlands. This was what the Jinchuriki had planned from the very beginning. Why aren't we falling? Tayuya asked, grabbing the boy's sleeve and pulling on it. You set off the bombs, didn't you? Why haven't we been blown sky high or straight down to hell? For something this massive you'd need tons of explosive tags to completely level it. I only used whatever I had in my pockets, which wasn't even close to what you'd need to incinerate this thing, Naruto replied, smiling at the girl looking at him in astonishment. Then, what you said back there? Yeah. It was part bluff. He grinned warmly, don't worry, we're not going to die. I set the bombs off in specific places that will cut away the walls but leave the weight-bearing pillars intact. It's the same method I used to mess with one of the clans back in my village when I took away all the nails in their home and let the walls come apart on their own. But the frames were still held in place. So that means? Tayuya's eyes widened in realization and a smile appeared on her face. You set it up so that the water would drain through at a controlled rate and that the resulting flood wouldn't destroy the village. That was smart. No, not smart. Brilliant. Though he didn't look it, Naruto was naturally gifted in the art of devastation. Where the hell had he been this entire time? Speaking of which, the above-mentioned blonde nodded toward the girl affirmatively before glaring back at their second and now main concern, which was the masked man staring both of them down. The shadow drew their eyes toward the obstacle in question and had both of them tense when the samurai stepped forward. It was hard to ignore the shaking at their feet even while being confronted by Gato's last pro. With his last challenge yet to be dealt with, Naruto's fists clenched. The barriers should let go in about 20 minutes. I can't guarantee that this platform won't give out as well, but I'm staying. Wait. You're not going to run? Tayuya asked. Looking at his face, she could see how serious he was, which had her even more concerned for his safety. Between fighting the man in front of them and the impending doom of their foundations giving way, there only seemed to be one clear option available here. No. Don't fight him. Let's get out of here while we still have the chance, Naruto. If we run he'll follow. I'm not sure if I can fight him and protect you at the same time, and I most certainly am not going to let him hurt you, the Jinchuriki stated while shrugging his arm out of her grip. I swore to myself that I would never let any of these people hurt you ever again. Gato's real strength over others lies in those he has under his command, so that means that this whole nightmare will end once I kill this man right here and now. If I don't, a lot more people are going to suffer. Tayuya remained silent as she returned his gaze. As admirable as his actions were and his words sounded, she still felt he was being awfully stubborn and was frustrated by his resolve. Why the hell was he putting his life on the line for people he didn't know? Why did he want to fight so badly? Why was he doing all of this for them? For her? Why do you care so much? Tayuya finally asked. Naruto smirked confidently, because I do. Because it's my choice. I want to do this. That's all you need to know. He looked back at her and nodded over his shoulder. Go. I'll meet you on the other side of the river. Feeling the strength behind his words and the power in his expression, the redhead was compelled to move by them. Whether it was his intensity, his determination, his will, or the image he conveyed when he spoke to her, she didn't know. All she knew was that she could trust him, no matter how impossible or how dangerous the situation seemed. After a few paces back and a few moments of contemplation, Tayuya responded to his command with a few simple words. The girl smirked, "Don't you dare lose to him." Naruto grinned. No problem. With that, Tayuya turned and ran as fast as her legs would allow, looking back for one brief moment to see the Jinchuriki smile at her before glancing back toward his foe. Give him hell, shithead. Naruto's gaze fixed squarely on his target. Several moments of silence passed between the boy and the samurai before either side dared to say anything, which to no surprise started with the ever-energetic prankster always eager to banter with his rivals. You look really tough for a scrubby old bird. I can tell you're much different from those other jerks I fought earlier today. Hopefully that's not all for show. His only response came in the lowering of the man's head, which had the Jinchuriki chuckle, not much of a talker, huh? That's cool. But I usually like a little back and forth with my opponents. It makes fights like these more entertaining. The ground continued to shake as more and more of the barrier beneath them gave out. Flicking his wrist, a kunai slipped into the blonde's grip. Upon securing his weapon of choice, Naruto assumed a crouching stance. His opponent had a sword, and judging from how calmly he was presenting himself, he definitely knew what he was doing. This crow had experience. The proof was in the aura. Well, come at me, Naruto said while smirking. Let's see what this terrible crow demon can do. The samurai tilted his head, his expression hidden behind a veil of straw and shadow. Was he put off by the boy's confidence? Thrown by his smirk? Offended? Naruto couldn't tell. Then, when it appeared as though the samurai was having second thoughts, without warning, he sprang into action. There was about a spread of 15 meters distance between both the Jinchuriki and his foe, so it was no surprise Naruto's eyes bugged out of their sockets when, in a flash, the swordsman suddenly appeared standing directly in front of him. The black hollow slit of the basket that was his face floated directly in front of the blonde's widening eyes as the samurai's hand began to draw his sword from its scabbard in lightning fast time, alerting the shocked youngster to the danger. Whoa! Naruto cried out, swaying back as far as he could when a streak of light carved through the air where his body once was. The assailant had drawn his weapon in a textbook IAI motion straight from the sheath with the intent on ending his target's life in a single blow. Only the academy student's quick reflexes and natural flexibility saved him from being bifurcated. Naruto glared up at the man still in attack position towering over him, his body bent backwards at 90 degrees. Holy squirrel fucking shit, this guy is fast. Reacting quickly to the dark assassin glaring down at him, the blonde bent backwards even more, slamming a hand into the ground and performing a flip, at the same time spearing a kick straight up to his foe's chin. The samurai leant away from the attack and lashed out with a glancing blow. The youngster slipped away and made a hasty retreat. Naruto swore he had never backpedaled faster than he ever had in his life when the samurai came dashing after him, easily catching him with his ungodly speed. Son of a bitch, he's really fast. How the fuck is someone wearing a bathrobe able to move that fast? Grinning briefly at the prospect of the fight, Naruto leant back to avoid another incoming slash, ducking low a split second later when the man returned with a second strike for his head. The dark assailant pursued him left and right when the Jinchuriki attempted to shake him off in his fallback with a zigzagging motion, but the older warrior was persistent. He stuck to him like his shadow and lashed at him at every given opportunity. Sidestepping a full circle, Naruto freaked out when another blow came from below and he was forced to jump away. He hit the brakes the moment both feet slammed into the ground and he skidded to a stop several meters away. Though the blonde managed to buy himself a few valuable seconds of air, it wasn't long till the light on his feet Crow came charging at him again, katana at the ready. Okay, running isn't going to get me anywhere and trying to shake him off is doing me nothing. His speed is great and he's got good eyesight. Damn it. Naruto gritted his teeth, stepping back little by little as the man advanced. Arms hanging at his sides, the Jinchuriki began awkwardly swaying his upper body from side to side, picking up the tempo as he took into account his opponent's footwork. He likes using that sword of his. If that's all he knows, then let's test the waters. Crow lashed at him with another strike, but Naruto returned fire by ducking under it and throwing a swinging hook. The swordsman elbowed his strike away and fell back, lashing upward at the kid with his blade, only to see his nimble little opponent leap right over it, enter his defensive circle, and slam a right kick straight into his stomach. The blow caused a loud crunching sound to echo out, which sent the samurai blasting backwards. Though it looked like a clean blow, his sudden flight away from his opponent was mostly out of surprise. Upon sliding to a stop, the masked samurai looked up sharply. Even though his face was covered and he didn't utter anything audible, his actions still clearly conveyed his shock. Hands still hanging at his sides in a wide stance, Naruto smiled and began swaying again. He's ridiculously fast, but I can match his speed with my tricky moves. I knew all that running around would pay off one day, Naruto thought happily before charging at the samurai, who immediately rushed at him in kind, sword cocked. The blonde frowned as he closed the distance, ducking low when he telegraphed a swing aimed for his head. I need to land some body blows. That'll stop his feet. The blonde rammed into the man's stomach with a shoulder tackle, sending the fierce Crow off his feet and sending him through the air with an unconventional battering technique. Naruto traveled with him and hammered several body shots into his gut, seconds before the samurai countered by bringing his sword over his head and striking down. The small attacker rolled right out of the way when the weapon speared the ground, getting back to his feet and going airborne when the samurai followed with a sweeping slash immediately afterwards, the sword missing him by inches. While in the air Naruto spun around and tossed a barrage of shuriken at his target, the projectiles separating and converging on the warrior moments later. Certain of a hit, Naruto's grin widened? But shock overcame him instead when the samurai suddenly vanished in a shadowy blur. What the hell? The moment Naruto's foot touched the ground, the swordsman reappeared right in front of him with a downward stabbing blow. Eyes widened further as the child swung his body around to meet his opponent. Son of a bitch, this again, the Jinchuriki thought while ducking. After avoiding the attack, he backpedaled quickly, dodging and weaving under flashes of katana coming after him. The streaks of the sword slicing through the wind at high speed filled the air around the blonde in a terrifying display of cutting speed as he swayed and leapt away from the warrior. The assault was so fast there wasn't even any time to blink or breathe. Naruto was forced into a fallback state with a frustrated look on his face. Shit. When do I counter? How? He's gotten even Foz Whoa. Even his thoughts were cut short when more attacks came pouring after him. Upon being pushed back several yards down the dam, the Jinchuriki drew a kunai from his pouch and began blocking hits. Sparks flew through the air when he traded parries with the samurai until Naruto was violently thrown back by a full power swing that connected with his guard. He flew a good distance, flipped a few times to gain control of his flight before eventually skidding to a stop when he managed to slam both of his feet into the concrete road. Bloody hell, Naruto gritted his teeth, his legs shaking from taking the hit. His swings aren't just blindingly fast, they're also unbelievably heavy. He'll cut clean through me if I stop for even a second, but he's not giving me any time to weave hand seals. He looked down to see his knees trembling, barely keeping him up despite his adrenaline rush. The damage is already getting to my legs. I have to end this quick or I'll be in trouble. Another explosion rocked the dam they were standing on as another outlet for the water in the lake behind them was formed. Little by little, the massive swell being held back started feeding directly into the land once more, but in spite of this tremendous success, the whole liberation plot that Naruto was going for would mean nothing if he didn't defeat the final element of the village's despair. The swordsman, once again prepping himself for another attack, was the long arm of Gado's force here. If the weapon of the tyrant used to deal physical pain upon the villagers remained, then the people would never be free of this nightmare. It would continue to come back to haunt them again and again, until there was no one left. This vision of a future filled with pain and torment, was a future Naruto was not going to allow. He was determined to finish his opponent right here and now. Baring his teeth, Naruto charged in. Let's punch it out. Come on. He tossed his kunai, which was swatted away by his foe before the boy leapt at him with his right corked back. The moment the Jinchuriki came in swinging, the samurai sliced right into him with a sideward blow, carving right through his waist. Naruto passed by the warrior with a shocked expression and his eyes glazed over, a spray of blood occurring moments later. However, when the assailant was certain he'd killed the boy with the decisive blow, the falling child suddenly went up in a puff of smoke shortly before a log fell to the ground out from the cloud, cleaved in two. The clattering of wood had Crow's attention immediately fixed on the replacement in alarm, a distraction long enough for the real Naruto to suddenly drop down at him from above, kunai in hand. The boy cried out when he landed on the samurai's back, straddling his shoulders before ramming the knife into his neck. The tussle that followed involved the robed assassin attempting to throw the little hitchhiker off of him, while Naruto continued to bury the knife deeper and deeper without pause. The sound of squealing could be heard all around as the blade drove home, a grin coming across the boy's face before he was suddenly grabbed by the hair and thrown across the dam. Tumbling over the concrete, the Jinchuriki slid to a stop on all fours and glared up, bleeding from the head and lip. "What?" Naruto shouted, his astonished gaze locking on as the masked warrior ripped the knife from his neck and tossed it to the ground at his feet. "I hit a vital point. I know I did. Why the hell isn't he going down?" Even though he'd just been stabbed in the throat, the man just staggered towards him with his sword at the ready. He was clearly wounded, but he wasn't showing any signs of being wounded. There was no waver in his step, nor was there any form of outcry in his vocals. No. He just swaggered towards the boy with that haunting vacant stare fixed through his basket mask. Fuck, Naruto couldn't even see his damn expression and tell whether he was in pain. Was he even human? Grinding his teeth together irritably, Naruto drew another kunai and rushed at his opponent, but the samurai took off, leaping through the air and landing on the railing of the dam. The Jinchuriki pursued, jumping after him and landing knife first in a diving drive attack. Their blades clashed in a shower of sparks when they began a deadly dance back and forth across the dam's upper level. Shortly afterwards, during one of their re-engagements, after jumping around his foe to try and get into one of his blind spots, the Jinchuriki was suddenly driven away by Crow's swinging blade and forced to leap up onto a higher platform. That was until the entire section was blasted to bits when the samurai ran his sword through it, the force of which caused it to explode and shower the area in debris and rubble. Naruto landed amongst the remains of the stand and glared up to see his foe running along the railing a level above, sword drawn and eyes fixed on him. Even from this distance the youngster could feel his intensity as the dam they were on was further shaken by another wall giving in, and more water was sent cascading into the valley. The blonde took another stance. "You're no ordinary samurai, but that's cool with me," the Uzumaki shouted at him, cocking his right arm back, kunai held firm. He too began running alongside his opponent while the warrior continued to hold the high ground. "I'm no ordinary kid either. So come at me with everything you've got, because I won't be giving you the satisfaction of an easy win." Crow did as requested and lunged down at him with blinding speed. The warrior attacked the boy with ferocity and agility not like before. His sword carved through the air left and right, attempting to cut the boy as he danced around him using his signature awkward movements. The blonde's footwork and fleetness allowed him to stay just inches ahead of his target as he lashed at him with attacks continuously and without fault. While dancing across the trembling barrier, Naruto decided to dive in for an offensive himself. He jumped around his opponent who sliced at him with his sword, throwing kicks and slashes with his kunai to try and sneak in some damage. It was an overwhelming assault that drove the collected swordsman back, who continued to swing at him but couldn't due to the difference in range. While Crow took advantage of the middle range whenever he attacked Naruto, the Jinchuriki neutralized his sword by rushing into close range whenever the opportunity presented itself and assaulted the samurai with a combination of speed and raw quickness. Leaping over the man's arms when he overshot a slash, Naruto propped a hand on his opponent's forearm and balanced himself on the extended limb until Crow came back around with another violent attack. The Jinchuriki spun around the swinging limb, taking the arm into a hold and locking it behind Crow's back, while expertly wrapping his legs around his neck. When Naruto attempted to apply pressure, the swordsman staggered back before ramming the hitchhiker into a barrier, or tried to at least. Naruto leapt clear from his shoulders and landed on the ground several feet out. Once the samurai had rid himself of the extra weight, he lunged in again, sword held out at his side for another downward attack. The Jinchuriki swayed from side to side, eyes scrutinizing the path of the incoming move and readying his left fist. He positioned it down a little so that it was propped at his waist. "Let's see, it's a direct attack from middle range. The motion is quite wide, and there's a sizable gap between his arms when he swings," Naruto thought. So, the moment the samurai swung in and across, the Jinchuriki slid forward and rammed what looked like a cross between a hook and an uppercut right between the two arms holding the handle of the sword. He managed to hit him from below and sway back from the blade, but the power he got from the attack ran straight into his chin and blasted Crow's head back with an almighty crack. A textbook three-quarter uppercut. Naruto smirked and quickly leapt away when the samurai staggered and swung blindly with his sword, obviously disoriented. I can hit you when you come in with a big move. Got ya? But it wouldn't keep him at bay for long. As expected, Crow came back around with a shake of his head and, as if he had received no damage from his opponent throughout the fight whatsoever, charged straight back into battle. It was a good trade-off between two strong warriors and an awesome display of precision, ferocity and power. The fight looked like one that would last into the later afternoon. Until the inevitable happened. The dam began to crumble. More and more explosions rocked the interior and more gaps were blasted into it. Soon, there were 4 massive, gaping holes punched into the barrier along its entire length, allowing torrents of water to spill out. It was fed evenly into the dried-up countryside, sure, but the terrible conditions, the destruction it was bringing to those on top was making life miserable for both. Growing exhausted from being attacked repeatedly by his foe, Naruto started taking on some serious damage. Misjudging some swings and unable to fight back against the samurai's raw speed and power for a prolonged period, the blonde got cut up badly when he was grazed by the weapon. He attempted to block a low blow, but that carved across his chest and sent him spinning, a spray of blood clouding the air. Naruto cried out a second time when he was deftly kicked across the face and sent tumbling across the concrete road before ramming into one of its side railings. Spitting out blood, the blonde wiped his face off and glared exhaustedly up at his foe, standing a distance from him in a defensive stance. The samurai had less damage than he had, but the Jinchuriki was still determined and beyond calling it quits at this point. He never gave up, not to the likes of a person like him. Struggling into a crouched position, the boy smirked, "You sure hit hard like I expected you would. You take damage and send it right back at your opponents without missing a beat." Stumbling forwards, Naruto ducked in and ground his feet into the floor. "But you don't hit like you mean it. And to me that means you're holding back." The blonde sprang forward at his foe with an incredible leap and unbelievable dashing speed, swinging his right arm over his left shoulder before carving upwards into the samurai's unguarded face when he bolted right into his defensive circle. The warrior was too surprised to respond with a counter when the basket across his face was shaved through, splinters and straw flying into the air. Crow staggered backwards in astonishment, grabbing the front of his mask momentarily to assess the damage. As Naruto backed away from his hearty lunge, he saw to his surprise Crow's body begin to shake with anger at being struck the way he was. This reaction came seconds before he suddenly snapped into life again and rushed at the boy with a renewed flurry of attacks and an unexpected battle cry. "Raarrgggghhhhh," the assassin bellowed in a deep, gravelly voice worn away from having not spoken in years. Naruto fell back in shock, using his kunai to block a new series of wild attacks. The sword strikes came in even faster than before, forcing him to dodge more awkwardly and block at unexpected angles. Sparks flew as the katana tore up the ground beneath them from the blind fury of the assault, driving the Jinchuriki further and further into the middle of the dam. Though Naruto took advantage of the samurai's anger by landing a few well-aimed kicks into his forward leg to throw him off and striking the body whenever he was open, he was quickly driven off by his enraged opponent. Crow's anger was truly terrifying. Naruto tried misdirecting him with some flicker jabs at distance, but the sword cutting through the air at unexpected degrees kept the boy from landing them effectively. There was absolutely no regard shown towards their surroundings, nor was there any concern shown towards his well-being. Crow now had several kunai impaling him, but he wasn't stopping, not even for a moment. "Crap!" Naruto shouted when he tried to block a driving blow from the katana. Sparks flashed across his face as he skidded along the ground, trying to hold back the train plowing into him before the samurai pressuring his guard slammed a fist across his face. The Jinchuriki was sent spiraling back at the force with blood flying from his mouth, before he was suddenly struck upwards by a blow from the sword. Ga! A quick flip through the air followed by a rough landing across the concrete was the Jinchuriki's reward. Clutching the scars bleeding out from his chest, Naruto looked up just in time to block another sword strike from above. The blow drove down on top of him as he attempted to hold it back and recover, his whole body shaking from the effort before he was kicked across the face again and sent crashing into the dam's railing for a second time. However, instead of being allowed to fall against the wall, Naruto was suddenly picked up and plowed into it by Crow grabbing him by the neck and driving him straight through it. After mercilessly being pushed through several feet of solid wall that shattered like glass against him, Naruto soon found himself being held over the dam's lake on the other side. The Jinchuriki choked out blood as he was throttled by the vice-like grip around his neck, legs dangling uselessly over the side and hands clawing away at the sleeve. Vision blurring from the damage, the child looked towards the masked warrior holding him up, where he could see the anger through the shadow of his mask. "I can't breathe, damn it." Naruto managed to squeeze out in his head, gasping desperately as the grip on him was tightened. He looked down towards the raging currents below, where he could see mass amounts of water still emptying itself into the lands beyond the barrier. "It can't end like this, no." Shaking his head defiantly, Naruto struggled to glare back at Crow to see the menace draw his sword back in preparation to drive it through his stomach, to finish the fight once and for all. Not here. Not to him. No way. Despite the pain, the crushing vice and the hell waiting for him thousands of feet below, Naruto mustered a grin through bloody teeth before forming a familiar hand seal directly in front of his opponent's face. He was having so much fun having his teeth kicked out of his mouth and bones broken that he almost forgot about the new jutsu he created. "Fooled ya!" Naruto exclaimed before slapping his right against Crow's chest. "Jet hand." The samurai looked a little surprised at the hand seal. But just before he could retaliate with his sword, the assassin was suddenly blasted back by what felt like a herd of charging rhinos running into him. Crow spiraled through the air at breakneck speed across the width of the dam before slamming into a concrete base. The tower of rock exploded in a shower of rubble and debris, choking the entire area with dust. Naruto managed to latch onto the ledge of the railing Crow had been standing on once he'd freed himself and fell from the killer's grip. Panting heavily from the attempt, as soon as he was up on safe and solid ground, the boy glared up towards the spot his opponent had crashed and stopped mid-flight. Sure, he'd intended to send him packing in one go, but he didn't expect him to stop before he could even take off. Either way, this was great. A chance was presented to him. Throwing his right arm out, Naruto cocked back his wrist so that a familiar air tube was able to appear. By the time the dust settled on the crash site, Crow had managed to pull himself out of the pile of debris and back onto the dam's highway. Robes torn, katana missing and looking dazed beyond belief, the samurai attempted to reacquaint himself with his surroundings, only to see the boy he was fighting with charge at him across the way. The assassin was too slow to react to the next attack. When it looked like the motion for shuriken being thrown just feet from him, a loud crack of air was heard instead before the samurai's vision was blinded by the horrifying sight of red, green and yellow. The warrior staggered backwards in shock when the entire upper portion of his body including his face was splattered with multicolored paint, which only served as a distraction for Naruto to leap clear at him from in front and ram both his feet into his chest. Crow staggered even further when Naruto landed against him, the boy driving another kunai straight into his neck and burying it deep to make sure it stuck. Knowing this wouldn't be enough, the blonde then reared his right fist back before slamming it straight into the widened gap of the mask on the individual's face. The gash he managed to land across the basket before helped serve this purpose. "Open wide!" Naruto shouted, ripping his hand out just in time to avoid the explosion that followed. The side of the samurai's cloaked face was blasted open by a shower of gold sparklers from a firework bomb being shoved right into his ugly mug. Though it should have served to piss the enemy off rather than cause any damage, the shrapnel and phosphorus laced with it did more than its fair share. Soon after the pellet detonated, the samurai started screaming out in agony as his face was pretty much melted inside his straw veil. Naruto sat astride the man's chest as the samurai clawed at his searing face and staggered towards the edge, thrashing about like a mad bull, until the boy realized where they were actually walking, which pretty much had the Jinchuriki flip out in panic. "Oh crap," the blonde shouted, at the exact same time another massive tremor rocked the dam they were on as the final causeways for the water were blasted out. Torrents and torrents of water continued to be let out of the lake, which battered the support beams and whatever sections of Gato's great dam remained. This basically meant the entire structure shook from bottom to top, which resulted in a lot of unintended portions being chipped away. In this particular case, the section Naruto and his opponent were standing on. Before the Jinchuriki could leap clear, the ground beneath the staggering samurai gave way, which meant both of them began to fall over the side. Naruto yelped in shock as they started to cascade with the section of concrete, gravity working its magic and dragging them into the hell of rapids beneath them. But of course, being known to think well on his feet, just as they were both beginning to plummet, Naruto managed to throw his right arm up and procured the hook from his gauntlet. With it, at the very last second available, he caught onto the jagged edge of the dam that had allowed them to fall and remain fixed to its host, biting hard and holding as other chunks of the monstrosity fell away. Good thing he managed to grab onto a steel frame. Just as it seemed the worst was over and he was beginning to breathe easy, Naruto suddenly felt a violent tug on his body and he glared down. There, dangling from his right leg, the boy saw Crow hanging from him and glaring up at him through the smoke lifting off of his messed up face. It would only be a few seconds afterwards that Naruto realized he had managed to burn his opponent's mask clean off of him. So when the smoldering cleared and the Jinchuriki was able to get a good look at his expression, and the raging waters far below still tearing away at the dam, Naruto saw a scarred man around his 40s with grimy black hair and red eyes looking back at him. His face already had so many old war wounds and gashes on it. The burns and shrapnel lodged into the right side of his face from the sparkler bomb seemed like a welcome bit of makeup to his already ravaged visage. Naruto was so shocked by the man's appearance he could only stare in silence. What came as an even bigger surprise though, about several seconds later, instead of seeing Crow raise a weapon to strike at him or more anger well up in his eyes promising a painful death, the Jinchuriki saw the guy smile. Sure, it came shortly after getting a good view of his stony glare and Naruto half figured he was hallucinating from loss of blood. The Jinchuriki was still met with a pleasant grin. It was almost like the assassin was thanking him, which was weird considering he was an enemy ordered to kill him. Didn't samurai abide by some sort of code of honor or pride or something? The unmasked warrior Crow nodded to the Jinchuriki upon getting his attention before closing his eyes. The moment he did so, the grip around the boy's ankle slackened until the man was only hanging by a couple of fingers, literally. Good fight. Once those words were uttered, the broken warrior relinquished his hold completely. Naruto reached out to grab him, but his instinctive response came too late and the boy could only watch as Crow, resigned to his fate, plummeted into the raging torrents of water below and vanished into the foam and jagged rapids. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The Jinchuriki's hand fell limp after becoming fully aware of what had happened and allowed his body to hang there from the ledge, watching the river flow on by and begin to level out. After allowing some minutes to pass, in which the blonde was able to reflect on his battle, Naruto breathed out exhaustedly and, through half-lidded eyes, looked downstream to see the massive canal completely full. A smile came to his tired face. Good fight. The last of the debris from the dam was chipped away, leaving behind a ruined relic of a tyrant and a monument of the destruction caused by only one boy. While Naruto dangled where he was for a little while longer, staring down at the now calm river flowing through the ruined structure, the birds Swift and Raven up on the railing above him looked down over the side. Having watched the entire situation unfold and upon witnessing the death of its master, the crow sitting beside the swallow cod once out of habit, ruffled its feathers, and then took off into the sky. Swift watched its fellow bystander fly up into the clouds, following him with her gaze as he disappeared over the horizon. This event signified the end of the fight and the liberation of the land of the Great River. Oh. Meanwhile, up in her farm and looking relatively disgruntled from all the grinding of herbs she was doing, Hanar was attempting to fill out one of her latest client orders from the stock she was able to conjure up from whatever harvest she could. Though there was not much she could gain from the crops, at least the dried-up seeds had to count for something. They could be sold for a small bit in other places where they were rare, especially from this country, but she was wondering if her efforts were really going to be enough. Nevertheless, while she was working her magic on her resources and trying to stretch out the amount as much as she could, an earth-shaking tremor coursed through the entirety of her house. The disturbance rattled fixtures and moved furniture a few centimeters out of place, startling Hanar out of her seat and forcing her towards the door. What in the world was that? Throwing the entrance open, the farmer looked towards the dam further up the valley. When she looked across, expecting to see mists, construction or something else ordinary taking place, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw massive explosions rip across the surface of the Great White Barrier. These blasts punched a hole into the bottom half at the center of the wall, allowing water to come pouring out at an easy rate. The next half hour would prove to be a great show for the farmer, as one after another more gaps were blown along the entire length of the dam. The holes appeared in every space between the main weight-bearing pillars, which allowed the water to come out in a controlled flow and fill up the dried-up riverbed. By some otherworldly force, the entire world on the suffering side of the barrier began to come alive again, as water was once more allowed to flow freely through the country. Blinking in disbelief and thinking back on the day she'd been having, Hanar eventually realized what must have happened and smiled. An amused chuckle escaped her lips as she leaned against her porch's support beam. That little runt, he actually did it, Hanar laughed, shaking her head. The crazy little fool actually did it. Hey! Her day might just get better yet. Naruto. Drifting. The beginning of a new. After managing to haul his ass back onto the dam's main highway, Naruto was quickly able to recover the sword dropped by the fallen crow, the masked samurai he had just managed to defeat in combat, by the skin of his teeth. Sheathing the weapon into its scabbard, which he also found hidden amongst the rubble, the blonde then turned his sights toward the quickest route off of the ruined structure that was once Gado's stronghold and staggered his way down the main road. Clutching at the deep wound across his chest and every other area of considerable bruising and discomfort, Naruto promptly worked out his next point of interest to be the village down in the valley below. As tolerant as he was toward severe injuries, he still needed to get some proper medical treatment. Seriously. He had never taken a beating this badly in his life, and his head was harder than a cannonball. That samurai was one tough bastard, despite not knowing any ninjutsu or techniques that even required the use of chakra. The guy was just a common thug and vagrant, but with an uncommon skill set. This was definitely a battle the boy was not going to forget anytime soon, and for a couple of good reasons. 1. The whole ordeal had been a whopping reality check. His adventure through this small land and the battles he'd fought showed that there were people outside of Konoha that were really powerful in many different ways, as well as cruel, terrifying, merciless, and were just as tough as he was resilient. Naruto came to the realization that if he didn't step up his game from here and started taking things like this a little more seriously, he was going to continue taking a beating on every mission that he went out on. A little assistance would have been welcome too. As a result, the Jinchuriki vowed that he needed to work even harder to make better use of his skills so that he could avoid a trial like this again in the future. As for the second issue, that crow was one of the first people Naruto had actually managed to defeat and kill in a fight. Sure, it was an indirect kill, but after his little demolition performance on the dam, Naruto was certain that he was responsible for more than the taking of a single life today, and not just his. There were probably people that had still been inside the dam when he destroyed it, and, summing up everything that had transpired today, that meant he too was a killer, an assassin, a shinobi. Naruto actually chuckled at this. He was a damn academy student and he was already killing people. Though it would look good on his rep and it eased his conscience knowing that they were all working for the bad guy, it still gave him a funny feeling deep inside. Anyway, upon resolving to work even harder than before to become stronger and being reunited with his companion Swift flying over from her resting spot to land on his shoulder, Naruto dragged the rest of his wounded hide to the other side of the causeway. Once he made it there and came within sight of the gates that would get him off of the crumbling structure, he was met with a very pleasant surprise. The sounds of clapping filling his ears had Naruto look up in bewilderment, where from his limp state he saw Tayuya standing in the middle of the road and behind her a whole crowd of villagers. The entire town downstream had all turned out to greet him after hearing the first explosion ring out, and, upon seeing the boy's return and his bewildered eyes fall upon them, they welcomed him back with smiles of approval and a hearty applause. The red-haired musician joined them with a grin spread across her face as she felt the praise and gratitude from the liberated villagers pour over her head and down onto him. Naruto looked between each individual cheering him in confusion, seconds before he was suddenly tackled by Tayuya rushing over to him and glomping him in the tightest hug she could muster. "You stupid, crazy jerk," the redhead whispered into his ear before shoving him away. She glared at him with tears in her eyes. "I was worried to death. When I saw you get picked up by that guy. Yeah. I was, kind of getting my ass kicked out there, huh?" Naruto chuckled while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "The guy was way stronger than me. I didn't want to use my new jutsu on him unless I was sure I could get him with it, so I waited for the best opening possible. Plus he had a sword. If I stopped moving for a second and didn't use my jet hand technique when I did, I would have been killed for sure." "Well, lucky for you, you weren't, shithead," Tayuya exclaimed while punching him in the chest. The boy winced from the pain, but then watched the worried girl do a complete turnaround and begin checking his injuries. While the musician fussed over the massive gash across his breast, Naruto was soon approached by the still cheering villagers headed by their town elder. Hiro appeared before the two children with his staff firmly in hand, to which he then bowed towards the blonde-haired boy and silently beckoned the crowd into a quiet hush. "Thank you so very much," the elder exclaimed in visible delight, giving the Jinchuriki a warm gaze as did every other man, woman and child present. "Truly. Words cannot even begin to express how much I appreciate what you've done for all of us." "Ah, shucks," Naruto waved a hand with a painful chuckle. The bruising in his side and the cut across his chest was really biting him. He even had to lean on Tayuya to stop from falling over from all of the damage and fatigue he'd sustained in his fight. "It was nothing. I just wanted to help. And you did a fine job. A fine job indeed. You drove Gato from this land and defeated his empire here," Hiro spoke again with closed eyes and a happy gleam on his face. "We are forever in your debt." To the invincible stranger, a barkeeper from the crowd shouted. "The boy in orange." To the land of the great river's savior, a woman cried out as well. "We thank you so much." "Yes. Thank you." More cheers rang up from the people and a small chant was even started amongst the crowd. The downpour of praise had Naruto blushing and grinning in embarrassment, coaxing several chuckles from him as he bowed to the numerous groups of grateful villagers surrounding him. It was while accepting their thanks he then focused his attention back on another matter, which was the sword he was still carrying. Taking the sheathed weapon into two hands, he held it out in front of him to show to the elder. "This was from that crow guy," Naruto stated with a pleased smile, watching as the old man stroked his beard and analyzed the blade carefully. "He fell into the rapids and drowned. Even a man like him wouldn't have been able to survive a fall like that, and into a torrent as well. His body might wash up further downstream if you go look for it." Hiro nodded in understanding and leaned further forward. Upon inspecting the sheathed sword up close, he then looked at the child smiling up at him. "You do realize that on top of the reward we wish to give you for saving our country, should Crow's body turn up somewhere on the banks, you are also entitled to the reward for his bounty. That is 5 million and more." Naruto lowered the weapon in surprise. "Wait a sec." He waved his hands in front of him, appearing startled. "Bounty? Rewards? For saving you guys? Oh, no, don't worry about it." The blonde folded his arms and looked away stubbornly, earning surprised blinks from the entire crowd, the elder and Tayuya. "No way. I can't accept a reward. Not for that. You don't need to. But." Hiro spoke up, extending a hand in earnest, "Surely we must find some way of compensating you. This village and country owes you a great deal." Tayuya gazed at Naruto in astonishment, her eyes shimmering in admiration as she looked at the defiant look drawn upon his face. "He's so selfless and humble." The sight of his firm state on the matter had her smile. "Nope." Naruto shook his head again, earning more slack-jawed expressions from the villagers. "Can't do it and you can't make me." Hiro, murmuring uncomfortably, withdrew his hand and placed it behind his back. This was going to take something else to convince the boy otherwise. After all, the elder was a man of honor and would go to the ends of the earth to see that even the smallest of issues was settled. He simply could not leave the one alone. Clearing his throat, he stared down at the boy thoughtfully. "Nevertheless, even if you reject our first offer, we must find some way of repaying you for all of the kindness you have showed us. If you need anything for, say, your journey back home or for your friends perhaps, please, feel free to ask." Naruto continued to keep his gaze locked elsewhere. However, once the words of the elder's insistence finally managed to sink in, the blonde looked back towards the townspeople and the old man contemplatively. He meditated on their words for a moment, allowing some time to consider both his current status as well as Tayuya, whom he could see was still dressed in ragged clothing and looking incredibly worn from a life filled with hardship. With their current conditions taken into consideration, the Jinchuriki eventually settled on a request he'd hoped would settle all accounts and glanced back at the village elder and his company with a smile. "When you put it that way, there are a couple of things I would like," Naruto exclaimed while petting the swallow perched on his shoulder on the head. "If it's not too much trouble for you guys." Hiro beamed down at him. "You may ask for anything you desire. My people and I will do everything in our power to see that your wishes are fulfilled." Grinning, Naruto then raised a hand and tapped his finger against the sword he was still holding. "Then, would it be possible to get a hold of someone I can cash this into? XXX. 5 days later. The bounty on Crow's head was known all around for being ridiculously high for an ordinary mercenary. It was surprising to a lot of people because he wasn't the leader of any gang, wasn't of pure or noble blood, didn't possess any special abilities or was insanely strong either. Oh no. Crow was just your typical wanderer, freelance assassin and vagrant for hire. He wasn't actually a samurai, he just knew how to fight like them and use their moves, so calling him your everyday common thug was cutting it a little short. Of course, upon further inquiry into his history, Naruto eventually found out the main reason why the guy's bounty was so absurdly large in the first place, and that was because he had been incredibly hard to catch up until now. The guy had always stuck to the shadows, hiding in the innermost circles of criminal organizations, performing odd jobs for them and carrying out missions to their fullest without fail. He killed swiftly and silently like a shinobi, earned his cut, and then moved on. Additionally, unlike other typical killers, because he lacked certain personality qualities like an ANBU and was so committed to his jobs, he was never hesitant with any of his targets, which Naruto found out the hard way when he fought him. He had definitely been a highly successful run-of-the-mill claw hopper, and it was in a single afternoon Naruto managed to bag him fair and square. The sole reason the boy had so much trouble against him throughout their battle was that he fought the guy head-to-head. Unlike with the 3 kunoichi he fought weeks earlier and with Jako, he didn't have trees, brush or buildings to hide behind in collaboration with any of his tricky moves, so in a way he was only fighting at 50% effectiveness. A win was a win either way, so in the end Naruto walked off with not only the guy's sword in hand but also a valuable lesson about future contests. Sure enough, just as the Jinchuriki told the villagers, Crow's body washed up on shore a few kilometers downstream of the massive river. The corpse was brought back to the village, thoroughly examined and verified to be the assassin that Naruto had slain. When taken to the local hospital to have the autopsy performed though, the coroner received quite a shock at the amount of damage the guy had to his internal organs and outer body, and most of these weren't even from his fight with Naruto the day before or the results of the fall. By his estimate, the guy should have died ages ago. The wounds Crow had sustained to his person should have left him dead on the side of a road in a country nowhere near here, but against all odds and defying every medical law in the book, the assassin had managed to keep himself alive through a steady diet of chakra and self-mutilation. His now mangled form devoid of all life showed everyone in the building that he had been incredibly hard-wearing above his superb swordsmanship skills. By end of the day though, Crow was confirmed dead and cremated. As a reward for his successful kill, Naruto was paid the full bounty by the village leaders, who were able to reclaim all of the town's stolen valuables and treasures from the mansion Gato had built alongside the dam. The vaults were emptied, money was swiftly returned to the people, and order was slowly restored to the country. With most of Gato's men locked up and the general himself absent, it was safe for the previously disbanded local guard under the daimyo to return and begin rounding up any crooks still adrift. Security points were set up all over the place to ensure that law and order was properly re-established and traffic was able to run smoothly once more. Naruto had to give the people credit for a speedy recovery. A lot of the companies previously under Gato's heel were taken back by the original owners, particularly the water and electrical plants. Since the man had fled and taken nothing of importance with him in his rush to escape the wrath of the orange-wearing devil Naruto, it left a lot of properties needing to be reclaimed. It was a sure welcome relief for the starving populace. Naruto on the other hand was able to settle with Hiro and the villagers, who celebrated his victory the entire night following the beginning of the country's climb to recovery. In the morning after, all the Jinchuriki requested for his actions was for Crow's bounty and nothing more. With it, he did something completely unexpected and gave almost all of it to Tayuya. This decision had everybody present at the time stunned and flabbergasted, especially the young musician herself. He also bought her new clothes, sandals, a backpack, and food, plenty enough to spoil the befuddled girl. Even after all that, there was still enough left over for Tayuya to buy a property and live a comfortable life for the next few years without need for work. Naruto took most of the funds out of his own pocket to treat her. All of these events led to where the pair was presently standing on the edge of the village. Hiro and the people gathered to see the hero and his companion off. The crowd formed en masse along the road and gazed fondly towards the youngster with the swallow perched comfortably on his shoulder and the redhead carrying a full pack of goods for the journey ahead of them. It almost looked as though they were two travelers who had arrived here together and were setting off in the same manner, but everyone there knew that that was indeed not the case. One thing was certain however, both of their paths had crossed here, which had them all wondering what was in store for them next. Naruto was no longer wrapped in the bandages from his scuffle 5 days ago and was still clothed in the stuff he arrived in. Additionally, he also had Crow's sword strapped to his back, an item he was not going to part with anytime soon. It was his trophy, damn it, and he was keeping it. Tayuya on the other hand was carrying everything the blonde had bought for her on her person, and was genuinely quite pleased with her new attire and gear. It was clear she hadn't had this much stuff before in her life, so she was obviously more than grateful for it. The two of them looked back at the crowd with smiles on their faces and warm glows emanating from their forms. "We will never forget you or all the things you've done for us," Hiro exclaimed with a bow, while the rest of the people around him mimicked his actions. "We wish you all the best and pray for your safe return to Konohagakure, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto waved back to them. "Thanks a bunch. Try not to let some short guy in a shitty suit and glasses take over your country again. I'd really like to pay you guys a visit when you're all back on your feet and have some good attractions waiting for me." The crowd laughed along with their elder. "Will do," Hiro stated before turning his gaze towards Tayuya, who was also smiling cheerfully beside the shinobi in training. "Take care of yourselves, both of you." "Thank you," Tayuya nodded back. With one last parting farewell, the two youngsters then took their leave once the mood permitted them. They turned to face the road ahead and began the long march away from Riverside Village, with a spring in their steps and all their thoughts set on the journey that lay in wait. The entire population of the small town saw them off, young and old alike, with Hiro at the front wearing the biggest smile anyone had ever seen on him. Just before Naruto and Tayuya could reach the very edge of their sights, Hiro then took a moment to turn his gaze towards the ruined dam sitting on the horizon to their left. Instead of seeing the terrible stone wall that had previously been the main cause of the land's suffering for the past years, the elder saw a glowing white bridge bathed in an ethereal light with archways stretching from one end of the causeway to the other. It was a completely different spectacle from the one that had plagued them before, something that tied the two pieces of land together. It now stood as a road stretching across to a new world as opposed to the soulless barrier it once represented preventing people from moving forward. The elder contemplated the remains of the dam while stroking his beard. After a moment of careful thought, he then turned to the young man standing beside him. Marco, please let the daimyo know that we are reclaiming the estates up on the North Ridge, and that he should send workers up there to help repair the dam's foundations as soon as possible, Hiro exclaimed. The man acting as the elder's assistant looked towards him in surprise. Hiro-sama? Turning to gaze down the road, Naruto and Tayuya could be seen off in the distance. The elder inhaled deeply in relief. I wish to have the dam restored as a proper bridge, a link that will help connect us to the future. We must reinforce the pillars so that it can stand as a new symbol for this country, one that represents the freedom we've managed to reclaim and will help us to rejoin with the rest of the world. Oh. I see, Marco replied, looking around to see that other villagers had also heard the old man's words. Noticing their smiles and nods of agreement, the villager then turned his attention back towards their voice of wisdom. You wish to rechristen it as a monument? Yes. A monument dedicated to the young man who saved us all. With that idea in mind, the elder raised his hand to the back of his head and turned toward his assistant with a sheepish gaze. I believe a new name for it would be nice too. Instead of Mugen River Dam, how about the Naruto Uzumaki Big Bridge? That has a nice ring to it. Of course, sir. Oh. Naruto and Tayuya made excellent progress climbing the valley out of the riverland. On their way up the road they passed by several groups of people, a part of a convoy. The pair only needed to give them a single glance in passing to tell that they were villagers returning to their hometown, as all of them could be seen dragging carts and carriages filled with all sort of miscellaneous items from furniture to basic supplies. A smile was brought to the Jinchuriki's face knowing that life in the region was steadily going back to the way it had been before Gado's interference. While they were halfway through climbing the hill to exit the lowlands, Naruto then remembered another important matter he had to attend to, in which he quickly addressed Tayuya with when he reached a familiar branch in the dirt road. What's wrong, Naruto? Tayuya asked when she noticed the boy stop walking a few feet back. The Jinchuriki smiled at her before pointing down the above-mentioned path. I just need to make one last stop. Can you give me a moment? Seeing her nod of acknowledgement, Naruto then followed the perpendicular road down to the familiar farm on the hill overlooking the country and the massive river now back to its former glory. The blonde stepped up onto the patio of the main building and knocked on the door. While he stood back and waited, he became aware of a rather strange sensation tickling the back of his neck and looked around. When he did, he saw that the cause of the mild coldness was a fine mist of moisture floating through the air from the sprinklers in the field starting up. He stared across in surprise, but then smirked when he realized what the sight was actually entailing. The water system's back on, huh? Naruto murmured, placing his hands on his hips while looking up to see his friend swift flying circles above the crops before fluttering down to land on his shoulder again. She chirped happily when she saw him grin. Pretty awesome, eh? It sure is. Turning around, the boy was met by the door to the front of the building slowly opening and was greeted by a smiling Hanar. The woman, now dressed in a casual kimono, leaned against the frame of her door as she beamed down at her visitor. Good work, by the way. You really showed me something incredible out there, Squirt. Really? The blonde massaged the back of his head bashfully. All I did was beat the snot out of a bunch of assholes and destroy a dam blocking a river. I don't see how any of that was incredible. The woman giggled at his casual downplay of the events. Of course it was. You didn't just liberate an entire country. Your actions showed the villagers just what one person was capable of doing, and the courage you displayed gave the people of this country a renewed sense of hope and strength to keep moving forward, and to work hard to hold on to what they have. Is that so? I never thought a brat like you would have been able to pull something like that off. It was unreal. At first I figured you were just trying to act tough and cool in front of a pretty young lady, but after seeing that fireworks display I knew it had to be you. I bet the entire region felt the blasts before actually seeing what had happened. It was that big? Naruto murmured while fishing inside his pockets. After a moment of searching he upturned them to show how bare he had been stripped. Geez. I used up everything I had to knock that stupid wall down and to fight that crow guy. Now I have to restock all of my equipment again. I'm sure it's not that big of a deal for you. You definitely seem like the resourceful type, Hanar pointed with a smile. Chin up. It'll be fine. Yeah. Alright, Naruto replied before grinning up at the lady. I just dropped by to see if you were doing okay. I'm heading back home now, so I probably won't be seeing you again for a while. Oh, you're leaving so soon? Hanar queried before reaching behind her door. She then pulled out a box wrapped in cloth and passed it on to the boy, who took it with both hands and looked it over curiously. Here's something for your trip then. I knew you'd be stopping by sometime after I saw the dam collapse, so I made you something special to say thanks. Astonished, Naruto weighed the item in his hands gingerly while gazing speechlessly up at the farmer. Since this was the first time he'd ever received a boxed lunch from somebody and having only seen kids back home receive it from their parents, he didn't know how else to respond except out of delight. He laughed happily and bowed repeatedly to the kind farmer. Thank you. Thank you so much, Naruto exclaimed over and over. The woman giggled again and laid a hand on his head, stopping him from hurting himself by accident from his exuberant show of thanks. That's okay. You did well, Squirt. With that friendly exchange, the woman then looked up when she sensed another presence nearby and saw the red-haired girl that had accompanied Naruto all the way out here. When she noticed Tayuya tentatively looking over from the front gate, the woman smiled and nodded towards her. Is she with you? Naruto looked between Tayuya standing a distance away from them and Hanar momentarily, before grinning back up at the farmer. Yeah. I met her here a few days ago. She's pretty. Able to make her out even from her spot, the sharp-eyed woman decided to add a little more input for the benefit of the runt. You two look good together. I'd hang on to her if I were you. Good company is really hard to come by these days. Huh? What do you mean? You'll understand one day when you're older, Hanar chuckled before giving him a gentle wave. I guess I'll see you when I see you. Okay? Gear in hand and Swift sitting astutely on his shoulder, Naruto then set off from the property with one last grin that he sent towards the farmer and his sights fixed squarely on his home village. It was while he was moving up the path away from the property though he then heard Hanar call out to him, and paused for a moment to look over his shoulder to listen in. Hey, if you meet a man named Kakashi Hatake in Konoha, tell him thank you from me. Hanar exclaimed loud and clear. A little puzzled at first, Naruto quickly complied with an affirmative nod and moved on, leaving the young woman standing on her front porch and gazing after him. She then glanced back towards the valley below, where she could see the steadily flowing river and the decimated barrier that was once Gato's base of operations. The sight brought another warm smile to Hanari's face. Oh, sometime later? Tayuya was walking alongside Naruto and gazing across at him fondly, finding his expression and appearance under the sun incredibly captivating. With nothing but silence occupying the space that was normally reserved for talking, it gave the musician plenty of time to study up on the young man that had saved her life, and to see how he operated when he wasn't focused on a mission or moving with intent or purpose. From the way he strode along with his hands in his pockets or resting behind his head and was constantly wearing that smile of his, he looked just like an ordinary kid. As much as he was a hard-nosed brawler and a superb shinobi in battle in spite of not being one on paper yet, he appeared just like any other normal 10-year-old boy. Tayuya just couldn't figure him out, which was why she was investing so much time and energy in examining him while they were still in motion. Unfortunately for her, her little study session was to be short-lived. Finally responding to the set of eyes boring into the side of his head like drill bits, Naruto glanced across at his curious companion with an expression conveying his own puzzlement. What's up, Tayuya-chan? The redhead responded in alarm to suddenly seeing him turn to her and looked away quickly. And nothing. Nothing at all. Blinking, the Jinchuriki placed a hand against his cheek, causing the swallow on his shoulder to hop onto the other one while ruffling her feathers. Is it something on my face? You were looking at me pretty hard a few seconds ago. Though Tayuya would normally be more composed for being found out for even worse things, she still couldn't help but blush brightly from the boy's inquisitions and gulped nervously. I was just wondering what you had planned next? You know, after saving the land of the Great River. Are you going to head back to your village or do you plan on traveling some more? Making a sound that indicated forethought, Naruto gazed up towards the sky. Traveling does sound good right now. I never really thought about it much when I was in Konoha, since there was so much to see and do in there. I'm already all the way out here, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to visit some of the other countries surrounding the Land of Fire. He then scratched his head as he pondered on the idea a little more. I've always wondered how different the outside world was compared to the Hidden Leaf, beauty after everything that's happened. I think that's an adventure for another time. He grinned back at the girl whom tilted her head at him. One unexpected trip's enough for now. Tayuya gave a small smile and nodded gently. So it's home then? You got it, Naruto exclaimed, earning a cheerful chirp from the bird riding on his shoulder, who then fluttered up to perch on his head. His eyes blinked up toward the swallow. Swift-chan wants to get back to her boyfriend as soon as she can. She's worried that the other girls across the street might start taking an unhealthy interest in him, whatever that means. The redhead looked at the bird. Really? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Even though he didn't really get it, he still trusted the words of his friend and his heart, and all compasses from both were pointing him down the road back to Konoha. I guess it must be tough being in love, you just can't stop thinking about the person you like. Tayuya blinked at this and switched her focus toward his face again. Why yeah, she mumbled timidly, not taking her eyes off of the blonde for even a second as they continued to walk along. The girl watched him laugh out in delight when the swallow fluttering around him pecked at his head before landing on his outstretched finger. The sight of his actions had the redhead stare unconsciously deepen and her cheeks warm, as if she was becoming entranced in some form of genjutsu. Tayuya didn't even realize how rapt her attention in the boy was becoming until minutes later, and she looked away from Naruto with a start. She brought her hands to her chest and clutched the space above. Why was her heart pounding so much? Was she coming down with something? Was she falling ill? The girl just couldn't explain it, even after 15 minutes of more walking and pondering over her condition. She'd never experienced anything like this before. All of these new feelings and emotions that have been happening to her all started when the blonde-haired wonder walking beside her jumped in and rescued her from those gangsters. It was like the act itself tripped some sort of switch inside of her and was filling her with moods and feelings she never felt or thought she could feel before. After being all alone, hungry and cold for the longest she could remember, these warm buzzes filling her stomach and making her feel as if she was walking on air, it was beyond both explanation and comprehension. Questions plagued her mind and continued to hold her attention as they strode along until they finally arrived at a T-junction that split their route in two. Using the map he had bought back at the village, Naruto was quick to find his bearings and the road he needed to take in order to get home. He turned right, moving down it while Tayuya paused at the junction and considered both roads for a minute longer, her gaze averting left. Realizing his friend was no longer walking beside him and was still standing at the junction, Naruto stopped and looked back, where he saw Tayuya staring down the other road in deep thought. He looked back with concern, wondering if something was troubling the girl, while another part of him figured she was going to head off in another direction. Was she thinking about it? It sure looked like it. With that possibility in mind, the young Jinchuriki inwardly started to panic. He didn't want Tayuya to leave, nor did he want to leave her behind either. No way. Hey, what's wrong? Naruto asked, stepping forward when he saw the girl turn to look back at him. He saw her conflicted expression transform into a confused one as their gazes locked. Upon meeting the boy's eyes, the musician then lowered her head and looked away with red in her cheeks, Tayuya's face once again taking on an appearance of doubt, worry and uncertainty. She didn't say anything for the next minute or so, but the Jinchuriki was determined. Thinking it over a little more, Naruto then gave a smile when he figured what the problem troubling the girl could be and nodded her towards him. Aren't you going to come back to Konoha with me? This question immediately got a rise out of Tayuya, her head suddenly snapping up to look across at him in astonishment. What? Naruto grinned. I asked you if you want to come back to my village with me. It's not far, it's just... He looked down the road again, made a quick count, and then looked back with an unchanging expression. 3 days away. Sure, it looks like a long trip, but it'll be a quick walk, I promise. Silence fell, in which Tayuya used that time to stare at the boy and try to see if he was messing with her. When Naruto saw her unflinching gaze, in which he could see her mind working at 1,000,000 miles an hour behind her eyes, his grin widened. What? Did you think that I was going to continue my journey to becoming an awesome shinobi without you, Tayuya-chan? He saw her blink. Nope. I don't want that. I want you to be standing right there next to me when I become Hokage someday. Tayuya gawked at him. Why, you seriously want me to come with you? She saw his grin widen and his head nod. For real? Believe it. I want you to be there by my side every step of the way. You're my friend, Tayuya-chan. There's no way in hell I want to leave you behind, and there's no way I'm gonna. I want to spend as much time as I can with you and learn more about you. The girl's eyes started to shimmer. Why? Why? Because you're an interesting person who plays awesome music, he said before ramming his fist into his chest. If you want to become a ninja too, I can help you, Databeo. Really? Igrigaju. She then realized her upcoming response and bit her tongue. Frowning, Tayuya attempted to feign a little more indifference to his proposition and looked away with her nose in the air. Sure, she tried to pull off the snobbish act now, but this failed to cover up her previous reactions to his leaving and offering of companionship, and so the power she had with her gestures were only half of what they could have been when she retaliated. And what makes you think I want to become strong like you, shithead? A cocky smirk appeared on her face. Honestly. Getting into fights, saving villages, putting your life on the line for complete strangers, why the hell would I want to become a shinobi like that? Able to read her like a book, Naruto let out a boisterous laugh and slipped his hands behind his head. The swallow on his noggin chirped happily at the exchange. It's more fun when you have somebody there to share your adventures with. He extended his hand towards the musician, whose expression visibly brightened. I want to share this with someone who is precious to me. You're my friend Tayuya-chan, and you're one of the people I want to protect and share great adventures with. He really wants me to go with him? Tayuya thought, feeling excitement quickly well up inside her. He wants me to be with him. Staring at Naruto silently for what felt like an eternity, the visibly cheerful girl brought her hands to her lips and attempted to hold back an exclamation of glee. Failing in that effort but managing to hold back tears with a quick shake of her head, she then grabbed the straps of her backpack and literally sprinted the distance between her and Naruto. For the longest time Tayuya remembered being by herself. An orphan who ran away, lived on the streets, surviving any way she could. People kept their distance from her because of that. But this boy, this stranger from a far-off village who knew very little about the world and nothing about her, approached her without hesitation, saved her, protected her, gave her food when she was hungry, and made her smile. He dragged her out of her damnation, a world she once thought was going to suffocate her and keep her miserable forever, and pulled her back into a place where there was hope. After all that, Tayuya realized that it wasn't just a world of possibilities that she was brought back into, but she was brought into it by a person whom she realized right then and there that she wanted to stay with forever. He was the first to acknowledge her and recognize her existence, and there was no chance in hell she was going to let this amazing person go. She left the junction in her dust, immediately deciding on the path she wanted to take. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Tayuya thought joyfully as she hopped to a stop and smiled warmly at the blonde, her cheeks showing color and life that previously did not. If it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to stick with you, shithead. Naruto chuckled and raised a hand into the air for a high five. Same here, Tayuya-chan. Two names they scorned and loved, from two people who couldn't stay apart. With smiles on their faces and fires in their hearts, they sealed their friendship with a clap when their hands met in the air above. The bird on Naruto's head chirped happily when she saw the final mark made and the pair came to stand side by side. With Naruto leading on and the redhead right beside him, Tayuya couldn't help but simply gaze across at the boy admirably and smile, her heart pounding against her chest. Though she didn't want to admit it and it wasn't clear whether she saw it, but there was some truth in what the Jinchuriki said to her. You couldn't stop thinking about the one you like? 4 days later. The third sat at his desk with his well-recognized stoic expression in play and finger tapping a monotonous rhythm against the surface of the desk in front of him, as he glared across at the persons he was currently in conference with. The cause of his current state of part displeasure and part interest stood nervously in front of him alongside the package he'd also conveniently brought along with him following his near 2-week disappearance from the village, and had just finished wrapping things up in order to come to an understanding with his Hokage. After having almost every able-bodied Jonin and Chunin on the hunt for him the entire time he was missing, you could say that Hiruzen Sarutobi was less than jubilant when the boy finally rocked up at the front gate after 12 days of futile searching. All questions regarding his absence were quickly answered upon having the boy dragged up to his office and stood right in the middle of the highest authority's place of work. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly while gesturing towards the equally nervous redhead also standing in the presence of the village leader. And that's that, Aji-san. So summing up everything you've told me, after getting knocked out during a training run you somehow wound up inside of a traveling merchant's wagon making a shipment for the land of the Great River, where you just so happened to end up after a 3-day journey you slept through, and then found yourself in the middle of an annexation of a country being led by the industrial giant Gato. During which time you spent in said country, you then end up rescuing this young girl from a mob of common ruffians, defeated an entire army of mercenaries, destroyed the dam cutting off all water and power supplies from the region's villages, and single-handedly defeated the assassin Crow, a B-rank criminal known for murdering a feudal lord and his entire family, in a single day, before making your way back home with the above-mentioned damsel in tow. Is this correct? Hiruzen asked. That's pretty much it, Aji-san, Naruto chuckled. Now that he heard the whole thing from the old man himself, he couldn't help but find the entire thing a little bit far-fetched despite having lived it. Was his life a work of fiction or something? It was plausible. The village leader furrowed his brow as he gazed sagely across at the youngsters. You do realize that not a single person in this entire village is going to believe this story. Naruto shrugged at the man's statement. A lot of legends are born from truth. Yes, and other legends are exaggerations of actual truth. That or a rumor started by individuals looking to bolster the fame of the protagonist in question, Hiruzen recited as if he'd had this particular discussion in the past once before. He breathed out a sigh and leaned back in his chair, his image lit up by the sunny day of the village sitting outside the window behind him. As you'd probably expect, I'm finding this very hard to take in, Naruto. Trust me, the whole thing looks so much better on paper, the Jinchuriki exclaimed while scribbling in the air. You had to be there, Aji-san. It was incredible. Smiling, Tayuya stepped forward in full support of the boy. Shithead was incredible. You should have seen him yourself. He battled Gato's men like they were nothing and squared off against the strongest of all the killers he had under his employ. It was unbelievable. As magnanimous as she made her heart-filled statements, when the old man glanced towards Tayuya, the musician suddenly lost whatever small amount of confidence she had in the elder's presence and shrunk back to her spot directly beside the Jinchuriki. All the while she tried to make herself look as small as possible. The musician was well aware of the individual she was addressing and it was shaking her nerves something fierce. Looking the girl over, Hiruzen then glanced back at the blonde and smiled. Well, if everything you said to me is true then you should feel very proud of yourself, Naruto-kun. He saw the pair blink in surprise and continued. It wouldn't be the first time you managed to astound me with something outrageous and bewildering. Chronicles like this are worthy of a future Kage. Naruto chuckled. You should read my autobiography once I get it published. I'm looking forward to it, the third laughed, lacing his fingers together before once again propping his elbows on his desk and leaning forward. He smiled at the two kids starting to look more relaxed and opened up with the next item on the list. Now, I understand you wish to have this young lady apply for a citizenship. That's right, Naruto exclaimed, stepping away and gesturing to the girl, who stiffened considerably when all eyes fell upon her. I would also like for Tayuya-chan to come live with me and to start training at the academy to become a shinobi. Is that okay, Gigi, or would that be too much trouble? The village leader gave a very thoughtful expression to the inquiry. Considering she has a talent for producing genjutsu like you said means that she probably also has a certain level and understanding of the basic concepts of shinobi conduct. With her abilities, it's certainly possible to have her inducted into the system, the third stated. Just as smiles were beginning to brim on the two children's faces though, the old man raised his hand to stop them. However, to have her sign up for the academy is too late now. She'll need to be given an apprenticeship in order for her to catch up on some of the material if she intends to follow through with the curriculum. Looking a little crestfallen, Naruto and Tayuya glanced at each other worryingly. However, in spite of being told that they would not be able to attend the same school together, they still found light at the end of the tunnel in the form of the alternate arrangement and looked back towards Hiruzen with merriment. That's okay with me, Tayuya stated. Same here, Naruto also said boisterously. I'm glad to see that you're willing to go along with it. I already have a handful of jonin looking for prospective apprentices, so it shouldn't be too hard to find someone who's compatible enough to start training you, Hiruzen exclaimed, rising from his seat and bowing to the adolescent musician. Welcome to Konoha, young MS. An overwhelmed Tayuya bowed back respectfully to the elder before embracing Naruto seconds afterwards in triumph at being accepted into his home village. All attention was then slowly returned to the present and to all matters concerning the orientation, which would understandably be the next topic to be dealt with. It was then when all the metaphorical handshaking was over and done with the third then remembered something else of importance regarding his resident troublemaker, and quickly turned to him in order to address the issue. Oh yes, and Naruto. Speaking of the academy. Oh, this sucks. Naruto yelled out from his corner in the room while holding two buckets out in front of him. He gritted his teeth and looked across at Irika sitting behind his desk, currently grading tests while the rest of the class was going through their notes. As loud as he was screaming in outrage, the punishment being dealt to him right now was within good reason. Sensei, why am I being reprimanded for something I couldn't help? The scar-faced man looked up in amusement at his venting student. You were absent from school for nearly 2 weeks without giving prior notice to your homeroom teacher or the school's administration. I'm sure you of all people understand the severity of this crime, Naruto. Failure to notify the academy of a prolonged absence from class warrants the regular treatment upon your return. By getting me to hold these heavy-ass buckets the entire day? Seriously? Who still practiced this medieval shit? Obviously Irika. That man looked like he was enjoying doling out this chore way too much for the blonde's liking. This wasn't his first punishment either. After the usual lecture from the old man following his return, Naruto was then dumped back at the academy to be processed by Irika in the regular manner, scrubbing, mopping, sweeping, cleaning, stocking, heavy lifting, sorting, and every other detestable task he could possibly conjure up. He had shift work at the school on top of his classes, so the Jinchuriki wasn't going to expect any time to sneak any training in until the end of this week. There was no other way to express his disappointment other than through his vocals and the occasional stomping like a child. He was still 10. He had 2 more years till final graduation, so only time will tell if he'll really mature enough. I told you why I was absent. God, he wished Tayuya was here right now. He needed irrefutable proof of his innocence. And I keep telling you, I don't believe you, Irika replied with an amused smirk. Honestly, saving an entire nation from an industrial tyrant, who was none other than the world-famous Gato of Gato International, in one day? I knew you were an imaginative character, Naruto, but that's just going too far. Yeah. Stop daydreaming, slacker. Kiba shouted from up in his row. You should know better than to mess with us already. We're already wise to a lot of your fooling around, a girl student called out, earning a round of nods from the class. Quit acting so high and mighty. Yeah. Naruto seethed angrily and shouted at them. Shut up. I swear it actually happened. Ever read The Boy Who Cried Wolf? Irika asked with a chuckle before returning to his work. You've led us along with your stories long enough. Now just stand there and take your punishment like a man. This isn't punishment. This is torture. Naruto snapped back, grinding his teeth. I'm bored to death over here. Then use your time wisely to contemplate on your misdeeds, Irika replied offhandedly, keeping his eyes on his work and his pen on the paper. He had to get through to this boy somehow, and what better way than the usual means of physical and mental torment. Oh. That night? So this is your home? Tayuya asked while looking around the corridor of the apartment she had just entered. After the long day she'd had up in the administration building getting all of her information sorted through the Hokage and his staff, it was a welcome change to find herself in the residence of the person she would be staying with. It's nice. Thanks. Fair warning though, most of everything you're going to see in this place is brand new, Naruto chirped, kicking off his shoes and leading the way down the hall. He tapped against a wall as they passed it. Tayuya took note of the area he had touched and saw that there was some exposed woodwork in the wall, some new and some dilapidated. She was able to guess from the new wood that the boy had yet to repaint the area from a recent household accident, which had her giggle. Even if you've got nothing else going for you, you sure clean up well. I'm a man with multiple colors on his palette. It's more like a habit than talent. I suck at everything I don't practice. After destroying an apartment over 100 times and ruining the village 1,000 times more, you'd be surprised how many things you soak in when you're pretty much ordered to clean up after yourself, Naruto informed while gesturing her into a room, which she then took a peek into. This is the lounge, complete with couches, coffee table, television, window, and my snake plant. He pointed at the potted plant sitting quietly nearest to the sill. I water it once a day and fertilize it every few months. How thoughtful, Tayuya exclaimed with a bright smile before moving on. Bathroom and toilet are back there, laundry is over here, kitchen links up to the living room and the corridor, and my bedroom is back here, Naruto informed, opening up said door to the sleeping quarters and showing her in. They stood at the entrance and took stock of its overall appearance. Sorry if it's a bit of a mess. I haven't been here in 2 weeks and I had no idea I would be having someone over. No, I think it's great, the musician replied quickly, taking a few steps into the room and looking around. Of all the chambers inside of the flat, Naruto's room appeared to be the most decorated. He had a desk with all his little trinkets on it, a wall of photographs chronicling many of his grand escapades, a few cupboards, closet, drawers, bedside table and of course his bed, sitting right underneath the window giving him a fantastic view of the village. If nothing else, this third-story home certainly let in a lot of natural light. The girl nodded expectantly. It's just as I thought. She looked across at the blonde and gave him a warm smile. I think I'm going to like it here. I'm glad you approve, Naruto said with a grin, slinging off the katana he had hanging from his shoulder and propping it on the nearby desk. The third had collected it earlier that day for inspection and to verify the boy's story, which meant the blonde was unable to use it to plead his case to Irika. That meant that he had been forced to endure the near-endless hours of punishments the man had lined up for him, much to his dismay. Yep, this was definitely going to be the prize of his personal collection, for sure. He was never letting it out of his sight. So where am I going to sleep? It was obvious that there was only one bed and since it had been officially recognized that Tayuya would be staying in this place for an extended period, the sleeping arrangements were top priority. This apparently came as little issue to the blonde host, who merely shrugged at his guest's question and nodded towards his comforter. On my bed of course, the Jinchuriki said with barely any hesitation whatsoever, causing the girl to blush upon processing his response and the straightforwardness of his tone. Naruto blinked at her incredulous stare. What? You thought I was gonna take it and let you sleep on my cold hard floor? He turned and set his sights down the corridor. I'll grab a futon from the laundry. I'm sure I have one stuffed in the overhead that I can use. Oh okay, Tayuya murmured, watching the boy hurry out of sight and begin rummaging through the washroom for the item in question. He returned with it later on and laid it out on his bedroom floor, pillow and all. After the tour was over and Tayuya was given a rundown on all the essential areas and things she needed to remember, the pair then went about business as usual. While Naruto prepared dinner for the two of them with whatever was still good, the newcomer went to take a shower. They would then later have tea around the dinner table, consisting of cups of ramen that had managed to survive in the blonde's extended absence and orange juice. Though it wasn't much, there would be plenty of time for shopping later. Once that was all done, the pair then headed off to bed. It had been a while since Naruto had used his futon. He remembered buying it a while ago with the express purpose of using it if he had any friends sleeping over. However, with everything that had happened in his life up until now and with his popularity around the village being the way it was, he never got that chance. Until now. Funny thing was though, instead of a guest using his futon he was using it, while the new resident in his apartment called shotgun on the bed. True, it was by his own decision, it was just good manners. Tayuya had had it rough for a while now, so he had absolutely no problems in sacrificing his memory foam mattress for the floor. After letting Tayuya take the bed first, Naruto then switched the lights off and hit the hay himself. Soon enough, there they were, laying back to back, one elevated above the other with the one on the floor keeping his eyes locked on the door until the sounds of white noise filled the room. Within minutes the Jinchuriki felt his brain get pulled into sleep. However, about an hour into it, the blonde was suddenly woken instinctively by the feeling of his bed covers being moved. A few light shuffling sounds later and Naruto felt a timid figure crawl onto the futon, pulling the sheets back over them carefully before coming to lie behind him. Upon feeling a pair of gentle arms wrap around him and a warm body press up against his back, the Jinchuriki's eyes blinked open and he looked behind him. When he did, he saw Tayuya with her eyes closed and a smile on her face sleeping peacefully behind him. Seeing her content expression and how her red locks fell gracefully over her face and the pillow brought a warm smile to Naruto's face. He then turned back around and nuzzled himself into his previous state of rest. For some reason, he had no problems with this. None at all. Good night, Tayuya-chan. Good night, Naruto-kun.